you can outshoot me?
Captain Chemo on duty! Let's do it!
Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dust 'em, Pix!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Look, you got me. A chance at just one glance to your glory. I needed it. Look at my past. Do you need anything? You can use me. I'm yours. Do you see anything? You wanna change arrangement?
Welcome back to day number 2 of the Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Singapore Playoffs. I'm Gibbons and with me is Hungry, and we are looking to find out who's going to be the ultimate Singaporean champions, as we have an exciting day stacked forward. A little bit of a preview towards the grand finals, we like to think, with Alliance and Impunity coming up right after our first 2 BO1s in the lower brackets.
Yep, we're gonna start off with a little bit of heartbreak, right? In the lower brackets, you know, 2 teams are going home, 2 teams are gonna advance in the lower brackets, and it's gonna be tough because when we look at our matches, you know, the first one we have for today is gonna be BDG versus Team Last Minute. BDG, we didn't really see them play on stream, but that team has had some trials and tribulations. They've made some roster swaps, some role swaps as well, but I'm not too sure how they're gonna figure out their overall team identity, because it's still very early in the competition. I mean, I say it's early, it's already playoffs, right? BDG hasn't really shown me, you know, their real mettle just yet.
I mean, it's been difficult because when you take a look at the way things have kind of progressed overall, some of these teams have grown so much since they started the qualifiers. You know, BDG, it's not like they were a weak team. They ultimately did make it into playoffs, but compared to some of the others, they just didn't seem to have that kind of exponential growth, this kind of next level that came into play. in their matches. So the first one up against TLM, that's gonna be with the next team in the next lower brackets. The other matches that we have is gonna be TLJ going up against Chicken Can Fly, and we've talked a little bit about both of these guys. TLJ had a very close game with Celestials, who ultimately took the 2-0. CCF a little bit more one-sided on their end, but this game I feel like could go either side.
The second BO1 is definitely a bit more 50-50, right? We're expecting a bit more of a slugfest. Both teams struggling to really find control will be the name of that series, or their best of one at least. When you talked about BDG as a team, the idea of exponential growth is something that I want to touch on, because you look at the other teams right now in the upper brackets, and every team in the upper bracket so far has really displayed their worth to find themselves there, right? Celestials, for example, has shown crazy improvement game to game and from playoff to playoff, or qualifier to qualifier. I really look at this team as a whole, and they adopt this shore up their mistake mentality. Whereas BDG, they're still struggling to really fix a lot of the issues that they have. They're very one-dimensional. The way they draft, the way they play is very predictable, right? Whereas Celestials, they've branched out a lot more. So if they want to make this lower bracket run a reality, not just a dream, BDG need to fix a lot of the issues that they had during the qualifiers, and I guess make their playstyle a bit more dynamic. They're a bit too predictable right now.
Yeah, predictability is something that's going to end up being heavily punished. I guess it's a little bit okay if you're playing best of ones in the lower brackets, but let's take a look and remind ourselves again what exactly these teams are playing for, because they're going in for that $5,000 prize pool, along with the 5 Secretlab chairs coming in for first place, in the top 3 get 3 months worth of 100 plus. And for you guys at home, if you guys want to get in on some of the action, we have a nice giveaway for you guys too. All you have to do is clip any of the following plays, either a backdoor victory, a epic dragon or baron steal, or if you see a pentakill coming in, and if you clip that, you stand a chance to walk away with one of the League of Legends Secretlab chairs. You guys can find out more information on the Facebook page. And as always, this has been brought to you guys by our amazing partners, Secretlab, 100 Plus, as well as Elephant, for making all this happen.
Yep, awesome stuff. We saw some, I guess, there you go on your screen, the graphic to kind of give you an idea of what you should be looking out for. Of course, like Grant and Sid, Facebook page is at the lower half of the screen, so just head on over to facebook.com/versusasia if you want to see the rules and how to participate. We had some of those moments yesterday. We had, I think, a epic dragon steal, and we had a backdoor victory coming in. So those were the highlights of yesterday. Today, though, it's a brand new day of playoffs. There's going to be some heartbreak. There's going to be some success for these teams in day 2, and this is the part where we find we separate the wheat from the chaff. I think the day 1 playoffs were more of a question of like who's improved and by how much. Today we'll see how they stack up against each other, because the teams in the upper bracket will be about the same caliber as far as I'm concerned, right? So we'll definitely see that disparity or the similarity in terms of skill. In the low bracket, the same thing is true as well. We'll probably see that closeness or that gap when it comes to team abilities.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one, especially when we have our games coming in after the Alliance Impunity match. One of those two teams will be dropping down to the lower brackets, and then so the winner between BDG and Last Minute have to face off a very tough opponent in a best of one. But in a best of one, anything can happen. We could end up seeing a bit of an upset, but like we've mentioned, Impunity and Alliance are looking for the top 2 positions. Alliance definitely looking for the win. Impunity have something to prove as well when they want to try and pick this one up. For now, we're going to be focusing on BDG and Last Minute, as we should be moving into our picks and bans pretty soon. We haven't seen all too much of a change in the meta, Hungry. I think so far it's been pretty consistent. A lot of teams prioritize around the gal, but we also have been seeing a little bit of interest towards some more off-meta champs, a little bit more pickup on the Corki recently as well.
Corki is more because I think the teams that do play Corki not the teams rather, the games that Corki have been picked up tend to be teams that utilize mid Corki a lot more. I think this is more often not Noblesse Gaming that does favor the Corki. Crownix is a big fan of the Corki mid lane, so it's not surprising that it's been picked up a bit more. You look at the meta picks that have been popular too, it's the Ziggs that has been like permanently banned, right? So I was touching on this yesterday. Ziggs Tristana is just an insane siege. duo when it comes to taking control of the map. The moment you give them any window, they walk up, they put the Tristana bomb, and then Ziggs with the satchel charge immediately demolishes the structure. Rinse and repeat, you get all the outers, and then you start, controlling the map systematically by walking in, putting down vision, forcing them to walk through chokes. Because surprise, surprise, Ziggs is also super annoying when it comes to controlling chokes. You walk into Hextech Minefield or his ultimate, it just feels horrible to fight after that.
I love the idea that you brought in about vision, because some of these teams have really showcased how well they're able to play around their vision game, especially when we take a look at Noblesse in their matchup against Chicken Can Fly. Noblesse had incredible vision control, being able to set up so well. A lot of these moments, there was very little the opponent could do. In the game that we saw Impunity against, I believe it was Big Dirty Golems, right? Went up against one another, there wasn't as much of a requirement to go for vision. Sure, Impunity had some decent vision control, but overall you could see that just off their playstyle, the mechanical skill, they could afford to position around the objectives, around the dragon, and they forced their opponents to walk into them. They lost fights after that. Impunity didn't really have to capitalize much more off of it.
It depends on what kind of composition you want to play. If you're going to be playing these pick comps like Ahri, Braum, you're looking for the early catch before you team fight. Vision is like super important, right? But when it comes down to, say, if you're playing these easy to execute 5v5 team fight compositions, all you need to know and all you need to be able to scout out for is where your opponents will be approaching, like which angle they're coming in from and how you want to set up against that. And in that sense, it's very simple to just put down like 2 wards in each choke and then expect them to walk in and then take the fight. To touch on our first best of 1 between BDG and Last Minute, I had some queries, I had some concerns about BDG's draft, because when we looked at the roster, Sarah in the top in the Baron lane previously was only heavily playing tanks, and Ewash was more often than not playing the Yasuo, so they always defaulted to Yasuo compositions with HYHY playing Wukong in the jungle. It was very iffy, right? They could only really play and execute these Yasuo compositions. Now that Sarah has been benched, substituted, removed, whatever you want to call it, and HYHY is in the Baron lane, we're expecting to see some diversity in their pattern of play. We're expecting to see them, widen their compositions and maybe bring something new in to throw their opponents off.
Well, being able to adapt could be a very strong skill. At the same time, it could also just be a little bit of a reflection towards wanting to play a better Yasuo composition, and so they substitute a player that can work even better when it comes to fitting into that modus operandi. Small correction, it wasn't BDG against Impunity yesterday, it was TLM versus Impunity, right? So TLM and played that game out, and we can see how in that matchup against Impunity, it wasn't really very centered around vision, because you had guys like Scarlet Petal who was so effective at being able to zone out their opponent. Very little they could do otherwise, and so the vision score kind of only partly contributed to the dominating fashion that Impunity won that game out. So I have to see, Last Minute, do they have anything in store for us? Do they have anything to try and deal with the Yasuo? Because if you know it's going to be coming out, you could look to try and draft to try and counter that.
Agreed. When I look at playoffs, I tend to view it as like a regional boot camp, right? So you think of it as like, this is the Singapore Icon Series boot camp for all the teams inside to prepare to go into Super Summer Cup, if you think of it that way. And I'm just going to offer some free advice. I'm going to offer some, min-maxing guide here for all the supporters watching this. If you're, looking to climb in rank in terms of Wild Rift, one thing that the Tier 1, Tier 2 teams do a lot that I haven't seen the lower bracket teams do is the supports tend to recall very early at level 4, try to steal some EXP at level, and try to get to level 5, and then pick up a very early boots enchant. So what we saw yesterday was Righteous Glory was the name of the game. You pick up Righteous Glory enchant on something like Braum, Alistair, Gragas, and then you force, or even Galio to a certain extent, force mid lane, top lane ganks, and make your presence felt early in the game. Try to impact the lanes without actually taking 5v5s. Just use the element of surprise by picking up the early enchant and actually punishing your opponent for extending.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a lot of priority around that. The Redemption, the Locket, and the Righteous Glory have seen a lot of popularity. We've also seen something like the Twin Shadows come into certain use cases as well. So the utility that these active items have really is quite impactful for these supports in this early game. So I have to see what they want to try and go for here. We've seen some Galio being flanked down to the bot side, so that could be a really nice first pick for the side of Last Minute if they want to try and go for it otherwise. Ziggs, Diana, definitely something they could look to go for as well.
Yeah, I think Ziggs needs to be banned here. We saw like literally 100% ban rate on Ziggs yesterday. If I'm not wrong, it was like 100%. Diana was pretty popular too, but that usually meant that the Camille, Galio, or Gragas got through the draft. And we were kind of joking about this, like this current juncture in Wild Rift Esports. 2 bans per team feels very little because it doesn't give you enough opportunities to ban out what you think your opponent might be playing. Plus, a lot of the OP meta picks, quote-unquote OP meta picks, tend to slip through the cracks. Akali now will be the choice, and I think that is targeted towards Feeder. If you guys don't know, Feeder is actually HYHY. He changed his name. I think kind of an interesting choice there, similar to how a lot of the old pros like Cryonics changed their name too. So make no mistake, this is still the famous HYHY, the guy who was, is featured in the True Sight documentary as well.
I think going for this Akali ban is actually a little bit indicative of how things are going to be panning out. If BDG don't ban out the Ziggs, it might just mean that, if you're running the Yasuo, you have confidence that Yasuo should be able to take on Ziggs in that mid matchup or in whichever lane the Ziggs goes for. Even if you see the satchel charge come out, Windwall can potentially deny that. And so you're able to deny with a little bit of utility. So Yasuo composition seems to pan out pretty well in this position. LM looking to go for the Gragas first pick that Galio banned out. So one of the big engage tools already removed, so they're going to go for another one instead.
I do like the Gragas here. I think it's a pick that can be flexed in the jungle because not throwing does play and so does Sakeen. So these are 2 players that can flex this one around. Not to mention, it also kind of removes one of the elements from the Gragas composition. If you think about Gragas comps, they do like Yasuo compositions, right? If you think about Yasuo comps, they do like Gragas inside to kind of create opportunities for good last breaths. So just taking that away removes one of the tools that BDG has. This is the Lee Sin, something that, by the way, HYHY never played in the jungle. He was never really good at the Lee Sin jungle, but now because Yon is in the jungle position, I think this is a dynamic shift in the draft. Again, the value of adding someone in, changing up your whole roster, really adds a new facet to this team.
Yeah, being able to bring in some new flavors and some new strategies to the team. Kind of a new breath of life for BG, in honesty.
Yes.
So at least having this aggressive option could look to try and deal with the Gragas, but now it's down to the last minute to try and respond to that. Diana being hovered, they still have options like the Camille, so could go for a very strong top lane pick. Maybe bring the Gragas into the jungle, might even go into the support if you really are a little bit desperate there. Diana is also a little bit of a flex pick for now, so last minute have a lot of options. Kaisa being removed. Let's see what they want to try and go for here.
I was about to say, I think you go Camille here because based on my knowledge of both teams, right, BDG support Fizzy Fish only really plays enchanters. It's like Nami, Janna for the most part, so you don't have to worry about support picks this early on. They've already shown their marksman, so for last minute they don't have to lock in a marksman either. So the best priority here is the Camille, and then you settle your Dragon Lane last based on the support that BDG plays, which in this case is probably going to be like Nami, Janna, maybe Lux, maybe Seraphine, like these kind of things, right? So what you could do here is do something like Jinx Alistar, and then you have a very sick like 5v5 composition that scales into the late game as well. The Ziggs left open means that Ewash picks this one up, but this matchup is still very tough for the Ziggs, especially if Team Last Minute pick up a roaming support. Imagine that Alistar, level 5, gets the Righteous Glory enchant, runs down mid and sets up the gank with the Diana. Very little chance for the Ziggs to get out.
Yeah, very difficult. Ziggs has one counter mobility spell. I think you hit it on its head. Here, going for the Ziggs as well as a Fizzy Fish. Only playing enchanters, looking for this Sona. We haven't seen all too much Sona. We've seen a lot more Seraphine. It seems like Seraphine has been sort of this default choice.
So that's like budget Seraphine, man.
Right, but Seraphine is incredibly long range, and then the fact that the charm is honestly so game-changing. We've seen how well Seraphine can function in a lot of these matchups. It's actually going to be LM they're looking for the response to the Seraphine, and so trying to outrange them. So now to pair it with a good marksman alongside this, I'm thinking Tristana might be out of the question at this point, judging by the range. Maybe something like the Xayah or the Corki could come into better play here.
I was thinking they go for like the Jinx Alistar to just straight up, go for the 2v2 solo kills, especially when the jungler comes down, sets it up, very nice on-demand CC, very reliable crowd control too. But they're replying with counter poke, right? Because they see the Ezreal, Sona, and Ziggs, they're like, okay, they're definitely going to poke us out. We need to be able to soften it up too before we force the engage with Camille Diana. I like this because for all intents and purposes, I was joking somewhat about it, but Seraphine is basically the better version of Sona. The heal is significantly better. The encore in terms of range and value is significantly higher because it's not just a stun, it's a charm. It pulls them towards you. So I think Seraphine is the better pick here. BDG, as far as their draft goes, these 4 early picks appear to be slightly outclassed.
Well, individually, it looks like BG managed to get some decent pickups, but when you look at composition overall, it seems like it's lacking a little bit of identity. Going for the Lee Sin as well as the Ziggs, you know, you have some form of some good damage, but then the question really comes, who's going to be the follow-up? You have decent poke with the Ziggs and Ezreal, but then you also have guys like Darius who are incredibly immobile, and so the question really has to be asked, what exactly is BDG's composition? What's the goal here? It looks a little bit along the lines of win lane, win game, but that's going to be difficult to do with how much agency last minute have drafted along their top to mid side. The Baron lane to mid lane have a lot of agency. Camille, Diana, Gragas are going to be able to rotate around and apply pressure. Could even go for the dive at level 5, and so these setups are going to be difficult for BDG to deal with.
Just want to note that in League PC, Gragas is considered one of the old school counter picks to jungle Lee Sin, just because your body slam knocks him out of the resonating strike. And because Lee Sin has 2 dashes, the body slam is pretty much an answer to both of them. You immediately remove him from the spell and he's stuck CC'd after the body slam connects, so I kind of favor 2v2s for Team Last Minute a bit more than BDG, just because the value of the Gragas is there. The moment you take the 2v2, Lee Sin shows up, Gragas shows up, Gragas automatically has it in. So TLM, for the most part, they are going to be controlling the solo lanes with top jungle, mid jungle, prio. Whereas BDG, you hit the nail right on the head, right? They need to win lane, win game. A bit tough. It has to be mechanically, like individually strong performances for them to win the game.
Of course, Darius does have a bit of an out with how well he's able to reset and deal with multiple champions, considering what we see from last minute right now. They don't necessarily have the tankiest composition, so a little bit of a opportunity for this Darius to go and play things out. So Feeder could end up being the last win coming in for BDG to be able to help them pick up this win against last minute. And like we mentioned, this is a BO1, so there's only one game and one chance to pick up the win and move into the next set. The next game will be played after the upper bracket semifinals. So we'll have to look forward to see which team faces the winner of this game as well. I believe that match will be between Alliance and Impunity. Whichever team loses that set will drop down to face the winner of this one. So
that's correct.
Something to look forward to. Pretty exciting matchup coming in. A bit of a rematch, right?
Yeah, I think it's not only just a rematch, but also like a true test, right? Because if you win this by virtue of, say, cheese, hypothetically, if you cheese a comp and you win here, right, and you go up against Alliance or Impunity, the question is whether that cheese works twice, whether you've prepared enough, surprise strategies to go against your opponents twice, and against Alliance and Impunity, who can adapt very quickly. They're a team that has, strong strategic background, a coach there that's kind of scouting out their opponents and has a beat on what they want to do. It's tough. It's tough to really cheese them out.
Yeah, it's difficult to try and find these opportunities that could otherwise appear in some of these teams that don't really have that same kind of infrastructure. For now, we should be getting into the game pretty soon. BG and last minute, we have seen some games from them so far. They don't look like teams that are too focused on hyper-aggression around the map. They're a little bit more responsive. They don't really set up as much as some of the other teams. That doesn't mean they don't know what they want to do. It's just that the agenda is slightly different compared to the other teams.
For TLM's draft, remember that they're the ones with the Seraphine and the Camille, right? So we're looking for the setups here with the Camille to try and make things happen on the map early on, especially because Icy Bang is in the Baron lane. What's the number one thing I like to say about Camille? When you hit level 5 and you're pushing a wave out, make a journey down to mid. Try to make something happen for your mid laner using the Hextech Automatum and the hookshot. I think that's going to be the big point of value here for TLM if they can set things up with the Camille and the Seraphine. She's no hard to engage support, but she can pick up an early enchant and still make things happen with the encore as well as the root.
Yeah, even something like the Twin Shadows, if you're concerned about walking into your opponents, being able to scout them out, slow them down, since their mobility is kind of one-dimensional, they use it once, that means they're going to be locked down likely. Could also be a good in for some of your teammates who require a little bit of assistance. That being said, Flash Body Slam is honestly one of the strongest combos in the game, right? So it's so difficult to ignore the potency that LM have in terms of getting disengaged on top lane. Already looking a little bit scuffed for this Darius.
Should hit level 2 here. Yeah, there you go. But Feeder's already low on health. Needs to drop back to take the Honey Fruit. Needs to shove the wave up too, but immediately paving up. We were talking about this yesterday, by the way. Hold on.
Lee Sin up in the top side. Should be looking for his kill. The Resonant Strike coming through. The shield is going to be used. Good damage over onto the Camille. Camille has to use both her summoners to get away. Last minute survive with a dot of health. BDG looking aggressive in the top lane.
We talked about this yesterday, like, when your top side is the focus, sometimes junglers will just full clear the red buff area and then move up for an early gank because the timing is so unexpected. And speaking of unexpected, Not Throwing is actually making a move up, but he might just get the solo kill here.
Coming in for round 2, picks up first blood, and Lee Sin waiting by the side isn't quite able to find the repeat gank. Greg is in position to try and deny the Skull Crab as well, and so the Lee Sin suffering a little bit of harass coming through. Moving in is the Diana trying to join into the fight. Satchel Charge is going to be used to try and zone things away. Lee Sin taking damage from the Camille, who's jumped in over the Hawk Shot. Does not have the flash to get over the wall. Drops him down to a dot of health and returns the favor. Says, you don't gank my lane, I'm ganking the jungle.
It was a trade for flash of both junglers, but now the Gragas gets control of the Scuttle Crab, and this top side is going the way of IC Bang like 100% right now. He's going to shove this wave, he's going to recall and back off. Feeder shouldn't be fighting here, he's 1 level down. He actually takes a lot of damage. If he's not careful, I think IC Bang might be able to punish him. Shoves the wave up, looks to recall here because he doesn't lose anything. He gets a free recall, in fact.
Yeah, has the wave in great position, so by the time he comes back, wave is going to be pushing in towards him. Has to mention as well, you know, the adaptive shield is such a good pickup against the Darius, you know, since he is mono damage. All physical damage type, it's very easy for this Camille to find a lot of value with that passive.
That's 100% true. Like, the moment you proc the adaptive shield, it just feels so good to trade into anything that Darius has. So the window for the Camille to trade is whenever that shield is up, you go and just hit, you know, your first precision protocol, try to get the true strike hit off next, and then heal up with the tactical sweep while you back off.
I want to talk a little bit about Desi on this Diana once again because, you know, we saw how effective he is with Diana. He was kind of the saving grace for his team in that first matchup against Impunity, right? In a lot of these positions where they were getting bullied out, the fact that he was able to jump in and try and equalize, trade back for this priority picks, taking down the enemy AD carry, Scarlet Petal, and Red Spaghetti in a lot of instances, it was pretty favorable, or at least not too bad for last minute. So it could be a very standout performance coming in from Desi again. Otherwise, we are just going to look to see how these teams scale up through this early game. A little bit less aggression around the dragon, even though it's spawning pretty soon.
Look at this, the items 30 picked up for Sakine, right? This is exactly what I wanted. You don't necessarily have to go for the early aggressive engage enchant. Like, Redemption works just fine here, and the reason they pick it up this early is because they know they want to contest this dragon. They know they want to fight. The ping's already going down. Right now, Corki is backing off, picking up the items. They know they want to take this 5-1-5, so Corki's just going to rush the Sheen and the Phage here, get as much items, as many items as possible, and like hit your highest power spike before you fight this.
Dragon started up over on the side. BDG is going to be the Mountain Drake. A nice little pickup for them if they're able to find this. TLM now moving into position. Not Throwing is a little bit far away. Shouldn't quite be able to find this one. Jumping in with the package. Red team still does manage to find the dragon. The charm connects over onto 2. The encore going to be used. Nice return coming in for the enemy team. The redemption coming in as well. But Akatsuki gets taken down. Sakine down as well. Icy joins in the fight. They're looking to try and take down Feeder. They are able to find it. The heal comes through. Ewash and Yon just going to have to back off, but it's going to be a 3-for-2 by Dragon over the side BDG.
Yep, overall it goes the way of last minute in terms of kills, but you could see the mispositioning there from Not Throwing. I'm not sure if you saw, just like 10-15 seconds before the dragon spawn, the Gragas was on top side. He was greeting for his blue buff, and that's not the play you make when your whole team goes down. Again, this is the idea of like communication and shoring up mistakes. The Gragas should have been around the dragon pit looking to contest, be the first one in. The fight would have gone a lot better if last minute was able to engage with the Gragas as opposed to like the Corki jumping in by by the way. Akatsuki had to solo and suicide in just to get the fight started.
Yeah, that was a kamikaze attempt, right? He wanted to try to grab the dragon at any cost, and you can see how badly he was positioned after that fight because he had Ewash collapsing in on him on the back end. So it's very difficult to rely on your Koki, even if he has the package, to try and jump in and try and make these kind of plays. So very small micro decisions on where to be at the map at a given point in time kind of cost last minute this first dragon. Then again, they do have some pretty decent scaling, so they're not going to be all too concerned there. About 200, well rather 400 gold behind right now.
Consider this though.
Yeah.
Because they are misplaying some of these fights, they're actually behind in gold, despite also being up in terms of. Well, hold on, they engage here. Not throwing might
gold
just
a little
die.
bit more. Not throwing goes down right before the redemption can come through. We do see Desi jumping in, looking to try and find the return kill over onto the enemy team, but gets caught out between enemy members. Will be able to find the kill onto the Diana right away. Lee Sin goes into Guardian Angel, survives a little bit longer, jumping forward with the Hexing ultimate to chase him all the way to the back end. I see Bang is able to find a trade back kill onto the enemy team. Ewash should be able to find a return kill, isn't able to do so as the charm denies him any counterplay. TLM now on the run. Ezreal looking for this return kill. Not quite able to find it. IC just gonna recall over on the side. They weren't able to get any more for that, but still looking pretty decent. Last minute able to equalize the kill count. Or equalize the goal with an increase in the kill count.
No, not the best situation right now for last minute. They're misplaying a lot of these small skirmishes where they should be taking 5-on-5s as opposed to not throwing getting caught out, not throwing being late to the fight. Right now, they're going to look towards the Rift Herald. Feeder here is alone. He doesn't have the support of his team. He shouldn't be running in. You gotta wait for the Sona to arrive. She's one of your big ticket ultimates, but jumping in though.
Trading back with the Rift Herald. Now they're looking for Feeder as a potential kill, perhaps. Moving forward, IC does get decent damage in. That's going to be the cast to get the knockback over onto the Lee Sin. Lee Sin looking to go down right away. Yon drops down to a dot of health. They jump back over onto the Ezreal. Instead, he's able to survive for now. Flashing forward is going to be Ewash. He's trying to find the return kill onto the enemy team. TLM stuck in a bad position. Akatsuki dodges away from the Ziggs ultimate, but he cannot get away from death unless he does. Sona isn't quite able to find that one, but over on the other end, Not Throwing gets killed by BDG, and so BDG come back in with 2 kills off their own, equalizing the kill count. They lose Rift Herald, but they're more than happy with this as they pick up the mid turret as well.
2 things there, by the way. The first one, last minute engaged very well, but the team was not on the same page. When Not Throwing decides to use the cast into body slam, everyone else has to follow up. Jumping in though.
Hextag ultimatum just gonna be used to secure the kill onto the Darius. He can't run away from that one. Joining in is Katsuki with the package. So they pick up 1 kill. A little bit aggressive from Feeder to look to try and pick up the fruits there without the support from his team. It was just Ewash, but Ewash a little bit too far away.
Look at the map. Rift Herald use top side. This is an int. You should be throwing it in the mid lane to take mid tier 1 instead because your top is already down. So by sending this Rift Herald to the top lane, Baron lane rather, it does absolutely nothing. It creates pressure for you to take this Ocean Dragon, but the assumption is, hey, 2 members were already on the Baron tier 1. This is a free dragon anyway, so there's no reason to really drop the Herald there.
Yeah, it felt a little bit pointless. They could have just used it into the mid lane where the wave is going to end up crashing in. But still, they are able to pick up the dragon, so overall, able to come up a little bit ahead there. Still a bit far behind in gold as we do see the CS gap coming through. Not Throwing once again caught in a bad position. Akatsuki will be joining in the cast, but not going to connect onto too much to get the first duck over onto the enemy team. Taking down the Gragas once again, and BDG have just been punishing this jungler on the south last minute.
They don't have the commute here, so BDG could actually force this dive. The assumption here is there is maximum 4 people in the bot side, right? They don't know Seraphine's in the top either, which is why TLM is backing off. The dive from BDG there, if they execute it on an overstaying TLM, TLM instantly loses the game from then on out. It's a 3k gold deficit, but if they manage to find the dive there, if they punish, it becomes a 6k gold deficit.
TLM are able to find 1 more charge on the Rift Herald as BDG look to try and siege on the Dragon turret tier 2. Just gonna back away, waiting for the spawn on this Baron to come up. Both sides are starting to pick up a decent amount of damage. Could look to try and sneak away the Baron if the enemy team doesn't have vision around that end. Next dragon gonna be the Cloud, so it's just gonna be a small little pickup as teams move towards the Elder Drake. We haven't seen all that many games move into the Elder Drake kind of range, most ending around that 2nd Baron mark.
Right now, both teams don't really have the capacity to burst down the Baron, just because the nature of the AD carries are.
But they do have the power to burst down the enemy team as they jump in. Desi goes into the backline to get a Hexa ultimate to try and lock down over onto Feeder. Feeder trying to get away with his life right now, not throwing caught in between 4 members of the opposing team. BDG are able to find a return kill over on that, and Diana comes in with a big moonfall onto the 2 priority targets, but still gets killed off as he doesn't have the support of his team. The AD carry, the marksman on the side of TLM, not in position to dish out the damage that they need, and they get killed off. BDG with a big 3-4-man sweep.
And now they get the Baron granted, and again, you see the issues, these micro decisions trickling into losses because the team is not on the same page. Akatsuki, he's trying to do something here. He's trying to get some damage down, you know, but it's not really gonna stick because Smite is still... Smite isn't available actually. Okay, they should be able to pick this one up. But again, it's these small decisions that TLM have been making that's costing them a lot, right? The way they engage, the way they misposition around these fights, like, you saw the engage coming from TLM. But Akatsuki wasn't there. There's no reason to be fighting that without your marksman around. And time again, it's always been not throwing, it's always been IC Bang forcing, but the rest of the team not there.
Yeah, nowhere to be found. He's still over on the side, just don't have the damage that they need. Even if you take a look over the Death Room right now, just not enough damage. Scaling up with the Raw of Ages is going to take some time, you know, without the Infinity Orb, without additional burst, especially since she's kind of had to go along a bit of a detour, going for the Hourglass enchant to give him a little bit more survivability. That means a little bit less burst damage. And so now TLM have to play things a little bit slower. The bright side is there aren't any major objectives to go for right now, so they can just wait out, clear out these camps, and look to try and stall out the game.
Yuli, by the way, did pick up the Proto Belt, so you could see how aggressive BDG want to play this, right? The Ezreal normally goes for like the Zhonya's enchant, try to get a bit of safety, but the Proto Belt here just signals that they're going to go in full speed. Mark 5 trying to get into the backline as we go again.
Wow, instantly deletes the Diana, now jumping over the Saki, should be able to find a kill with that one. Redemption going to come through, but it's not going to do enough because both players on the side last minute immediately dead. And BDG pick up another turn for their efforts. They're looking to try and turn this into their victory march. Package is going to be used to try and clear out the wave as much as they can. That's going to be the cast, looking to try and displace BDG. Tara looking to go down. Central charge is going to be enough to manage to find that one. A 2-man stun coming in from the Sona. Now looking to try and pick up a little bit more, but he can't dive too deep into the enemy fountain.
Get the inhibitor, now they move back to get the Cloud Dragon, so the soul here should be the Inferno as a Hextech Ultimatum comes up.
Ewash getting a lot of shielding, survives for just enough time for the rest of his team to come in to provide the support that he needs. Zakin ends up walking into the arms of death as BDG accept them wholeheartedly. Now moving forward, they're looking to try and get a catch over onto the Diana. Minions coming in to the Nexus as only 2 members alive on the side of TLM. They're looking to end things off. BDG pick up the first win in this BO3 up against Team Last Minute.
Commiserations to Team Last Minute, but you could see in their final fight, it really encapsulates the mistakes of TLM. The top and jungle just running in recklessly without the team around. IC Bang and not throwing. As his name would, you know, suggest, he's not trying to run it down, but unfortunately in this game, it was the exact opposite. Every time he was engaging, it was by himself or with +1, and that's never the situation you want. The fight has to be started with IC Bang and Desreep and not throwing together. Not 2 members, not 1 member, it has to be 3 engaging at the same time in order to find maximum impact in these fights. And you could see, yes, they got a decent mid-game off, yes, they were able to find some gold advantages, but when it came to these 5-on-5s, they were not on the same page and they got punished.
It felt like TLM were a little bit lost in these engages because they didn't seem to be aware of how much damage they could output at any given point in time, and oftentimes it came down to this 1 to 200 HP difference that could win them the fight or lose them the fight, and they lost the fight because it just didn't seem like they knew the damage output that they had, especially with Gragas going for a bit more of a tanky build, trying to be more utility, trying to be a bit more frontline. They just didn't have the damage to take down BDG.
And compositionally speaking, like if you look at the 5 versus 5, as long as Ewash stays alive, you saw the amount of damage he did, you look at the items he has. If they don't kill the Ziggs, any extended fight goes the way of BDG, right? They're able to just throw out these bouncing bombs and the Hextech minefield to really zone people away. And it's imperative, it was imperative at least, for Team Last Minute to really find a successful first engage. You need to come in and crash onto the Ziggs, instantly take him off the fight. If you want to win, if you want to have any chance of winning the game, they were unable to do so, and as a result, you know, they are now eliminated from playoffs commiserations, but you could see it was just a situation of events that did not work out for them.
Yeah, really tough one for team last minute. They ended up being dropped out from the competition. That is the nature of the best of one. BDG are going to move on, and they will be facing the loser of the match between Alliance and Impunity. BDG have already faced Alliance once before. Are they going to end up facing Impunity
By the way,
as well?
Their head-to-head against Alliance is 6-0 in favor of Alliance. I've just been tracking the stats, right? Every game so far that they've played against Alliance, they've lost. So if I was BDG here, I'd be praying that Alliance wins the upper bracket just so they go up against Impunity and they have a better shot against Impunity. That's my thought process anyway, based on that matchup. So far, so good for BDG. I think the new addition of Yon in the jungle on this Lee Sin has been adding a new aggressive flair to the overall playstyle of BDG. They're not sitting and waiting anymore. You can see even in the itemization how they're approaching fights. When Yon calls for the jump, everyone jumps into it, even to the extent where the Ezreal is building like Protobelt and Chant. Like, you never see that in any other situation. Just because they're calling for these forced fights, they know their windows of strength, and they're really playing around it.
Yeah, really trusting in the team to go in when you make that call. It's kind of the trademark for teams that have a lot more, what's the word? Coordination, I would say. You know, when you start to develop that level of instinct and that level of trust in the team where you're able to follow through with the calls, you know, you don't start up the Baron and then realize it's a bad call halfway through and then back off. You know, you're just going to get wiped regardless. You know, if it's a bad call, you finish the Baron and you just try and pick up whatever pieces are left over. So at least having that kind of really strong shot calling is a good sign for BDG, especially if they're going to be facing Impunity or Alliance in their next set, that best of one. Next, we are going to be moving into our game between TLJ as well as Chicken Can Fly. These two teams, again, a best of one. It's going to be one game to determine the winner, and moving into the next set of the lower brackets. Chicken Can Fly have been the masters of playing from the lower brackets, considering how they managed to claw their way in from the second qualifiers.
It's the dream team made of memes coming in for Chickens Can Fly, and I think this match, like we said earlier in the pregame segment, we were chatting about it, it's going to be a slugfest. It's going to be a bit of a fiesta because both teams have really struggled to find their identity, right? It's the same logic I applied to BDG. Now, after that game, yes, BDG has shown what they're capable of, but between Chickens Can Fly and TLJ, there's no clear, win condition. There's no clear X factor of how they want to play the compositions or how their roster really finds victories, right? It tends to be a bit sloppy. It tends to be somehow we win, like we were just, running around until we win the game. And that's not what I want to see in playoff teams. I hope that within the span of, maybe yesterday to today, they've done their research, they found out what works for them, and if they're able to execute niche compositions.
I mean, that's pretty optimistic. In the span of a night, being able to resolve all those issues.
Hyperbolic time chamber, man.
Hyperbolic time chamber. This is it. The training montage starts up. You get the training music coming in. But that being said, their opponents have had the same amount of time to prepare as well.
Yes.
It's a difficult one. TLJ with their matchup, they showed us some really strong moments against Celestials. It was a very hard-fought match for both sides. A lot of times it looked like TLJ were actually ahead, but it all came down to a few critical moments that cost them the game. And so it's going to be down. If Chicken Can Fly can take down TLJ, they prove that they are on a level that can contest with the likes of Celestials as well. So with this single match, we kind of get put in we kind of get a very good glimpse of the overall power levels in this competition.
You look at both the nameplates on both rosters, right? The players to watch out for Chickens Can Fly is Reverse. I think Reverse has, put on a decent show yesterday. He's the newcomer to the squad. He played mostly Tristana, was able to be very aggressive, but this is the guy you're looking out for on the side of Chickens Can Fly to really carry the game. Whereas for TLJ, I think Hexus and Ludai, this sort of combination between the Baron lane and jungle has been paying off dividends for them. Every time Hexus gets the Darius, he's able to put on a good show. He's a very reliable pillar for this team to go into the mid-game team fights. So that's something that we'll be looking out for TLJ. I won't be surprised if the Darius is like instantly banned here for Chickens Can Fly. They're like, nope, don't want to deal with the Darius, play something else, and then of course Hexus will be defaulted to playing the Garen. Not to mention also TLJ, it's not just a 1-2 man squad, right? Cody also holds his own on the Orianna, so there are additional facets to TLJ.
I feel like Chicken Can Fly could even let the Darius get through the ban phase just to go for the Darius themselves in that first pickup, because we have seen that TLJ, are willing to pick into the Darius matchup and really try and play that one out into a bit of an ego matchup. That being said, though, CCF side, we have seen a lot from Reverse coming in, being able to output a decent amount of damage despite not all too many resources being pumped into him. On their side of TLJ, Hang has been a very solid player in the laning phase. Moving into the mid and late game, a little bit less impact, but when it comes to laning, it feels like he has a very good grasp of what he needs to get done, and so that could actually be a good anchor for the team towards the bot side. Otherwise,
I look at Hing, right? He's the kind of player that's just like super safe, reliable. You know he's gonna be able to do his job in the late game. He plays the Jinx, he plays the Kai'Sa. He doesn't want to go for the early, showboating plays. He just wants to scale up and take over fights. So, like you said, very reliable player, very solid. As the bans come in, Ziggs will be removed by Chickens Can Fly. No surprise there. We saw the power of the Ziggs when left unchecked in team fights. The Diana here is going to be the choice for TLJ. Surprising, because I thought on the red side you'd be more partial to moving towards Galio, Camille, and Gragas, but instead they still prioritize the Diana against Haki. They want to ban out Haki's mid lane.
I mean, we even saw an Ari come out from CCF before, so when you take a look at Haki's champion pool, pretty wide, pretty diverse, has a lot of options. So, getting rid of Diana is really just an indication that they don't want to deal with this specific matchup. Greg is going to be the next ban from CCF, looking to take away some of the stronger picks on the side TLJ, should they go for something like the Darius, maybe it's even something like the Akali early on.
Yep. I think the Darius now, you probably want to pick that up. You don't want to give that over to Hexus, but the Camille ban is right here, and rightfully so. I think it's one of those picks that enables so many scary compositions, right? You can have Camille Galio, Camille Orianna. The threat is there, so just removing it early, taking it off the radar is a good choice for TLJ. Now, first pick here, like we said, Darius is probably going to be the good choice. Otherwise, you could do the Galio. Galio Flex is always good. But Akali here might just be the option for XCP. We saw Ares mechanically play the Akali to perfection. The value of the Akali when it comes to like the matchups against the Darius and the matchups against the Garen, it's very tough to punish the Akali.
Absolutely. I really like the Akali pickup from CCF because it kind of shows the expansion of the champions that they're willing to play going into a specific game. Akali has been able to win out a lot of these matchups, in positions that you would otherwise go something like the Fiora, something like the Darius, which has good lane presence but a lot less team fighting potential and a lot less damage output. Akali kind of fills in that role where not only is she able to win her lane outright, is still able to have impact in the mid to late game by killing off the priority targets on the enemy team. TLJ now looking to try and respond with that Galio Vi combo, a very strong one with a lot of good engage.
They're making the best of their limited resources, because remember we talked about this yesterday. Ludai, he pretty much only plays Vi, Gragas, and Wukong. Surprise, surprise, Gragas is banned out. You don't want to play Wukong open because he's such a low impact jungler unless he builds a composition around him, maybe something like Orianna or Yasuo. Even then it's tough, right? So Vi is the next best option here for TLJ. The combo in the backline, Vi together with heroic entrance on Galio, is very valuable. You can single out a squishy target and chain crowd control the carry until he's dead. In this instance, even something like Ezreal is probably not safe. I do like the Lee Sin here for Chickens Can Fly. Again, starting to see the priority in this jungler. He's fallen off the radar a little bit in terms of the qualifiers, but still extremely potent when it comes down to what he provides, right? Early GA pickup allows you to get into the backline, allows you to Q for your carry too when you have the Dragon's Rage available. Lux now, the next option too. Nerfed a little bit, by the way, during the recent patches, but still relatively good in terms of the value it provides.
Interesting to see that we haven't had any Rengar or Kha'Zix pickups coming in, especially since we've seen some of the other regions starting to adopt those junglers in their jungle matchup. The Lux and Lulu are a little bit different from what we usually see, but considering TLJ have made the Lulu work in their past matches, not all too surprising. Haki, if he picks up this Lux, is effectively playing a different champion in every game of his playoffs. It's a very, very skillful. Well, it's a huge champion pool, right? In a set that is otherwise usually restricted to 1 or 2 champions, being able to rotate between so many, it's very impressive. The question really now comes, how proficient is he at any of these champions, or is it going to go over to Eagle, who in that case is also going to be playing a very wide champion pool in the support role?
Ego so far has demonstrated a preference for Braum Alistair, so the Lux is a bit outside of his comfort range. I feel like if anything, it's a Haki mid lane pickup here for this Lux. The Xayah here, very strong value. We talked about, there you go, the Seraphine. Then might be just the, it might just be the support Seraphine and mid lane Lux or Flex here. But to talk on my earlier point, right? Reverse, we put our attention on this particular carry for Chickens Can Fly. Remember what the value of the Xayah is when it comes to self-peeling and not demanding resources for your team. Think about how TLG are going to be executing their fights. It's Assault and Battery on the backline. If he ever gets caught by the Assault and Battery, Featherstorm actually resets that. The invulnerability prevents Vi from locking you down, and you get this amount of space for yourself. You're able to flash out of the chain CC, and then you're able to pull back the feathers, create space for yourself and allow your team to collapse. So I do like the Xayah here. It's a very smart draft coming in from Chickens Can Fly. The answer is there. Can they play it to perfection is the question.
I mean, even with that, the Featherstorm is also going to still allow the Vi to come in with the Assault and Battery, so Vi is going to be pulled into the depths of the enemy team while he does that, and so it's a very punishing position for Vi, and if you look at the composition from CCF right now, thankfully, Ludai still has a number of options to try and go for, so it's not only restricted to the Xayah, but if they were playing a more tanky composition, then it becomes a big problem because you're always stuck on trying to go on reverse, but then you get caught out and stuck in a bad spot. In the meantime, TLJ round off their composition with that Tristana, and so Tristana in the marksman role, we see Darius going into the Baron lane. So the Darius that we talked about still comes through a little bit delayed, but ultimately going to be the top laner of choice.
Because the Akali was the early pick for Chickens Can Fly, it signals to me that XCP actually knows that, if Darius is open, Hexus is going to play. I know the matchup with Akali into Darius. I feel like I'm able to best him. Like, go even in lane first. And then when it comes to team fights, I do more. Because we talked about this. Akali is one of those picks where you have unfiltered access into the backline. Against Tristana, even against Lulu, it's like, if you hit the proper buttons in the proper order, you still delete the Tristana, you still delete the Lulu. It doesn't matter how much PU she has. Especially because in this iteration of, like, League of Legends, in Wild Rift, it's a lot harder to hit the CC from Lulu because it's no longer a point and click. It's a target spell.
Right, but you still have the wild growth as well as the shoot from the Lulu, so those things alone kind of do equalize things a little bit, but then you're playing sort of half a champion. Lulu has had some very critical moments being able to keep that AD carry alive, and so when you take a look over on the side of TLJ now, Hing has a lot more space to work from because he still has the ultimate, the wild growth from Lulu to keep him alive, whereas Xayah kind of has to be a little bit more self-reliant, using the Featherstorm as the primary disengage tool from the enemy team. But I want to go back to a point that you brought up earlier. We've seen a lot of Braum and Alistar from Chicken Can Fly, but this time they defaulted to an Enchanter in the support role instead. A very big far cry from what we've been seeing from this team overall. Is this an indication for the kind of like changing playstyle that we were expecting to see from Chicken Can Fly, or is this a little bit of desperation as they are trying to pick up this one win?
I think right now it's a shift in terms of their draft, right? Because whenever you have Akali in the game, you never want to take bursty fights. If you play Akali, you will know that she takes about 5 seconds to do maximum damage. Because of the second proc of perfect execution, there's that delay that comes between, the second charge of the perfect execution. So you want to take these slightly delayed fights, and the Seraphine allows you to do that. The Seraphine allows you to reset and dip and dive in and out of fights as the Akali. So it's an enabler here in the sense of allowing XCP to kill off the backline. If you pick something like Braum Alistar, the moment you commit to the fight as Braum Alistar, you become the front line, but it's also a way for TLJ to just immediately disengage after the first wave of jumps, right? So I think it's a smart adaptation strategically speaking. I'm not sure if the discomfort of this is going to be an issue. Right now, Ego is on the Lux instead of the Seraphine. It's the same issue, right? Like, I'm not sure how comfortable he is on these mages when he's been playing tanks the whole time.
Right, whether it's the Seraphine or the Lux, it's a very similar position. Yeah, they have that snare, a little bit of burst damage. Ultimately, it's going to be a similar playstyle, being a squishy type of a support. Decent trade potential against Trox at least, right? Still having quite a bit of burst. They have some good control with the feathers. Now it's really a question of how they end up playing this lane.
You can more or less bet that TLJ's bot lane is a dragon lane rather. It's going to be pretty safe, pretty stable. Like we look at Heng, his value to the team has just been, I don't want to die solo in lane. I want to be able to control my farm, get to the mid game fights, and then start popping off there. Exactly the position of the Tristana.
Wow,
now, actually
aggressive
looking to
jumping
punish.
coming in from Heng. Is looking to get the damage over onto reverse, but coming in over onto the back end is going to be the Lee Sin. First blood over the chicken
man.
can fly. They come back with a vengeance. 2 quick kills down to the bottom lane.
I might have cursed them there a little bit, Grandin, but again, the jungle pathing coming through from the Lee Sin. We've seen this, 2 games in a row now, where the jungler just full clears one side of their, one portion of their jungle, and then moves down to aggressively gank a lane.
Yeah, just walks right in, and you could see TLJ didn't have any idea this was going to happen, end up falling right into the trap from CCF. We talk a little bit about Cheese potential coming in to some of these matches. The flash forward coming in from Axis, the burn
He's gonna bleed.
coming out. Moves over to the fruit, should be able to pick them up just in time. 1 tick away from death. XCP survives to see another fight.
There's a ward here. In fact, there are 2 wards, so they will know that Eagle and Chicken has rotated up towards the Baron lane. XCP now is going to pick up Boots, going to pick up the Haunting Guys. He's moving towards the Leandries, which gives him a percentage max health damage. It's a polymorph here. Reverse is going to get punished because his support is roaming. But the gank from Chicken in the bottom side, though, he picked up majority of the kills. If I'm not wrong, he picked up 2 kills there, so it doesn't give Reverse that much of a lead. He gets control, but he doesn't really find the snowball that he wants. It's 700 gold, yes, it's nice and dandy, but that's largely from the assist as well as the CS he's been picking up. It's not the massive 1 item lead you get 2.5 minutes in.
That's fair, but at least with the Lee Sin being able to pick up those early kills gives him a little bit more leeway to try and build for some damage whilst also going for survivability. So going for that Guardian's Angel can also go for maybe something like the Black Cleaver as well. So just having that a little boost in damage can make a big difference for this Lee Sin. Now they make their way down towards the bot side. They're
Level
going
5.
to use the plant to try and scout out the enemy team. End up using it on the wrong side. That's a great snare over onto 2, but coming in over on the other end is going to be the Vi. Ludai in position to try and prevent this dive. TLJ with a good response stops CCF in their tracks.
XCP actually gets caught by the Noxian Guillotine. He's not going to bleed out, so in terms of ultimate trades, XCP actually is coming out ahead because now Hexus does not have the Noxian Guillotine, can't go for those 1v1 trades. XCP is just holding his own in the top side. Even though he almost died earlier, he's still doing relatively well. Hexus not finding the advantages we normally see when he's on Darius.
Down to the bot side, they're looking for a gank back over onto the enemy team. CCF losing a lot of HP
Oh
right
my
away.
God.
Eagle almost gets taken down. They're jumping back in reverse, looking to try and take down the enemy support, but get caught in a bad position and lose your life. Reverse gets killed off by the enemy side. TLJ gonna be happy with this pickup.
It picks up the early Mortal Reminder instead of... Okay, this is an interesting build. Not particularly... I'm not a big fan of this, especially because there's not a lot of healing and a lot of armor being built right now, so the value isn't really there. You generally do want like a flat AD attack speed stats right now as opposed to like the Mortal Reminder.
Dragon spawned up. It's going to be the Ocean Drake. Both sides looking to try and position a little bit around it right now. Looking for some damage over the enemy team. Should be able to take down Trox right away. Moving forward, reverse in an aggressive position. Uses the Fiddlestorm to try and dish out some damage while also having some survivability. XCP jumps into the back line. A big 3-man encore. Gets the catch over onto TLJ. The fight splits up into 2 directions. They're looking to try and pick up 1 on the other end. They managed to take down the Xayah. 3 dead on the side of TLJ already. Now they're back onto Ludai. 3 members collapsing onto this enemy Vi. The jungler is dead on the side of TLJ. And now the blue team CCF walk right over to this dragon.
You can see the value of the Lux and the Seraphine, right? It took so long to kill off XCP. He's able to get the time and the space to use the perfect execution, the full suite of skills on Akali. This is exactly what we're talking about. The fights have to be extended for Akali to get value, and really right there, they're able to just punish a
Cody
good 2-man
coming
pod,
back
they
in.
get
He
the kill.
finds a return kill onto the enemy side. Eagle goes down. So for now, CCF going to be content picking up the dragon and a couple more kills to their name. But good response from TLJ just to try and pick up that exit kill.
If you're TLJ now, how do you win these fights? The answer is you have to burst down either the Seraphine or the Lux. Vi has to start the fight together with Hexes and single out these, squishy mages in order to take these fights. Because the only reason Chickens Can Fly are winning these long-term engagements is because of the heal. It's because of the shield coming out from the Lux, right? They provide so much effective health that CCF can kite in and out of fights and feel completely comfortable just dueling.
Locket coming in from the Seraphine, actually. So even in this mid lane, Haki actually looking to go for a little bit more utility to try and provide some support for the team, where CC Eagle hasn't quite been able to pick up the active item just yet. Now CCF rotate over to this Rift Herald to try and pick this one up, the first one of the game. Ludai down towards the bot side means this Rift Herald is a free pickup for CCF here.
The Rift Herald translates to mid-tier 1, I believe, so that's actually a better trade for CCF than TLJ. Yes, they get the first turret bonus, but this Rift Herald is going to be used to open up the map. Don't drop it in top, don't drop it in Baron, drop it in mid-tier 1.
Should be able to use it there. I think for now they're just going to try and do a pretty simple siege. You do manage to get the upper hand over on the Eagle. Hero Extras coming in, get the knock up right onto the Lee Sin. They're chasing over into the back line. The Feather's Recall going to be used, dishing out a lot of damage onto the Darius. The flash away coming in for the Lee Sin. He still has Guardian Angel to provide him some safety. Seraphine joining into the fight. They get the root over onto Cody. Now try and turn things around on its head. TLJ just going to be content with taking away a number of critical spells away from the enemy team.
Lee Sin made a misplay there. Even though it looks super flashy, he got the insect off, but he actually kicked the Darius into his squishies. That's not what you want. Like, putting the Darius into an auto attack range of the Lux and Xayah is about the worst thing you could do. So I think that was a small misplay coming from CCF. Instead, he could have just used the safeguard to exit the fight and not waste his Guardian Angel, as a reverse is probably going to die here.
Hexus joining back into the fight. He's going to come in now, going to use the Feather Recall to get a lot of damage over onto Hang. Should be able to take this one down. Finds one, looking for a potential second, but Hex is still waiting in the brush over on the other end. Flashes in onto Reverse. Reverse has the barrier to keep him alive for a little bit longer, jumping in. It's XCP who gets the return kill, and the rest of the team in the flanks waiting for this kill. A double for this top laner.
Just the final spark, a little bit of fireworks to celebrate the turn there, and Reverse actually played that so well. I said he was dead because you could chain CC the Xayah before she even gets the Feather Storm off. Because there were no minions under the turret, you polymorph and then instantly blow her up, but that wasn't communicated across TLJ. They misplayed their crowd control, and because of that, they lose a lot in the Baron lane, and now the focus is here for CCF. Everyone has arrived except Xayah. They're just going to back off. They know they have control of this area. The dragon is going to be spawning in about a minute or so, as Hexus is going to walk mid, clear the wave out. CCF actually scaling pretty well, in terms of what they're looking to do in the late game fights. They have a lot of effective help, like I said, from the Seraphine, from the Lux, and Reverse is getting to a power point. XCP, he's going to start threatening these dives. Every time he has perfect execution, he's going to be looking for a kill.
Absolutely. Has the Lich Bane as well, so that's a lot of additional damage that they can find onto the enemy team. Dragon coming up in about half a minute at this point, and so 4-5 members up towards the Baron side on TLJ. Not sure if they want to be here. Don't have much vision control around this Dragon. They're going to have to make the rotate over it now, as they're trying to move over to try and contest this Dragon.
Two things I'm looking for is the TP enchant on Hexus and a wave for Ludai to get into the backline. Maybe a GA, maybe a Righteous Glory enchant, because he needs to be using the Assault and Battery on the Lux, on the Seraphine. If he doesn't get that, you have to imagine that TLJ just straight up loses the fight. So I want to see the items here, whether Darius does have... Yep, he's going to come in with the arrival, come in with the TP rather.
Yeah, fight starting to break out. Dragon is going to be started up by CCF. They use the Rift Herald mid lane, so that buys him a little bit of time. The Dragon resets, so they're back into the pit, trying to find this one. Haxus gets rooted up right away. Looking, trying to find damage that they can. The Wild Grove coming in. It's a big 4-man encore. Now they're looking for the fight, jumping into the backline, trying to take down Heng and into their own side. CCF kiting away and dishing out damage to the front line of the side of TLJ, sending them running. Ludai gets out with his life, Cody as well, but they lose this Dragon, and it's a massive fight for CCF. Even if they don't pick up the kills, they say, we don't need that. We're gonna win the game without it.
You see the problem there? Seraphine and Lux are just completely untouched in that fight. They're healing, they're throwing out shields, and for XCP and Chicken to just jump in, they're completely fine because they know they're gonna get healed back up. They're gonna get shielded. All the damage just doesn't stick for the TLJ side. They're back to full health now. They're running down to Baron. The only thing they're missing is mana, right? The big problem now is they don't have the mana to just keep these things going, but you can see they're just giving the blue buff over. It has to be going over to Haki as an XCP. We'll have the shuriken flip, just flashes over.
Yeah, gets out of that sticky spot. TLJ can't find the kill there. They do have to expand Haxus's flash as well, and so the flash apprehend gone is actually a pretty substantial tool. Of course, XCP not having the flash removes a little bit of mobility from them. Now CCF have a pretty good window to try and recall. They can come back up to pressure and position around this Baron once they have done their reset.
Blue buff did go the way of Haki like I predicted, so now he's gonna have like infinite mana potentially in these fights, just because he's going to be holding his own in the back line. As long as that blue buff is still available, he's going to be able to sustain for his team and completely keep them completely topped up. Even when for the early Rebelion's death cap, because the scaling on the heal and scaling on the damage is pretty decent, so he only needs 2 items and a locket enchant here to really just contribute to his team, right? All he has to do, shoot them up, hit these clutch encores, and win the fight for his team.
Yeah, clutch encores are honestly the name of the game here. CCF have had some incredibly impactful ultimates coming through overall. Now we're already starting to see the Rabadons come in, so the damage output definitely not something to laugh about either.
Also, the harmonic echo on the Lux is such a value item because your prismatic barrier, the shield, goes back and forth. Like, so it goes forward one time shielding, on the way back it shields also. So there's a lot of value from the harmonic echo. You do a lot of innate damage from your binding and your basic Q. So overall, he charges up the harmonic echo pretty quickly, and as a result, he's going to be shielding his team and healing them up quite significantly.
TLJ going a little bit aggressive into the CCF jungle there. We'll have to see if CCF have anything in mind to try and punish this. Otherwise, we'll not be able to find a pick on the enemy side so easily here.
Not sure if you noticed, but Akali does not have TP enchant. So this could be a bad fight if Darius decides to join
Jumping in is a great engage over onto the enemy team. Hax is going to use his teleport, join into the fight. Hero Entry is going to be used. It does not manage to connect onto much though. TLJ loses a lot of health over on the side of Lulu, jumping in deep. It's going through the Lee Sin. Chicken cannot find the reset that he wants, ends up losing a lot of health, has to flash away, still survives though. And both sides at a stalemate. They can't pick up anything more than they want to.
It was the perfect and only window for TLJ to do that, by the way, because they have the TP advantage on Hexus. It's unfortunate they were unable to convert, and again, this is the idea of not being on the same page. They didn't layer their crowd control properly. Hexus had the flash, did not commit to using flash apprehend into a taunt. Cody could have followed up too, but there was no trust on the TLJ side. There was no layer of CC on the TLJ side. Had they forced that fully with the 5-man squad, because the Akali wasn't there, you could imagine how they win that fight and move over to Baron. So TLJ, they missed their one and only opportunity. Now they will get punished.
But instead, they just walk into the arms of CCF, and CCF are more than happy to try and force out as much as they can from the enemy team. TLJ lose the Wild Growth, the barrier from hanging as well. Now they're going to position right around this Baron. XCP trying to trade back against Cody, but Cody with a significant amount of damage forces the Akali away. Dragon to be spawning up in about 20 seconds. Objectives all around the map and across the board, and they're all for CCF to pick up now. They can just rotate over, pick up the Dragon, pick up the Baron. Darius trying to push the bot lane, but it's XCP come to respawn.
Just want to say, we're ranking Akali mechanics, right? Yesterday, Ares was like a solid 10 out of 10. He hit everything he needed to. All the 5-point strikes were on the maximum range. This time, XCP is missing quite a few of the 5-point strikes, so if I had to rate him, I'll give him like a solid 7.5, maybe 7. He's not maximizing his damage in these fights. He's also not animation cancelling as well as you would imagine Akali could. Like, a big thing Akali players do, especially the one-tricks, is they... Oh, hold on.
Engage coming back in as they look trying to take that Haki. Haki looking to go down right away. It's good damage coming in overall. Hex is now trying to walk in onto the enemy side. XCP jumps in, but not sure that's what he wants. A big 2-man taunt coming in from Cody. They jump onto Eagle. Eagle's gonna go down. Surely the laser will not be able to come through in time. Reverse still able to kite away from the enemy team. The Wild Growth gonna be used as a triple for XCP as he goes dominating, chasing after these last 2 kills on the other side. TLJ running for their lives. They're gonna get taken down. Trux does manage to get out, but surely they find Ludai in this position here. 5-point strike just for good measure. They go godlike, they pick up the Dragon, and CCF turn a fight that looked disastrous for them into one that went amazing.
You know what the big problem is there? after you pick up the Seraphine, you shouldn't fight anymore because she is like majority of the sustain, majority of the re-engage for CCF. So after TLJ picked up the Seraphine, they should have reset, backed off, and then moved to the Dragon and baited CCF in. Instead, they overcommit and they lost sight of Hing. Like the Tristana was left alone, he immediately died to XCP, and that's something you have to respect. Like even though you kill the Seraphine, XCP is always going to be on the backline, right? So you need to get a pick, reset, and then force them to check into you. Now they're walking into this Baron. It should be going down here. CCF manages to pick it up, they'll find the backline. XCP manages to get away too. So they pick up the Baron without losing anything, and that is a huge advantage for Chickens Can Fly.
Baron and Dragon in their pocket after a great play to respond to the fight from TLJ, and TLJ, you know, went a little bit trigger happy. They had a good fight, they had a good moment. It looked like they found exactly what they needed, with Cody flashing with that two-man taunt onto those priority targets. Reverse barely getting away with his life there. A little bit more damage would have meant he went down for sure. But XCP left unchecked, untargeted, means that he was able to go and kill out the very substantial backline of TLJ. And so once all the damage he just did, and it's down to Ludai and Trox, they just have no means to try and fight back. Now,
Look at his items right now. It's Lich Bane and Infinity Orb, right? So anytime he casts a spell, his auto attacks actually chunk for a lot. And the second cast of the perfect execution, if you're at 50% HP, you instantly die. As long as you're a squishy, if you're below 50%, he will kill you with the second cast of his ult. So you have to be very careful spacing around the Akali right now.
The Akali is going to become a pretty big split push threat going into the bot lane, setting things up for the team. Hockey going to be the target of focus coming in from Ludai. TLJ look to try and turn this fight around. Good charm over on the two of the feathers coming in. Takes down Cody right away. He goes golden and tries to survive a little bit longer, but still ends up dead. Now TLJ have to try and back away. They just cannot prevent this push coming in. The victory march coming out from CCP as they walk straight through the mid lane. XCP a little bit far away. Might be looking to try and join the team as they try and siege up this Nexus now. 3k left on the Nexus. A few hits going down. Bottom side tower going to be picked up as CCF are just going to be content with that one. Minion waves crashing in. Still pretty long death time on Cody's side. Axis jumping in. Nice apprehend onto multiple members on the side of CCF, but he just cannot do much. There's nothing left for TLJ as CCF pick up this game.
The Doge meme will not melt this dream team, Grandin, as Chickens Can Fly to advance in the lower bracket again. They're looking for that dream run in through the lower bracket, but it's going to be a tough one because you think about who they have to face in the future. It does not look like it's an easy shot for them. I like the dynamic coming in from XCP and the whole of Chickens Can Fly this time. This draft is not something we've seen a lot in the past, but they've managed to make, you know, alterations. They made adjustments to open up their champion pools. And even though it feels uncomfortable, even though we haven't seen it, Eagle on this Lux and Haki on this Seraphine are starting to show that they are true contenders in this playoffs.
I think that's exactly it, right? Having seen a pretty substantial increase in the champions that CCF have in store for us, being able to play the Akali, being able to bring out the Lux in the support role is really a good sign. So CCF, you know, even though you had some criticisms for XCP not really being able to play Akali to its maximum potential, I still feel like being able to play multiple champions to that 7.5 degree just opens up so many possibilities because we saw how Darius fared against the Akali once we moved into the later stages of the game. So being able to just diversify and open up the champion pool, even if it doesn't mean that he's exactly precise, is still a really good sign for CCF, and I think they have a good chance moving into the next set.
Subbing in Reverse, like, you know, with the removal of Hiri and bringing Reverse in, he looks like a lot more of a stable marksman too when it comes to carrying the game. You notice his item build was more about utility as opposed to damage. First item, Mortal Reminder. What does that tell you? He just wants to cut the healing, he just wants to be like outputting raw damage. It doesn't matter if he's not popping crits, it doesn't matter if he's not hitting these big Featherstorm into Blade Caller combos, because all he needs to do is stay alive, auto attack people, just, you know, make sure the damage is there, his team is able to carry his desire.
Yeah, they're just looking to try and have Reverse play for a bit more of a utility position, you know, since he has the Feather Storm, a little bit more space to kind of work around, not too concerned about the Vine jumping in. We saw Ludai got a little bit desperate, opportunities that he didn't really have to go for, jumps in on the likes of like Hockey, but still ends up going down in a lot of these situations. We're going to take a quick look at exactly those moments in the past two sets as we checked out the games between BDG and Last Minute and TLJ versus Chicken Can Fly. They jump back over onto the Ezreal. Instead, he's able to survive for now. Flashing forward is going to be Ewash. He's trying to find the return kill onto the enemy team. TOM stuck in a bad position. Akatsuki dodges away from the Ziggs ultimate, but he cannot get away from death unless he does. Sona isn't quite able to find that one, but over on the other end, Not Throwing gets killed by BDG, and so BDG come back in with 2 kills off their own.
Just because the nature of the AD carries are.
But they do have the power to burst down the enemy team as they jump in. Desi goes into the backline to get a Hexa ultimate to try and lock down over onto Feeder. Feeder trying to get away with his life right now, Not Throwing caught in between 4 members of the opposing team. BDG are able to find a return kill over on that end. Diana comes in with a big moonfall onto the 2 priority targets, but still gets killed off as he doesn't have the support of his team. The AD carry, the marksman on the side of TOM, not in position to dish out the damage that they need, and they get killed off. BDG with a big 3-4-man sweep. Sides looking to try and position a little bit around it right now, looking for some damage over the enemy team. Should be able to take down Trox right away, moving forward, reverse in an aggressive position, uses the Fiddle Storm to try and dish out some damage while also having some survivability. XCP jumps into the back line, a big 3-man encore, gets the catch over on the TLJ. The fight splits up into 2 directions. They're looking to try and pick up 1 on the other end. They managed to take down the Xayah. 3 dead on the side of TLJ already. Now they're back onto Ludai. 3 members collapsing onto this enemy Vi. The jungler is dead on the side of TLJ, and now the blue team CCF walk right over to this dragon. Into the fight, he's going to come in now, going to use the Feather Recall to get a lot of damage over onto Hang. Should be able to take this one down. Finds one, looking for a potential second, but Hax is still waiting in the brush over on the other end. Flashes in onto Reverse. Reverse has the barrier to keep him alive for a little bit longer, jumping in. It's XCP who gets the return kill, and the rest of the team in the flanks waiting for this kill. A double for this top laner.
Just the final.
So that buys him a little bit of time. The dragon resets, so they're back into the pit, trying to find this one. Haxes get rooted up right away. Looking to try to find damage that they can. The Wild Grove coming in. It's a big 4-man encore. Now they're looking for the fight, jumping into the backline, trying to take down Heng and into their own side. CCF kiting away and dishing out damage to the front line of the side of TLJ, sending them running. Ludai gets out with his life, Cody as well, but they lose this dragon, and it's a massive fight for CCF. Even if they don't pick up the kills, they say, we don't need that. We're gonna win the game without it. Right away, it's good damage coming in overall. Hex is now trying to walk in onto the enemy side. XCP jumps in, but not sure that's what he wants. A big 2-man taunt coming in from Cody. They jump onto Eagle. Eagle's gonna go down. Surely the laser would not be able to come through in time. Reverse still able to kite away from the enemy team. The Wild is gonna be used. It's a triple for XCP as he goes dominating, chasing after these last 2 kills on the other side. TLJ running for their lives. They're gonna get taken down. Trux does manage to get out, but surely they find Ludai in this position here. 5-point strike just for good measure. It's big as CCF are just going to be content with that one. Minion waves crashing in. Still pretty long death times on Cody's side. Hex is jumping in. Nice apprehend onto multiple members on the side of CCF, but he just cannot do much. There's nothing left for TLJ as CCF pick up this game. Just a great set coming in for Chicken Can Fly, looking to try to make the miracle run from the lower bracket once again, at being able to take down TLJ. Still, a very impressive from TLJ to come in through all of this. You could really see their preparation in play here, even in their matchups. It wasn't an easy run for them, but they still managed to come pretty far, going all the way into the playoffs. They do end up dropping this match, so that's going to be the end of their run. But still, great job from these teams so far.
2 teams have been eliminated, 6 left in the playoffs, and the next best of 3 is going to be a preview of the grand finals. It's Alliance going up against Impunity Esports. Now, I'm excited to see that one, especially because it's a BO3, and the loser of that, of course, is going to be playing against BDG in the lower bracket. The winner advances into the upper bracket finals, so a lot at stake. And even if you lose, you know, you have a second chance, you have a second win in the lower bracket.
Yeah, so it's something to look forward to as we watch out for that one. The loser of the game between Alliance and Impunity will end up facing the BDG in the lower brackets as well. We'll get to see that coming in the later half of the day. That being said, we're going to jump into a quick little break before that. If you guys want to grab 100+, as always, this broadcast is brought to you guys by our drink sponsor 100+, and by Secretlab and our partners at Elephant for making this broadcast happen. We're going to a quick little break. We'll be right back and back into the action with Alliance versus Impunity. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Coming at you live, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, 'cause that's what the baddest do. Never going back, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules
you can outshoot me?
Captain Chemo on duty. Let's do it.
Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock.
Dust 'em, Pix.
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Oh, John, you have?
The
yeah.
IMP versus
yeah.
Oh shit! Oh my god, that game!
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god!
They show the game.
Oh yeah. Like, oh my god, that game. The MBL versus IMP. Like, straight after that game is 100% won by them.
It's
And
so
after
boring.
then after they throw the game, I instantly go tweet 2 clowns emoji. It's so. Oh yeah, that game. It's really funny. It will go down in history.
Our favorite moment, it will be the game that we didn't play and we won.
yeah.
The best game ever.
What I'm amazed more of is like how the top teams they actually managed to pull off drafts that we wouldn't think to work out, and that's the more surprising thing that actually kept me to watch their games. Yeah, an example would be like games from like Team Secret, whereby they actually pull off like the double heal and shield draft, whereby they drafted like a Seraphine and Sona or a Seraphine and Lux. That's when like it was like a final comp where we didn't think that this comp would actually turn out so well, and it actually won them the game in their qualifier stage.
I think it's not really. If you were to pick a moment, I think I would actually still pick our own team one, because literally that one game that we did, that one backdoor and had a huge comeback, was really making us sweaty. It's like it was damn intense. At that comps at that point in time was very like, how I say, very very active. It's like trying to come back from the huge goal lead was actually quite hard for us also, to be honest. And we tried to come back with our team fight, cause we literally picked like team fight comp, and at that point in time, every team fight we do, we basically just lose out. And after that one, and we realized that the enemy was starting to giving us some kills at that point in time. We realized that it might be the time to come back. But after that, we went for the Baron play, and it actually turned out bad for us, to be honest. And we almost got the loss, and it eventually led to the Elder Dragon, which we just ended with a backdoor. It was kind of making us anxious also. Yeah, it's like when we were playing the game, the last Elder fight was really what we thought was really our last fight. We really think that is our last fight already, and we just gonna give it our best throughout the fight, and it end well.
Yeah, we went to it. We were like, okay, this is gotta be this is down to the wire. We're gonna play our best fight in our lives, and then suddenly we see a Diana backdoor, and then from winning the fight, we're all just like, guys, stop the backs! And then we managed to somehow win with the Diana backdoor. But I think like another moment that was really intense was like when J4 was against I think 2 or 3 people in the base. Like the Nexus was getting down to 400 HP, and then J4 did a Q through 3 minions. He killed 2 of them, and he smited the last one. So the Corki was just sitting the base, and then there was no minions left at the last second, and that was pretty intense. It was like, if that smite landed on someone else, I think the game would have been over right there. Yeah, so that was pretty intense.
For me, that moment would be the game against Impunity versus Noblesse Gaming, where the Dino actually backdoor and punish the opponent team.
Elder Dragon.
As they were rushing for the Elder Dragon. That was a really epic moment for me. So it was a very big misplay that cost them the game.
I think for me, in a way, we were lucky to have faced it early. But our very first game of the Icon series, we actually dropped the game when we were so far ahead. I think we had like a 7k or 8k goal lead, and then we just kind of threw it, and the opponent team just capitalized on that mistake and won us. So that was the only game we dropped in the qualifiers for the Icon series. So thus far. So I think from that it's very memorable, because basically it tells me that, you know what, we got to tighten our gameplay. We cannot afford to give any slip-ups, because we could be punished very heavily from it, and it could be something where we just throw the lead and we just cannot come back from it afterwards. So right now, I think for me, I'm a little bit more careful when it comes to the shot calling and the drafting.
For me, the best moment is winning CSG 2-0 CSG, because before that I thought we will lose 0-2 to them. Then after that we try our best, and lucky win. Luckily.
We're proud of ourselves for winning. Yeah. Everybody told us to just try our best. Everybody, I mean, even for us, we didn't think that we'll win, but somehow we managed to pull it through. And I think it was a pleasant surprise for all of us. We really wasn't expecting that because they were coming into the Icon series as such a strong team. Because from the qualifiers one, their results were pretty good as well. So I think that was something that we both kind of dreaded and at the same time look forward to.
I don't really think there is a single moment that I like the most. I just enjoy all of the games that we as a team played together because we just joined these qualifiers last minute out of like nowhere. We just formed a team one day before actually on the day of the deadline of the registration, we formed the team just in a few hours, and we didn't expect to get this far, but the games we played so far were all quite fun, so I would say that all of the games are enjoyable for us.
Ravens, Katarina, Pentakill in the game. Alliance Raven.
Sword backdooring our base.
Or Impunity.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. It's okay. It's really okay. Impunity we gotta smash you out, okay?
That's right.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Gotta train hard, Impunity. We are here for you.
But even before Noblesse get the shot at revenge at Impunity, they first have to go and face their own matchup coming in the next game. For now, it's Alliance versus Impunity, a bit of a teaser towards that grand finals. The loser of this game goes into the lower brackets and has to claw their way back in a sets of best of ones. For now, this best of three is going to dictate the pace of the game. Both teams moving pretty much neck and neck, generally regarded as the two strongest teams in the region. It's been a long journey for both sides. They qualified since the first qualifiers for the C Icon series in Singapore. That doesn't mean their journey stopped there, that they've had to keep grinding, keep practicing, and get to the point that they are now, and they're looking to try and pick up this win where they can.
You say it's a long journey, right? Alliance pretty much speed ran their qualifiers, so...
Fair enough.
I saw Shinsukai in the chat, he was like, you know, if you're looking to support Alliance, stay tuned because their next match is up. And to be very honest, when I think about, you know, both these teams, yes, you're right, they're the top two, you know, expected top two teams to emerge out of the playoffs. Noblesse and Celestial are very close behind them, so I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, we see an upset coming in. You can see on your screen the upper brackets presented by 100+. Impunity Esports versus the Alliance is going to be our next best of three, and following that we'll have Celestials SG going up against Noblesse Gaming. And these are the top four teams I had in my power rankings. I'm very happy to see them kind of play it out as it is. At least, you know, at the end of these two BO3s, one of each team is going to be dropping down to the lower brackets, and that's when the fight continues. That's when it gets a bit more sweaty. We'll have to see how that one plays out. I believe the team should be ready. They should be going to game soon, so I don't want to delay. Impunity Esports versus the Alliance. This is the title card, if you guys are into that.
I mean, let's see what we have in store for us, but what we have in store for you guys is actually going to be a very nice Secretlab Titan chair in the League of Legends series. And to win that, all you have to do is go and clip any of the three major plays that we have highlighted on our Facebook page. But for you guys that are a little bit lazy, I'm going to tell you what they are right now. It's either a Baron steal or a Dragon steal, a backdoor victory, or a pentakill. So clip any one of those, stand a chance to win League of Legends collection chair for yourself. I think they come in very nice sets. They even have the KDA versions for you die-hard KDA fans there.
If Raven plays Katarina again, you know, there's every opportunity for a pentakill. This guy has done it once. No surprise if he does it again. Should be some awesome stuff coming in. Just to give an analytical prelude, right? You talked about, oh, well, Rengar and Kha'Zix hasn't been picked up at all in Icon Series Singapore so far. I have a strong feeling that it's in Shinsekai's wheelhouse, you know, to play the Rengar jungle here.
I mean, it's big flex from Raven if he pulls out the Katarina again, because, you know, it's not an easy champion to try and play for. You can see the full roster here. Glaciox as kind of that coach slash sub position. Oh yeah, CWJ.
I think he's better as a coach, to be very honest.
And CWJ.
No flame, no shade.
Yeah.
All love.
all love. I know you've been on a couple of his streams before. Talked to the guy a lot. What the
Dude, the guy's like
Alliance
400 IQ.
So what's the total IQ of Alliance here then? So that's the question, right?
Well, might well be over 9,000, man. I
Over
have a feeling, you know.
Wow. So Glacius only gets like 400 out of 9,000. That hungry.
Shinsekai, big brain juggler,
Shinsekai
right?
alone
CWG in the very
is like
late.
9,000, right? And then like the rest just barely push it over 9,000.
The big thing about this team too is not just the brains, right? Mechanically, they're all very solid, and I want to highlight this bot lane, Coden Feet and Rich in the Dragon lane. This is a duo that has worked together in the past. If you guys follow PCS, the Sea Serpents, one of the teams that they play on together. By far, the best Dragon lane in Icon Series Singapore, possibly in Southeast Asia by my measure, because the way Coden Feet plays, you know, particularly Kaiser, he's so comfortable dashing in with the killer instinct and cleaning up fights. The way they set up around him too is something to notice. And Shinsekai, he's a very aggressive jungler too, which plays into the way Alliance want to dominate the game. You'll see him for the most part play things like Lee Sin, play things like Camille, and he'll go like first item GA and just dive the backline.
Alliance, you know, when you talk about mechanics, I think they're second to none in Singapore right now. And, you know, that goes both ways. It can be a really good thing. It could also be a really bad thing. You know, on the good way, they continue to win out their matches. In a bad sense, they don't really have a good benchmark to try and test it on. The next best bet is probably going to be Impunity. And this team has been coming in a little bit undervalued because they've been constantly compared to the likes of Alliance. But when you take a look at the roster overall, they are still a pretty stacked team with a lot of experience under their belts.
The roles here are a bit old, I believe. Impunity Esports has swapped it up a little bit. So, Cordova in the Baron lane, that is correct. Swirl in the mid lane, that is still correct. Spaghetti was playing ADC, and Scarlet Petal was playing support yesterday, whereas Wildball was in the jungle. So, there have been some changes, and for the better, I would imagine, because Scarlet Petal on the support had a very impactful 2 games yesterday in his series where he was playing these early aggressive initiators, and he picked up these early enchants to really make his presence felt on the map.
Why flex champions where you could just flex the players? And they are moving across the board right now. And I feel like Impunity have found a really good position and a really good spot for themselves coming into this semifinals against Alliance. It's going to be a tough one for sure. Impunity have been a little bit of a underdog when you take a look at Alliance overall, but hopefully
like
with
living
this
in the shadow of Alliance, right?
Yeah, hopefully with this switch, they're going to find a little bit of a better footing. This time right now, Impunity is going to be on the blue side, so they're going to be able to start things off with that high priority first pick. Might want to get rid of something like the Akali to take that away from Alliance overall. It's a little bit difficult if you give away priority picks like Akali, like even maybe the Katarina, and that's a big question. You have so many things you want to ban out, but you only have these 2 picks.
The Lee Sin is the proper ban here. Against Shinsekai, you have to remove the Lee Sin. That guy is just a monster in the Lee Sin, right? Alliance here, what they're going to be doing is removing flex picks that Impunity can abuse. So for example, the Gragas, the Galio, these things that can be picked up early but don't give any information away. It makes it a bit tough for Alliance to really draft along their against their opponents. So if you see the Galio here, by any measure, the next ban is either going to be the Gragas or the Camille. You have to imagine, as Ziggs will be banned out against Raven here. Not particularly a strong, not a favorite pick of Ravens, but a strong meta pick nonetheless.
Yeah, Raven could work with the Ziggs. They just want to get rid of any additional utility if it means that Alliance can just kind of run them down across the lanes. Don't really want to have to deal with a Ziggs Tristana combo, for example. So get rid of that right away. Alliance, like you mentioned, going to get rid of things like the Galio, like the Camille, like the Gragas, so they don't have to deal with a lot of the flex picks coming in from Impunity. And now on Impunity side, they could look to try and take away something. Alright, Gragas, Gragas seems like a pretty obvious option here, but it does leave open a couple of strong points for Alliance as well.
This is why I was theory crafting and hinting that Shinsekai might actually play the Rengar, even though into Gragas jungle it's a tough matchup. When you removed all Shinsekai's pools, so far to date he's played Camille, Lee Sin, and Gragas. What is left? And Rengar seems to be the fit for Shinsekai here, as he's hovering. The support pick here for Rich the Janna, it's something that he's prioritized very heavily in the past, and it fits his theme of how he plays. Super aggressive, by the way. You see him do nonsense like just flash ignite the ADC to start a fight. Like, he'll do stuff like that, and even though it seems like it might not make sense, it's very much in Alliance's wheelhouse. As the Rengar immediately locked in. Call me a prophet, Grennan. I predicted this all along.
All praise the prophet hungry. He comes in with the Rengar picked up. Let's see what else they have in store for us here. right now it's up into Impunity. They have some pretty good responses. Diana is going to be one of them. So that could go into maybe like a jungle, and they could still go for something else in the mid lane if they still wanted to. So overall, a lot of flexibility in Impunity's side, whereas Alliance a little bit more one-dimensional. But these are picks that are generally not seen as much from a lot of these games.
The problem here is because you showed Diana Corki, you don't have the flex potential unless you want to send Diana into the jungle like you said. It's supposed to be Diana mid Corki ADC here, but because Kai'Sa is open, you can imagine that Coden Feet definitely wants that. Is CWJ is just going to lock in the Garen here. The Garen, although an unorthodox pick, is just very simple to execute. You think about what he wants to provide to his team. Strong front line, a good follow-up to kill off whoever Rengar doesn't finish with the execution. Although Coden Fee is hovering Xayah here, I do feel like Kai'Sa is probably the better pick.
I suppose the added benefit of Garen is just being able to regenerate and reset in a lot of these fights, especially these extended skirmishes, being able to act as the front line and not having to recall to just hover by the objective, hover by the side and still be able to regenerate can definitely be proved to be a very effective boost for Alliance. For now, let's take a look at Impunity once again, because Olaf is going to be the next pickup. Something a little bit less seen. We see things like the Javan a little bit more favored. Instead, Olaf going to be picked up, and so a pretty clear cut at this point where Impunity wants to bring the Corki and the Diana, so now lacking a bit of a support pick. Scarlet Petal continues with this Alistar, something he played incredibly well against their match against TLM.
Remember we were talking about this during qualifiers too, I believe. Alistar into any range support like the Janna, like the Lulu, tends to be very annoying because you get poked down lane and your engage is disabled by the Howling Gale from the Janna, so that's a tough matchup for Scarlet Petal in the Dragon lane. The last pick here, the Akali for Raven, this is designed to let Alliance pop off, right? So a lot of the onus now is actually on Raven and Coden Feet because CWJ, he's just going to be a tank. He's just going to be sustaining and holding his own in the lane. Where we expect the damage to come from is from Raven, and Shinsekai is going to be playing towards the mid lane. This 2v2 duo heavily favors Raven and Shinsekai because of how aggressive and how early their damage is unlocked. Think about what Olaf and Diana does, right? They don't have the upfront like burst as opposed to the Akali Rengar. So unless they're able to weather the first wave of damage, they generally do lose these 2v2s.
Impunity as well going to have a few windows to try to work from, though. Just the fact that they have the Corki package does mean that they have some space to try to find impactful finds, but like you mentioned, when you look at the damage with timings overall, Alliance definitely hit them a lot earlier. So Impunity playing with much tighter windows, but instead, because of that, they also have some very high points. And so going around that Dragon, around the Rift Herald, they could potentially look for some very decisive finds that set them enough of a lead ahead that they could look to try and pick up the game against Alliance. But for now, as we set things up and get ready, I want to hear your thoughts, Hungry. Who do you think is going to be able to pick up the first game, judging from the drafts we've seen so far?
Draft, if you take off the nameplates, I do favor the Impunity draft a little better just because they have Gragas and Alistar, which is so strong when it comes down to 5v5s, right? But knowing Alliance, knowing that they're able to recognize opponent win conditions, mechanically they might just be able to outplay Impunity, and that's the real threat, right? Alliance being stronger individually and mechanically is the threat that you cannot discount. So just by nameplates, Impunity has the better draft. From execution though, Alliance generally has the upper hand when it comes to outplaying their opponents.
I'm looking forward to seeing Impunity pick up the game as well, you know, and take a look at the draft like you mentioned. I feel like Impunity have good mechanical players, especially with this switch around. We saw how well Scarlet Petal was able to play as the Alistar in his previous game. We saw TLM kind of funnel themselves into Impunity in the games before. This time around, Alliance not going to fall into the same trap. That does not mean that the strategies coming in from Impunity are not going to be able to work out. I'm looking forward to see this game. I'm going to put my bets on Impunity for game number 1. Let's see how things pan out as we get ready to go into the Rift. It is once again our best of 3 for the semi-finals in the Wild Rift C Icon Series in Singapore. This all kind of leads up to that final playoff and into that Summer Super Cup that's going to be played across multiple regions, and this has been brought to you guys by 100 Plus Secretlab as well as our event organizers Elephant here.
Overall though, the winner of this moving to upper bracket finals is gonna just breathe a sigh of relief, right? Because then you don't have to worry too much. Like your toughest opponents should be done from here on out. the winner of this is going to be playing the winner of Celestials and Noblesse, and even then there are no Impunity or Alliance. So I feel like this is the biggest hurdle both teams have to play through. Now that we're into game, just want to unload some strategic information. I do expect to see Scarlet Petal roaming up early, level 4, picking up the Righteous Glory enchant, and going to make some moves onto Raven. That's how you want to be controlling this game. Play through mid lane for Impunity, stifle Raven because he's majority of the damage, and if you can set him behind, Impunity has a very good chance in dominating this game.
Well, that also is, there also needs to be a few windows for Shinsekai to try and kind of farm up as the Rengar to get into this point of power that he wants to be in.
Yep.
For now, Wild Boar probably has a pretty good dueling potential against the Rengar, should have some decent damage to try and respond to those potential threats. For now, very aggressive bot lane coming in from Alliance. Golden Feet and Rich have been able to punish Spaghetti and Scarlet Petal in this lane. Just kind of set them behind a little bit, as we do see Olaf clearing towards the top side, towards the Baron lane, whereas Shinsekai pathing towards the Dragon lane right now.
By the way, I was talking to Glaciox about this when he was playtesting the Rengar, and I asked him, can you do the full Rengar combo in Wild Rift as you can do on PC? And he said, yes, you can do the full Q, the 3Q combo if you time it properly, and that's the big threat, right? No matter how tanky you are, or no matter how evasive you are.
Coming through right now, Spaghetti taking a lot of damage right away. That's going to be the first blood. Headed over to the Zaya, taking up some damage from the turret, but he doesn't have to take much more. Walks right out of that one. Now Shinsekai positioning once again, but he gets killed by the Ignite. A flash forward from Golden Feet will be able to find the return kill. It's a 2-for-1 down to the bot side, but Shinsekai goes down in that position there. A little bit unfortunate. Somehow picks up a
under the bot tier 1. So he walks under the bot tier 1, has no respect for his opponents, and now CWJ might just find the pressure. They do have the control here to kill him. Meanwhile, Swerve making the rotation, level 4 only.
Finds an easy pickup overall onto Golden Feet. Golden Feet isn't able to do too much more there. Spaghetti does end up using the heal to try and give a little bit of support and safety to Swirled, but it doesn't seem like he has to use it. Raven just going to keep shoving in the wave. Will try and rotate over towards the Olaf. Impunity managed to equal out the scoreboard for now.
Yeah, but still, the damage has been done. Spaghetti and Scarlet Petal, they lose like, I think, 1.5 waves there, and they're going to be behind in terms of EXP and items when it comes to the first contest. And Scarlet Petal and Spaghetti, they're roaming up. Both teams understand the value of this Scuttle Crab, so they need to be contesting this. Can we bring up the item board a little bit? I just want to see what the buys have been completed so far. For the support here, he's going for the boots pickup first because he wants to move into the enchantment as soon as possible. Meanwhile, for Rich, because they were able to get the dive off, because they were able to get the early gold, he's already picked up the redemption. So this first dragon contest, an Ocean Dragon to boot, is going to be very chaotic when Alliance and Impunity join in the fight.
Oh yeah, both sides definitely heavily prioritize the dragon. You can see by how much vision they've already placed around it. A lot more wards for the side of Impunity. They've really been able to find out a lot of these choke points. Whereas the side of Alliance, they're just going to really rely on that Scuttle Crab for now. So Alliance looking to try and establish some control down towards the bot side, get a little bit of lane priority so they can go towards the dragon quickly. Shinsekai now over to the mid lane. They might be looking for an engage over on the side of Swirled. Raven gets good damage, but it's a trade back from this Diana, so both ends forced to recall at this point. Dragon coming up in half a minute.
They're looking for the buys here. In terms of items, Raven picks up a quick Sheen to amplify his damage. That's a neat little trick he can do because Sheen now doesn't give any mana. Gives ability haste instead. It's a very good cheap buy for Raven, who wants to be amplifying his damage with auto attacks. He wants to be weaving in those auto attacks in between spell rotations. So effectively that boosts his damage by like 50% every time he hits an auto. Here comes Shinsekai.
Jumps in, they find the damage over onto Quadavash. Should be able to find this kill quickly. CWJ still has to flash away, but they're able to find it in the end. Dragon's going to be picked up by Impunity in the meantime, but Alliance are going to be content with that kill and looking for this turret as well.
Yeah, they don't lose too much. In fact, if they take the Baron tier 1, this is going to be worth it because it opens up the map. It allows CWJ to play super aggressively and push up against the Gragas. In fact, keeping pressure on the Baron lane. And now because that lane is pushed up too, the next Rift Herald. Imagine how difficult it is to contest when the wave is shoved up to your tier 2 and you're trying to walk into Rift Herald. So Alliance recognize that, okay, we're fine sacrificing the first dragon. We want to be playing for Rift Herald instead. So this is where we get the Baron tier 1, we push up, now we have control on this top river.
Willingly giving up the dragon early on, instead going for that turret, and now they're about 3,000 gold ahead, looking for the River Herald as well to continue snowballing the gold advantage. So they're willing to lose out a couple of these dragons as long as they don't lose out the Elder Soul, as long as they get the gold in the early game, because once they start scaling up, they can really scale out of control, and it's difficult for Impunity to deal with.
The two souls that they want to contest is the Mountain Soul and the Infernal Soul. Because this is the older dragon system, right? It's not the one that stacks into soul. In fact, the soul that you pick up just gives you an amplified bonus of a normal elemental dragon. So Alliance only have two in mind. The Ocean is whatever. It doesn't really matter to them at this point. They want to be snowballing their gold lead. They want to be holding the mid-game tempo to start forcing these fights. The gold needs to be channeled into Raven for him to make an impact in these fights, and that's why they're okay giving up objectives to pick up farm.
Shizukai positioning down towards the bot side. Once again, Alliance looking to try and perhaps punish Cote d'Ivoire. He will be able to get the body slam onto Raven to try and deny a little bit of damage. Now they're just going to try and kite back. The redemption going to be used. Raven taking a decent amount, but that's going to be the cloak used so far. Feather Storm going to be used to get the blade caller back. Cote d'Ivoire taking a lot of damage to Ignite ticking down. He should go down with the next few ticks. Survives a little bit longer, still has the barrier to give him a little bit of safety. Shizukai over by the flanks, looking to try and jump back in. Raven moves in first, and now it's going to be Shizukai joining into the fight. They get a nice knock up onto two. Trading back, Raven should go down with the Ignite. A little bit more damage is all they need to try and fight. The Cote d'Ivoire almost gets killed off. Tornado coming through. Will not have the damage they need to go and pick up the kills there. But Alliance overall...
Raven survived that?
Yeah, how
he was
did
like
he survive
on 50
that?
health. He was on 50 health the whole fight, and they weren't able to finish him off. He uses the perfect execution to dodge away from the barrel of the Gragas, and Raven again. He's starting to pop off, and we talked about this in draft, right? The damage responsibility in this fight, it has to be through Raven in the mid game. Shinsekai has been playing very well to his mid laner, and now he's picked up the Honey guys. Now he's got the Lichbane, and on the side of Shinsekai, Triforce into Serrated Dirk. Everyone is firing on all cylinders on the Alliance side. It doesn't necessarily have to be Raven anymore because they've been diving so aggressively and punishing their opponents.
I mean, just being in the right place at the right time, responding to a lot of these threats. Scarlet Petal looks for an engage onto Golden Feet, isn't quite able to find the redemption going to be used and pushes away IMP. That's the flash down from Golden Feet at the very least, so they take away a summoner spell from the enemy side. Then again, this is what you've been expecting from Scarlet Petal. He goes in aggressive, in position to try and find these catches on the enemy team, and Alliance a little bit out of place for that, but overall they've been responding very well and taking down this Gragas in multiple fights now.
This is what's going to happen. Right now, because Raven is super far ahead, he's going to be playing side lane against either Swirl or Cote d'Ivoire. Doesn't matter. He's going to own them. And then, now that they've picked up the Rift Herald, Alliance is looking to punish one of the lanes that aren't properly defended with the Rift Herald and open up the map even more. More often than not, it should be mid-tier 1. I don't think there's any other lane that you want to put the Rift Herald in because the rest are tier 2. So Alliance looking to open the map, extend their gold leads, and keep Raven ahead in these side lanes.
Next Dragon going to be the Inferno, and so they could start to look for a setup, a 1-3-1, to perhaps try and go for this. We have to see if they have the teleport and chat yet, and whether or not they will be joined into the fight in time. Shizukai actually going to be positioning a little bit towards the top side, might be looking to try and use the Rift Herald there and then move over to the Dragon right after. Shizukai is going to be spotted out by the enemy team, so they have a little bit of knowledge around the Dragon, and Impunity moving right over to try and start to get some control around there.
To be honest, I think the play here is you push up mid and then you drop the Rift Herald and then you contest the Inferno Dragon. So Alliance can force Impunity Esports into a lose-lose situation, right? Either you deal with the Herald in mid or you take the Dragon. As Raven is going to get caught here. He's very low on health already, half, has to flash away.
They
now
look
the
for
rest of Alliance come in.
him. Yep, Alliance just going to jump in, pick up the 2 quick kills over onto the enemy team. Wild Boy and Scarlet Petal go down, and now it's down to Impunity to try and defend against this Dragon. But they only have 3 left against the 5 on the side of Alliance. Raven, a little bit out of the fight, but could still join in if he finds the right window. Dragon just going to head over to Alliance as they manage to find the 2 catches on the Scarlet Petal and Wild Ball, who looked like they were almost able to take down Raven. Well, once again, just too slippery for them to pick up.
It's because he's so far ahead in terms of levels and levels and items. He's able to take them both down when the rest of the Alliance join in. Rift Herald is still available for Alliance if they want to use it. Good Moonfall here.
Engage over onto Rish. They do manage to get a stun over on the Spaghetti. Nice down coming in, but the Garrett, he falls through and gets the kill. Now they're just going to walk away after finding the catch on the Spaghetti. What looked like an engage onto Rich turns around, and Impunity once again just seem to lose out on engages. They seem to be the ones engaging.
Raven is in between tier 1 and tier 2. He's just zoning them away. He knows that the Rift Herald's up, which is why he's able to use the Shuriken Flip and create the distance. And now, they're not even going to pop it just yet. He's still saving some time. The Baron is going to be spawning in about 10 seconds. Alliance with full control of this game. They have a 9k goal lead. Impunity. What do they need to do to come back into this? They need to find a perfect engage. Layer it together with Swirl and Scarlet Petal in the backline, right? Find the prio targets with Moonfall and Hitbot Pulverize if they want to wrest control away from Alliance.
And it kind of feels like Shinsekai has already started to outscale Wild Boar a little bit. Moonfall not able to connect over onto Raven. Raven has to try and get away. Ends up having to use most of his mobility spells just to try and move out. But joins back in the fight. Flawless execution, almost able to get the catch on that. Shinsekai joins back in. They manage to get the rune over onto the Diana. Now Sword should go down in this position, but jumps back over onto Golden Fiend instead. Ignite taking down this Diana. One more auto attack from Golden Fiend as he flashes over the wall. Now they chase in, and Alliance are taking down Impunity. They say no survivors here as they look to try and take down Kodava as well. Turret coming in, jumping into the back. They're going to go for Spaghetti first. Looking for the dunk. They manage to get the kill onto him, spinning over onto the Gragas, but instead letting him live for now. No survivors unless we want you to survive, says Alliance.
The Alliance, when they play, it's like the old school Korean classic, right? They're in like a normal state of the game, and suddenly they start just dominating their opponent. And granted, a lot of the early game moves were made properly from Alliance to get themselves this early lead, but the moment they push the moment they put pedal to metal, they start going in and they start diving so aggressively that it's tough for Impunity to really come up with a response.
I mean, Impunity just don't have the tools to try and deal with this. You know, you said it's tough to get a response. I don't see any kind of response. I put my bets on Impunity to begin with because, you know, they had some good windows where the Olaf can scale better, can duel against the Rengar. But Alliance recognized that as well, and you can see it from the early game. They gave up the Dragon because they said, we don't really have to contest this. The Ocean Drake isn't going to impact the game. So they give IMP the timings that they would otherwise win those fights.
Yep.
Instead, they stall, wait for the moments that they start to scale up, and at this point, it's too much of a problem for Impunity to deal with. Alliance are so very strong now. Kodava looking for the engage over onto Rich. Rich once again has to flash. Raven over to the backline looking to get a kill over onto this Cork. He's still able to get out. Sword cannot find the dash to get the kill. Now they jump onto the Gragas to get a second as they just decimate Impunity. Alliance going to take down Impunity in this amazing fashion. Rich almost gets killed off, but Sword once again just not enough damage. Alliance refused to die. 41 HP on this Janna, just staying in the mid lane, looking for this victory march as they push towards the Nexus to try for game number 1. Scarlet Petal does his best, but his best isn't going to be enough to stop Alliance from picking up this game.
Another speed run from Alliance. Rich in 2 fights back to back, survived with 40 HP. He was about to die in the last one, but he cancels the Moonfall with the Howling Gale. Not sure if you caught that, but for the damage to come through, it has to be a decent channel and a completed channel from Swirl. So Rich there just playing his absolute heart out on this Janna, and Alliance, they understood what they needed to do. Play through Raven, play through Golden Feet. Look at the damage done, right? They're topping the charts, and Shinsekai, yes, he made a very strong impact in the early game, but it was all in service of the ADC and the mid laner. He's able to get the dives down, able to put pressure on the map such that Golden Feet and Raven are able to take the reins and control the pace of the fight in the mid to late game.
I think that's exactly like you said. You know, it's Alliance's game. They control the game from start to finish. You look at Spaghetti and you look at Scarlet Petal, they really couldn't find the impact that they needed. Even all across the board, they had a very tough time getting into the game. Soldiers was about 8k by the end of the game, whereas you take a look over on the side of Raven, about 2k up, and it's all across the board. Everybody had a lead over their counterparts. So when you have such a substantial difference, it's difficult for even just one player to try to keep the game together.
If we remove the nameplates, the draft as it stands, it favors Impunity, but remember what we said, mechanically outplaying their opponents. This is just awesome macro coming from Alliance, understanding the windows of opportunity to dive their opponents, set them behind, and then start the snowball from there. It's not necessarily all about the 1v1. Sometimes mechanically outplaying your opponents just mean that you navigate the dive better, you punish them, because if you don't play the dive well, of course you fall behind, right? You try to get 1 person, you lose 2 in the process. If you don't play those dives accurately, you end up falling behind. But Alliance did everything they needed and more to secure the first game.
I think that's exactly right, Hungry. You know, when Alliance are in a good place, you know, in headspace, in preparation, you can really see how dominant they are. Now, moving into the next phase of the games, or rather into the second game and then into the games after this, Alliance are looking to try and stay undefeated as much as they can. You know, 6-0 in their first qualifiers. Now they're up against Impunity again. They want to try and be able to take this 2-0. Impunity still have a pretty good chance to try and pick up the win. It was a bit of a different impact because you could see so far Impunity didn't have Alliance kind of funnel themselves and throw themselves at Impunity. So Impunity had to look for these engages themselves. And even when they did, they were so close, but they just didn't have the damage to take down the targets that they wanted. It's good response from Impunity, just lacking overall.
Yeah. Overall, we can credit the macro play, like, oh yeah, very good stuff, you know, they move around the map the right way, they dive the towers the right way, but it's also the small things that give them the edge. A lot of fights you realize, like, Raven was just styling on his opponents, just flossing on them, right? Always able to survive with like 50 health, 100 health between him and Rich. They had so many close calls that, like, if Impunity was slightly stronger in terms of mechanics, if they're able to edge out those kills and finish them off, the game would have gone a completely different direction.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just being able to respond to that so well. You can see multiple moments Rich actually looked like he was going to die because Scarlet Petal found the engage onto the Janna, but every single time the flash away, so precise, with incredibly tight windows to dodge away from the headbutt pulverize. You know, it's difficult to really try and play on a nice edge like that. The fact that they were able to continue maintaining that and the level of controlled aggression. See, it's very important for it to be controlled aggression because Rich wasn't playing in that position without flash. He only ever played so aggressively once he had the flash to give him a way out. And so once he got punished, then he defaults back to a safer spot. And it's just this awareness and this cognizance of what they need to get done and how they can really abuse the opponent's stats make them such a dominant team.
You need to note that all 5 members of the Alliance were ex-League of Legends PC pros, right? And with that experience comes a certain level of restraint. When I coach younger players and I teach them about, you know, competitive Wild Rift or competitive whatever, they all have the tendency to do one thing: overdive and overcommit. Whenever they get one kill, they get a bit like bloodlusty and they start to run in and try to get more kills. Alliance never does that. They notice, okay, 1-2 kills good enough, let's move to the next objective. What is open? How do we commit to the side waves? Because for them to play this way, they understand that there's a lot more gold to be found on the map after you get 1 or 2 kills as opposed to diving for all 5. And that is the knowledge that comes with experience. That's the knowledge that comes with coaching and you know, a proper meeting and a sit down and understanding your objectives.
First turret was a very big objective for Alliance because once they had that, they were almost 3,000 gold up at 4 minutes into the game. And so with that, you have basically a full component completed on your 2 priority members because we saw Raven head over, we saw Shitakai head over. They were able to pick up their items so much earlier. CWJ was sort of an anchor for the team and was still able to output a decent amount of damage, being able to be that secondary threat to take down Spaghetti, who was constantly trying to kite away from the Garen.
The value of the Garen there, right? We talked about how stable it is in lane. It's really tough to die because of your innate sustain, but the value of the team fights from coming from CWJ is just silencing the Corki. If you realize Corki's damage is a mix of physical attacks and spell damage, right? He has to throw out those missiles, he has to throw out the Gatling gun to really maximize his damage. When he's silenced, when he's being focused down, a lot of that goes away because he has to turn around and sort of kite the Garen, right? When he's not facing the enemy, when he's not throwing missiles and Gatling guns and phosphorus bombs, 50% of his damage is out. Whereas compared to the Zaya, you could run away as long as you put your feathers down. 1 blade collar is all it takes to really rip through your opponents.
Yeah, without that kind of crowd control, without that kind of repositioning tool or safety, you know, you really only have the Valkyrie, which is really only effective as a small gap closer towards targets or away from targets. It's a very small distance. You had some windows with the package, but even that last game, I can't recall a good moment where the package was used to kind of set up the fight or to initiate in a position that was difficult for them to do otherwise. So maybe Corki isn't quite the right fit for Impunity in this position. We'd like to see what else they have. Going back to the drawing board to move into this next game, the benefit that they do have is a lot of experience as well. So this is a team that has had a lot of players with competitive experience across multiple titles. And so with this, hopefully this means that their drafting phase is going to improve the next game where they have a better idea of, okay, this doesn't work, let's try and go for something a little bit more along these lines instead.
I think because the Kai'Sa was open, and I can't for the life of me understand why they prioritize the Corki instead of the Kai'Sa, especially if you're going to be playing Alistar support, right? It's the synergy is so much better with Kai'Sa Alistar because you proc Plasma very quickly and you can get in the back line with Killer Instinct. So against Xayah, being able to jump behind her is worth like more than any item in the world, because then you kind of shift directions away from the feathers, right? Consistently, when you use Featherstorm, it's a cone in front of the Xayah. If you're able to jump behind her, you don't take any damage from Blade Caller. So I think the Kai'Sa would have been a better option in this matchup. Prioritizing the Corki as an ADC is kind of sus to me. If you want to put him in mid, sure, fine, by all means. You know, you control Raven in this range versus melee matchup, and then maybe you start scaling to the late game. I could see that, but as a marksman in the Dragon Lane, that's not the play, man.
I mean, we had some good moments from them overall, but it just felt a little bit underwhelming when it came down to the grand scheme of things. Now we're back into picks and bans, so Impunity is going to be on the blue side. Alliance on the red side once again. Let's see how they want to try and play this one out.
You probably expect the Lee Sin Ziggs again. In fact, if you were not too worried about Ziggs, you want to put Raven onto something more utility, not so much assassin heavy. You could leave the Ziggs open, Alliance is sure to pick that up, but you can imagine they have a strategy in mind if they do get the Ziggs. So I think first ban here has to be Lee Sin for Impunity, and then you kind of work based on what you see on the Alliance side. If Alliance bans out Galio, maybe you ban out Camille Gragas, and then you leave the Ziggs open because you don't want to give anything over to Alliance. You still want to secure a tier 1 pick for yourself on blue.
I mean, Gragas didn't really seem to be too much of a problem for Impunity. It just never seemed to really come online. So Gragas could still be a good option for IMP if that comes through. Kali is going to be a solid ban to just take that one away from Alliance. But that being said, Alliance have proven that they are not restricted to just the Akali. If they want that kind of effect, could go for something like the Katarina that we've seen before. Gragas, once again, first pickup for Impunity. It's a solid choice, especially with Galio and Camille removed by Alliance.
I think you could do Ziggs Janna here if you really wanted to. The Janna for Rich is just a very strong comfort pick. And overall, it enables so many things from Alliance. The way they like to play, right, it's very skirmish heavy. It's very like long-term DPS. So they like to kite in and out of fights. And because of Monsoon, because of Howling Gale, and the movement speed from the Zephyr, it really enables Alliance to do all that. So it's a support pick that enables their playstyle.
Are we looking at game 1 again? Because I'm pretty sure we saw the exact same picks from both sides. Impunity now, let's see what they have in store for us. Hovered the Ori for a second there, but Seraphine likely going to be the pickup instead. Could go into the mid lane. We saw Haki use it to quite a significant degree. He talked about how some of these other teams were playing this double shield, double heal type support and mid combo. Could see something like that from IMP. For now, the options are still pretty open.
Just the nature of the Seraphine deals with the Janna when it comes to mid-game team fights, because they both do about the same thing, which is enable your team to go back in with the shields, with the sustain, and bring a certain level of reset potential when it comes to 5v5s. The Garen here is a bit of a pick away from CWJ. Maybe CWJ just does Darius or Singed here. Either one is good. I feel like he's the top laner that likes to be left alone. The Baron laner that likes to be left alone on his island. He just like scales and eventually joins fights and like, oh yeah, you left me alone. I am at like 3 items now. I'm ready to fight.
Corki now being hovered by Alliance, and we talked about how Corki didn't really fit in the Alliance composition. This time around, Alliance are prioritizing a little bit. You know, there are those windows with the packages that could be really nice for Alliance if they look for those fights. Really good setup with the Rengar as well, but let's see what they want to go for.
Because they are on red side, this Corki is actually a flex pick. It could be going to Raven or Coden Feet. I believe this should be a Raven Corki though, because like we said, the value of Corki in the ADC position in Dragon Lane, not really the best.
So if it goes over to Raven, Impunity now have to be aware of that. If they choose to go for a melee matchup, something like that, the Diana could end up being heavily punished by the Corki, so might just choose to bring Seraphine mid lane to respond well to Corki, because Corki does have pretty decent wave clear, so need something with substantial wave clear of their own to try and respond to that, lest they see their waves being crashed in. Scarlet Petal could see something like the Alistar again. I mean, Alistar did not work out the best last game, but that was a lack of damage. They still managed to find a lot of good engages and a lot of good spots. They just needed a bit more damage, a bit more burst in those moments to be able to find the team fight victory. Now, just gonna wait to see what they want to go for. Going for the Xayah here.
Yep, so in this case, it's going to be the support Gragas, the mid lane Seraphine, like you said. Again, the Gragas fulfills some of the conditions that we talked about for Scarlet Petal. aggressive on-demand CC allows you to get into the thick of the fight and start things off. I do like this for Scarlet Petal, so the Gragas is a smart early pick, allows them to flex between the Seraphine. Overall here, the last pick for Alliance, it has to be a traditional marksman, I think, for Code and Feed. I think over here, nope, okay, it's going to be the Fiora. Interesting, so...
Interesting.
It might just be, okay, the Darius in mid lane for... Hold on.
Raven.
Mid lane Fiora, a bit trolly. I don't know, I don't like this, man.
Well, let's see where the Garen ends up as well.
Okay, yeah,
going to be a quite interesting position for Impunity as well, you know.
Now, the problem for Alliance is they are pretty much like 3 melee champs trying to siege. And sure, you have the Corki, and sure, your skirmishing is good, but if you fall behind, or if you go even, you actually can't walk up to hit turrets. Like, the moment you walk up to try and hit turrets, you instantly get caught by Vi and Gragas. So, I'm starting to worry for Alliance's composition. Again, it feels like the draft is them flexing on their opponents. I'm sure they feel like they can also mechanically outplay them, but just taking off the nameplates, Impunity have a better draft.
It definitely feels that way a little bit, considering what we see from Alliance here, you know, knowing their playstyle, they like to go for some dives, they like to go for aggression under turrets in between the tier 1, tier 2. Could be something to try and set themselves up for that. You know, with the Rengar, with the Darius, you have pretty good flank potential, and with the Fiora, just overall substantial amounts of damage when it comes to fighting slightly extended trades. But Impunity have a lot of outs. They have pretty decent disengage with the Gragas, even with the Seraphine to some extent, a lot of safety with the Xayah. Now the question mark really just comes in. What is Wild Boar's position or role within the team? If he doesn't find the engage that he needs, then he's kind of just relegated to becoming a sort of ward bot for the rest of the team.
He doesn't want to engage for his team in this situation. In fact, the Vi here serves as a peel. You want to be peeling for the Xayah, you want to be peeling for the Seraphine, because in these extended fights, when you have like triple bruises, right? Essentially, this is triple bruises. The overall objective of your fight is to out-sustain them and then just out-DPS them too with the Xayah, because when you look at Xayah Corki is limited by the amount of missiles he has as well as the items he has at that moment. So if he's going Trinity Force and he hasn't picked up Infinity Edge yet, his damage comes from a mix of spells and auto attacks. Xayah, however, once she gets her first crit item, usually it's Infinity Edge, her autos as well as Blade Caller is amplified by that crit. So I could see the long-term fights going better for Impunity. It's about layering and team fighting properly.
And these team fights, I feel like Alliance do manage to hit some of the power points a little bit earlier with the champions that they're trying to run right now. I mean, Corki and Rengar just traditionally should be able to hit that power spike even around
like
that 9
Triforce,
minute,
right?
Even around that 7 to 9 minute mark. Already starting to pick up some really good fights. If they can accelerate that a little bit further by playing Shinsekai around the mid lane, maybe a little bit around the Baron lane as well, we could potentially see a really strong snowball on the side of Alliance. And if they can get those team fights, well, we know what happens when Alliance gets a gold lead. So even first turret could be a bit of a priority for Alliance, unlike some of these other teams.
Yeah, a lot of the onus is on like Code and Feed to have a good game. If he doesn't get the ball rolling, if he doesn't find leads by himself, he's very limited in terms of damage, because the farm that he's going to get has to be distributed across Raven as well as CWJ. Remember, it's Fiora and Darius, by the way. So Fiora needs the farm, and so does Darius to a certain extent. Like, Code and Feed has to find resources by himself. They can't channel the gold into him. In the previous game, it was completely fine because it was a Garen in the top side on the Baron lane. You could channel a lot of his gold into Raven's Akali. You could channel into Code and Feed Xayah. This time, not the case. Okay, so Raven's going to be playing the Fiora in the mid lane.
Yeah, moves into the mid lane. Here we are into game number 2. Alliance with a 1-0 lead in this BO3. Just need one more game to pick up this set. We already saw our first semifinals being played out, where the overall, or rather, this is our first semifinals game being played out, this first BO3. We have another set coming in later. That's going to be between Celestials and Noblesse. For now, let's focus on Impunity and Alliance. Pretty even trades coming in from this Darius and Garen.
Look at this. Sword is actually playing Gragas mid, and Seraphine support is being played by Scarlet Petal here. He's going to get zoned out because of the Vital procs. Code and Feed is actually putting some early aggression, but in the long-term fight, it goes the way of Spaghetti and Scarlet Petal because they do have the heal at level 2, so they can sustain through.
And the Gragas does have pretty decent amounts of disengage against the Fiora, and so if the Fiora uses the riposte on something like the body slam, then you end up being forced away from a lot of these fights.
Yeah. I think I would have liked the Seraphine mid Gragas support a bit more, but they're just worried about losing the range melee into range matchup in the Dragon lane.
So let's see how things pan out for now. Vi is going to just keep scaling up Seraphine. Gets a quick recall off. Now looking to try and position to
this
the
is
mid
good.
lane. Looking for a gank onto Raven. They do manage to find the CC coming through. Raven has to flash away. Might be able to use the lunge. Repulse comes through. The shield coming in as well. The Ignite taking down. He managed to find the fruits just in time. And Raven with a clutch survive against a 3-man gank into the mid lane. Are you kidding me?
Scarlet Petal misplayed it there. He layered the root a bit too late, right? The perfect chain control there would have been body slam, flash body slam into Vault Breaker into instant root, and then you don't let Raven get the riposte off at all. So that was a misplay coming in from Impunity.
Shizukai now chasing after Scarlet Petal. Scarlet Petal does not have any summoners left. He misses out on the brush, and Scarlet Petal running for his life. Should be able to get away now. They trade back first blood over onto Impunity. Joining in, Coden Feet uses the Valkyrie, trying to get the kill back over onto Wild Ball. They manage to trade back. It's a 1-for-2 Spaghetti running for his life. Raven taking a lot of damage over from Swole. Jumps back in with the lunge. Loses his health as he gets picked up by Spaghetti. It's a double kill as IMP return the favor against Alliance.
Both teams making mechanical misplays. So it's quite funny to see Shinsekai not be in the brush, so he couldn't get the jump off. And then they overcommit. Remember, this is Fiora, right? The moment you walk past a bit too far and you don't get the kill, once you're committed to the fight, you're pretty much all in the jungle. So he can only really go in and out of fights in the lane. When you have the minions, when you can reset the lunge. But once you commit into the jungle, Raven doesn't have a way out. So things are not looking good for Alliance. And remember, this comp, a lot of the gold has to be shared between CWJ, Raven, and Coden Feed. If they don't find their individual leads, and even Shinsekai to a certain extent needs the farm, so if they don't find their individual leads, they fall behind really badly.
Shinsekai walks right back up towards the top side. Cordova is going to dish a lot of damage towards CWJ here. Wild Ball in position on the side, looking to try and get a counter gank against Shinsekai. They're just gonna
If
make
he
a quick
ulted him
recall.
there, I think he kills CWJ.
Pretty good chance that he would have, yeah. But just probably expecting the barrier to come out, so didn't really want to waste his ultimate there, perhaps. But even then, ultimate for barrier, pretty good trade.
Yeah, I think that's pretty value if you look at it that way. Now, in the draft, we talked about how Impunity are the ones with the better overall, pick of the champions. Alliance have been, the team that's been outplaying mechanically. That's why they've been coming out ahead, even when their draft is slightly behind. This time, they have not, found that outplay potential. So I think Impunity stand a really good chance of equalizing the series here.
Not exactly the same amount of success they found the first game. Dragon gonna be spawning up in the next 5 seconds. They're gonna dive top lane, just like they did in the first time. Shizukai gets this root off onto the Garen. Now joining into the fight is gonna be Raven, but he doesn't have the damage, especially with how much Cordova is returning back. So they're just gonna go for this turret. First turret headed over to Alliance once again as they lose this Ocean Drake. It's a first turret for Dragon trade. But bot lane faces a lot of pressure as Coden Feet might just get dove by Wild Boar here.
Compared to game 1, this is completely fine because you are the Garen, you are okay, just pushing the wave up against the Darius who we saw. Cordova was having a decent go at it against CWJ, so he's holding his own against the Darius, and it's fine to lose the top tier 1 here. All they need to do is make sure they have a beat on the Rift Herald here for the next few minutes. Alliance would definitely want the objective, as we saw earlier in game 1.
Cordova actually going for the Gargoyle Stone play early on, expecting a lot of dives. We saw what happened when he was playing Gragas that first game around. This time, not going to let the same thing happen to himself. Instead, opts to go for a couple more defensive items right from the get-go, anticipating a lot more pressure towards his end. Let's see how teams play around this Rift Herald. Alliance did prioritize that a lot more last game. So with about a minute to go, they might just switch back up to the top side to try and look to pick this one up.
Someone needs to go and answer CWJ here. He's getting a free push in. He's going to crash a big wave. I think it's going to crash right now, and it's going to be uncollected. So this is an issue. You need to have someone on the Baron lane permanently answering the push from CWJ to gain control of this portion of the jungle. Otherwise, you lose out on a lot of free objectives, especially the Rift Herald as well.
Rift Herald spawning up in 20 seconds. Both sides just looking to try and play a little bit slow. Reset for now, come back in. They don't want to go for a full 5v5 skirmish just yet. Alliance not confident they can win a big fight there, especially since Impunity have the kill lead. But Alliance have managed to pick up the gold lead since they managed to go for that first turret.
I do want to see the items being picked up right now because that's going to translate into how this Baron fight plays out. Triforce completed on 2 members of Alliance, so like you said, hitting the items earlier. Here comes the ult from Shinsekai. I don't think they have the damage. Oh, good riposte! He blocks it. Cote d'Ivoire gets outplayed, and now the Grand Challenge procs. Raven still might go down here. The Monsoon keeps him alive, and the shield from Rich, the MVP support. That should not have happened. Alliance, they find a mechanical outplay, and they edge out Impunity again.
You can almost see Raven there accept his death, walks back in, then realizes that Rich was in position. This bro here to give you the shields and the heals that you need to stay alive. Impunity here to respond with a siege into the mid lane, trying to pick up that turret. Shinsekai does manage to pick up the 2nd tier bot turret in exchange for his life. Raven almost gets a recall off, gets it cancelled away by Swole. Now trying to run out. Wild Ball gonna be in position to take him down. It's just going to be a quick chilling smite to send him back to the summoning platform. Scarlet Petal will avoid the apprehend, but still should go down. Flashes away, gets the on-call off, and is able to take down CWJ with the help of his team. Exhaust coming through. CWJ survives for a little bit longer, but still ends up being killed off. Wild Ball finds the credit for that one. And rotating down from the bottom side now to the mid side of the map, picks up 2 quick kills.
Now, the goal is neck and neck in this second game of this best of 3. In terms of structures, though, Alliance are the one that's ahead, so they're controlling a lot of the map. They managed to take out the Dragon Tier 1, the top Tier 1, and the Dragon Lane Tier 2. The only thing that's missing is Mid Tier 1, which they're working on right now. Once they open that up, the bottom half of the jungle does not belong to Impunity anymore, right? Any dragon contest that you want to fight for, you can't walk up because you don't have the turrets to support the vision you want to put in the jungle. So I can see Alliance's plan here is to just control the map, don't take these aggressive fights if they don't have to. Unfortunately, the past minute and a half or so, they've been overextending a little bit. They've just been relying on their mechanical prowess to outplay their opponent.
I mean, Alliance are just playing an entirely different game from their opponents, right? Going for the gold through these indirect objectives, going for these turrets. We do see a bit of an engage coming in from the bot side. CWJ turns his attention back onto Swirl, dodges away from a number of these spells. Now should be looking for this. Execute coming through, isn't quite able to find it, loses a lot of health as Wild Ball coming in massive. Going on a killing spree, finding a 3rd kill for himself. Up towards the cop side. Cote d'Ivoire once again gets killed off. Raven almost gets executed by the enemy Garen, but survives. The redemption comes through. They manage to pick up that one. Now Dragon gonna be picked up by Impunity. They're going to go for the 2nd Dragon while Alliance continue to take down turrets across the map.
I think this is the best case scenario for Impunity, right? You lose the Garen, you lose the Baron Tier 2, but you still manage to sneak the Dragon away. And yes, it's a Cloud Drake, it's not the best in terms of combat stats, but they open up the map to get some objectives in a dire situation. It's basically making the best of the lot that you got dealt. In terms of gold, again, neck and neck even. Alliance are the ones that are hit in terms of structures, but Impunity are leading in terms of dragons. And now a lot of the items are starting to come online. Like we said, the Xayah with the Static Shift and Infinity Edge, her auto attacks and the Blade Collar deals a lot of damage now. You need to respect the placement of the feathers. If you overcommit, Spaghetti's just gonna rip you to shreds.
You know, this is actually pretty problematic for Alliance because, like you mentioned, when they fall behind, they really only have the Corki to act as the siege for the team. And Corki just doesn't have much range and isn't able to sustain this kind of push potential coming in for the rest of for his team. The fact that Alliance had gone for all these turrets at this point and are still unable to break open the mid lane and unable to get a significant lead is just going to become problematic because now it's so difficult to go for those inner turrets, those inhibitor turrets.
Them getting the outer turrets early is probably the best case scenario because the only way they get these is by trading portions of the map, right? We take your top side, you get the bottom side. That's about it. They don't want to contest because their comp can't stand up 5-on-5 in Siege, right? You think about how Alliance want to walk up in Siege. Instantly, you get engaged upon by Swirl. He's going to flash body slam, explosive cast you into range of the turret. You die from then on out. So Alliance, they need to take these early turrets when they can and then hope to scale, hope to win these fights in the later phases of the game and then Siege from there. The only way they really get structures if his Raven gets a bit bigger, he's able to sit in the side lane and go one-on-one against the Garen, one-on-one against Swirl, and maybe find objectives there by split pushing. But in 5v5s, the siege is not existent.
Grand Challenge going to be used onto Cote d'Ivoire. He has to try and get away here. Redemption going to be used. Decent damage back over onto Raven. He used the repulse, but isn't able to quite find anything there. Gets killed off by this Garen. Good response from Impunity to catch out the overextended Raven. Looking to try and make a greedy play.
Impunity need to start this Baron. They have enough damage because Spaghetti has 2 core items already, and they have the Redemption available too, as well as the Gargoyle Stoneplate. So once Garen joins in, this 4-on-4, very difficult. Here comes the TP though. Shinsekai picked up the enchant, and they're gonna force this on the backline when they catch the Darius.
Charm onto CWJ now joining into the fight. It's going to be Golden Feet, but he ends up getting caught out by the enemy team, killed right away. Now Shinsekai in position to try and make a play here, but isn't able to do all too much. Can only look for the Baron steal at this point. CWJ walking back in once again, has to use the barrier preemptively, isn't able to do all too much. They do manage to force them off the Baron for now though, Raven coming in from the sides.
Yeah,
But caught out in a bad position, not sure what he's looking to get done here, has to try and flash away, but the Garen in position and try and wait for this one. Raven walks right into his loving arms, as Quadavas says, you can head back to the summoning platform if you want. We're just gonna force you off, and now we're moving back towards the Baron.
Raven has no more summoner spells. Baron is going to be the objective, but members of Impunity Esports, they need to back off. They spent too much time chasing the kills, and Raven actually, it looked like an in-play for a second, right? But the fact that he gets out, the fact that he distracts Impunity Esports away from the Baron is actually a win in and of itself. Now, Alliance, what they're looking to do is set the side waves first. Remember that in terms of TPs, Shinsekai has already used his TP enchant. If we bring up the item board, we'll be able to see who has picked up TP as well, because that's the summoner spell that's going to be making the big difference here. Raven has his, but there is no TP picked up just yet for the side of Impunity Esports.
2-minute cooldowns on this teleport is very substantial in a game of Wild Rift. It could be the difference between a respawn on this Baron at this point. So now Raven and Shinsekai definitely have to play towards his objective. They do manage to find the catch onto Wild War right away. Now looking to get the trade back over on to Swirl. Swirl is going to be able to flash over the wall to try and get out of this one. Scarlet Petal over by the side. The rest of the team coming in. Impunity in position to try and fight this one back. Alliance now looking to try and trade back against the members of Impunity. Now Dragon going to be spawning up. It's going to be Mountain Drake. Alliance want this one for this time around.
Keep your eyes on Desire. Desire is going to be the prize target for Alliance. If they can kill Desire first, a lot of the damage from Impunity Esports will be removed from the fight. Whereas if Spaghetti can stay alive, that is going to be a dangerous one. Raven misses the repulse. He's going to die here. The flash coming through. Cote d'Ivoire gets the kill credit, and now this Mountain Dragon is going to be picked up by Alliance. It's a good pickup nonetheless, but look at the bigger prize here. It's going to be Baron for Impunity Esports.
Baron start up coming in for Impunity. Shinsekai coming in from the side, flashes in, steals the Baron for his team, and Alliance still holding on to this game. Impunity now on the chase, looking to try and return the favor. They're aggressive, they're angry, they don't want to give this one up for free, but they can't quite find anything here.
Flip it, ship it, and send it, because that steal keeps Alliance in the game. If they lose that Baron, they lose control of all the momentum that they had. The way to win this game is for Raven to split push on the side lane. That doesn't happen if your opponents have Baron buff and just sits there and absorbs all of the push. They continuously get lane priority, but now with this empowered wave, with the empowered Baron buff, Alliance get control once again. You're gonna see the goalie balloon in favor of the Alliance once they start pushing out the side waves with Raven as well as CWJ. Items being picked up right now. Corki already finishing the Infinity Edge. This is the power spike that they need. Now those autos will start hurting a little bit more. Now he doesn't have to rely solely on the missiles to make the damage stick against Cote d'Ivoire.
And not just the side lanes, they can finally break open this mid lane as well. This has been up for so long, and it's really denied a lot of the opportunities coming in from Alliance. They do have the side waves stacked up at this point, so Impunity are going to have to look to try and respond to that. Waves crashing in. The next dragon is going to be the Infernal Elder Drake. Lots of bonus stats then. Whichever team picks this one up could just win the game outright from there.
See, even with Baron buff, it's kind of tough to siege, right? Alliance, their composition isn't really built for this. They're built for side lanes, which is why they're taking their time. The poke coming from Golden Feet actually hurts quite a little bit as the knockup comes through. Just the linear skill shots from the Alliance, making life pretty tough for Impunity.
Raven just going to trade against Cote d'Ivoire. Should still be able to 1v1 this one out. Doesn't quite have the Baron buff, so isn't going to be able to find the momentum that he's looking for down towards this Dragon lane. Now,
that was my mistake. He died when the Baron was picked up, so he didn't get the Baron buff, which makes it more difficult for them to play side lanes.
But they should still be able to pick up this mid lane one pretty soon here. One more auto attack is going to be enough. They managed to find this one as well, so Gold's trying to stack up towards Alliance's favor. Baron lane turret going pretty low as well, but they can't quite find this one just yet. Going to have to stall for now.
What happens here is Impunity, all they need to do is turtle. They turtle and slowly move their vision line up, right? They have to move it one bound at a time. So first you ward around the bushes, you ward the bushes around the raptors, and then you ward the bushes entering the river. It's very tricky, but it has to be done methodically because at any moment Alliance is looking for that catch with Shinsekai and CWJ. A multi-man apprehend is going to win them that fight. So Impunity, what they're doing is they're taking their time to put the vision down so that they can contest this Elder Inferno.
Yeah, but Baron is going to spawn up first, so that objective is definitely going to be in the sights of both teams. Impunity want to take this one away with that Baron buff. They have so much push potential. Could be looking to try and get a lot done with that one. For now, both sides looking to just try and stall things out. Clear the waves. They send Raven up towards the Baron lane, along with Shinsekai in the flanks to provide some support if he were to get ganked.
Really like this. Yeah, you mentioned the support there. I really like this because Shinsekai can just shadow Raven and make sure that anytime someone shows up, he pops out, goes in, and they can get the kill. Swirl should be dead here.
Easy setup, great call from Alliance, and now they're in position to go for this Baron. It's coming up right now. They have the wave crashing in towards the Baron lane as well. Once Impunity can go to respond to this, they can walk right over to the Baron instead.
The play here is not the Baron actually. The play here is to push up the waves and siege instead. Because their composition really sucks at taking structures, you're better off getting the structures that don't respawn rather than the Baron that eventually does.
Impunity do have pretty good defense against Alliance's siege right now. Elder Dragon going to be started up by Alliance. We do see CWJ make his way over to provide some help to his team. Otherwise, he's just going to be rich in Coda Feed. They can pick this one up pretty easily by themselves. Teleport coming in from Shinsekai to secure this Elder Drake. Quadava flashes in over the wall, but he doesn't have information on how low the dragon is. Ends up losing his life, but he does trade back for the kill onto the Darius. They move in. Shinsekai looking to pick up this Infernal Drake. They should be able to find this. But it's a very close fight. It's Impunity.
No, it was stolen by
Impunity. Oh my goodness.
I think Alliance, they just missed the mark right there. The call was a bit weird because Raven didn't have the TP into the fight, and Impunity, even though the flash was a bit preemptive by Quote of War, we were like, what is this guy doing? He's running it down. But because he's so tanky, he buys time for his team to come in and they steal it with Wild Boar, and now this should be the Baron for Impunity. Alliance are in no position to contest this. The play was wrong there. They should not have gone for the Dragon. What they should have done was keep applying pressure on the structures because the turrets don't respawn and you don't get your inhibitors back. By pushing the waves, by keeping the pressure down, they eliminate one of their losing conditions, which is sieging. They can't siege for nuts. They need to take the structures before they move on to the objectives.
And Impunity coming back with a vengeance. They are not out of this game just yet. I mean, the game has been mostly Alliance in the gold lead, but it's always been by a small amount. Even up to this point, 18 minutes in, about 4,000 to 5,000 gold ahead. They have a small item advantage, but it honestly doesn't make all too much of a difference because, like you mentioned, composition-wise, IMP have a small advantage in a lot of these situations. Quarter going to be focused down by Shinsekai as well as Raven. Good damage coming in overall. The Ignite going to be used just for good measure. Oh, just the burn coming in.
Play.
Yep.
Have to shadow the side lanes, make sure that Raven can find something. Again, it's this duo of Shinsekai and Raven. Because they both have Trinity Force, they take sideways very quickly, right? So you can see now it's starting to become a bit of a base race. They're looking for this inhibitor in the Dragon side of the map, and they should be able to pick this one up with double Triforce. It forces the TPs back. The recalls are coming through. It's going to be Wild Boar that arrives first. Raven, very low in health, has to back off. They trade the mid-tier 2 for absolutely nothing there. Impunity, because they have the Baron and Power Recall, they're able to answer the push coming in. They could potentially cut off the escape from Raven as well as Shinsekai too. This could be disastrous for the Alliance.
Redemption coming in. Encore not going to be able to collect. Shinsekai flashes away but still gets locked out by the enemy team. Good use of the Vi ultimate there. Impunity managed to find at least one for that position. Raven does not go down though. Now Wild Ball over from the side. Raven cannot deny that recall. We do see CWJ off by the side. Raven looking for another solo kill onto Sword. Sword has to try and flash. The counter flash coming in from Raven. He gets exhausted, but one more hit should find this kill. Still able to find this one while the rest of his team is looking to try and collapse that top wave.
Raven is an experienced player. He understands his win condition, which is just to play the side lane permanently and have Shinsekai shadow him. The knowledge and the execution is there, but the problem is the composition is very one-dimensional. It has to be Raven in the side lane, it has to be him finding that solo and then pushing up. The previous push was denied because of Baron, but now Raven might just die to Wild Boar here.
Faces a 2 versus 1 Wild Ball with a lot of damage alongside Spaghetti. They should be able to find his kill onto Raven. Raven uses the barrier, trying to stay alive a little bit longer, ends up getting taken down by Wild Ball there in Impunity. Still in this game and still trying to just take down Alliance. It feels like Alliance are still in the lead, but it's so hard to say. With each engage coming in, it's a back and forth, both teams just neck and neck looking to try and pick up a big fight, a big moment to end off this game.
If you notice, the reason Raven died there is because he has no vision in the bottom half of the enemy jungle. So he's like playing a guessing game, right? Whoever doesn't show on the map is potentially coming to kill him. He has to take these risks because the composition is designed to do so. No vision at all, so every time they push past the river, it's like, do I die here? 50-50, maybe I survive, maybe I die. And to minimize the risk, they need to play a 1-3-1. So that it forces their opponents to decide who we want to kill. Is CWJ the better option or is it going to be Raven? And because they're not playing that 1-3-1, they're getting punished.
And, you know, as we see right now, Impunity have so much vision towards the top side, around the Baron buff, just giving them a lot of control against Alliance. And because now they know that Alliance can only come in from the lanes, they can just position around that if they want to try to pick up this Baron. Both sides have scaled up to nearly peak level at this point. Most items completed, levels almost at 15. We're reaching the late game. Impunity and Alliance is hitting its climax, Hungry.
You know what's funny here? Because Shinsekai has TP and so does CWJ, they can just keep shadowing each other on the bottom side, and then they find a kill and they just TP over. This is going to be the play for like the next 1 minute.
Quadova, now the targeted focus coming in from Alliance. They decide to back off, not looking to try and go for this kill as the collapse coming in from IMP. Great engage coming out from Wild Ball. Raven does use the repulse in time to try and deny that engage. Spaghetti going to be the targeted focus as the rest of Alliance starts up the Baron. But they find the damage over onto Darius. Darius has to flash away. CWJ so very low at this point. Can he get out? Swope moving into position, will not be able to steal the Baron away. Shinsekai finds a collect for that one. Now Wild Ball chasing after the enemy team. Swope looking to try and slow them down. The Encore not going to be able to connect with the Valkyrie moving into position as well. It's so very intense. It's a 3 versus 3, but can they find his Rich sacrifices his life to pull away the enemy team from his AD carry, and now it's just going to be Rich running for his life. Raven is by the side. Not sure if he's going to stay for this. He doesn't. He's just going to leave Rich to his lonesome. Rich still running with the bonus movement speed. Can he get away? The flash coming in from Wild Boys. He looks for the collect onto this Janna. Janna still makes his way down to the bot side. Trying to use the tornado where he can. Dodges away from the body stab. Dodges away from the cast flashes over the wall. And survives a little longer just to go down in the end.
The great escape, Brandon, from coast to coast. This guy with his 500 movement speed runs from top to mid to bot. Alliance, they made the right play though. Remember we were saying that Shinsekai has TP. That's kind of the logic you want to use when it comes to playing the side lanes. They drag everyone from Impunity down to the bot side and then TP over, steal the Baron right under their noses. And now Cote d'Ivoire, he hasn't learned from his lesson, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, you would just think that at this point there'd be some idea that you just can't do this against Raven, even with the Gargoyle Stoneplate. But then, of course, they must be concerned who can deal with Raven in that case. Shinsekai now going to be shoving out towards that Baron lane. The collapse coming in. Alliance looking like they have the victory push in their sights.
It's Xayah. Xayah is the one that's able to hold up against Raven because you can lay down the feathers. If he chases into you, the Blade Caller just keeps him rooted in place and you're consistently kiting him. The problem is right now with the Baron, they can push all lanes in simultaneously, and this should be the GG push coming in from Alliance. All the inhibitors are down.
Waves collapsing, coming in. Wild Ball looking for a return play. The Encore will be able to connect onto one. Rich looking to go down right away. Wild Ball survives a little longer. Shinsekai focusing down the Nexus and Alliance with a 2-0 victory against IMP in a game that did not seem like it was ever going to end.
They knock him down to the lower bracket. Impunity will have a second chance at redemption in this best of one lower bracket. But Alliance, if you're watching this, Glacial's not a fan of the draft, a bit too tunneled on trying to mechanically outplay their opponents. It's very one-dimensional, right? Look at the damage Raven did. And a lot of that is because he was just playing side lanes and having Shinsekai shadow him. The only reason it worked too was because Impunity made the wrong call when it came down to enchants. They picked up the Zhonya's enchant, whereas Alliance picked up the TP enchant, and being able to teleport in for the Baron made all the difference in the second game.
I mean, so back and forth, and Alliance had a lot of moments where they were ahead, but, you know, it's a very different playstyle from every other team going for these turrets, going to try and stack up the gold instead of looking for objectives in the form of the dragons and stuff. Shinsekai 1, 6, and 5, but that doesn't reflect the true story. There is 0, 4, and 1. Still does not reflect the true story of this game. You really have to wonder which side won the game, 19-8, and yet Alliance were still relatively in control for most of this game. Very different understanding of how to play Wild Rift compared to a lot of these other teams.
Understanding of macro comes with experience in Pro League of Legends PC, so you could see this translated very well in Wild Rift. To add a footnote to CWJ and Shinsekai's score as well as gold, a lot of that was channeled towards Codenfeet and Raven. They had to decide early on who are we going to give the gold over to, and the answer in this case was Raven, it was Codenfeet. So they stepped up, they did their jobs. Every time Raven was in the side lane, he was just styling on Cote d'Ivoire. Unfortunately, Cote d'Ivoire wasn't the recipient of a lot of gold on his team, so he was unable to stand toe-to-toe against Raven.
Yeah, it's difficult to deal with the duelist, especially once you start to scale up. I know we talk a lot about how Fiora is a bit of a less valuable pick in a lot of situations. But even then, once Fiora scales up to the hyper late, with the true damage shred across the board, it's very difficult to deal with, even if you're running almost exclusively armor items. I mean, you look at what Cote d'Ivoire is running, right? Only has a Spirit Visage for an AP MR item, and the rest are all armor, and still gets 1v1 and shredded by Raven.
A lot of resources were devoted to getting Raven to this point. If you notice, every time Shinsekai had his ult up, he was standing next to Raven, like just shadowing him, making sure that Raven's able to split push safely. So that's the amount of resources you have to contribute into the Fiora if you want her to snowball, right? Again, it comes down to the idea, what is the investment versus the reward at the end? If you're committing all your resources in towards Raven and snowballing him, he better damn well control the late game.
So it's a very good game from Alliance. Impunity now dropping down to the lower brackets, not exactly where they want to be, but I can't say that Impunity didn't have this in mind, or rather to say, didn't have this somewhere in their head, accepting the fact that they might drop down to the lower brackets if they were to play against Alliance so early on. That being said, they should still have a pretty good chance in their next sets, meeting an opponent they have faced before. With that being said, let's take a look at some of the moments in that game that defined why Alliance looks to be the pack leader for the C Icon series in Singapore. On to the Diana. Now Swole should go down in his position, but jumps back over on the Codenfeet instead. Ignite taking down to this Diana. One more auto attack from Codenfeet as he flashes over the wall. Now they chase in, and Alliance are taking down Impunity. They say no survivors here as they look to try with. Alliance are so very strong now. Cote d'Ivoire looking for the engage over on the Rich. Rich once again has to flash. Raven over to the backline looking to get a kill over onto this Cork. He's still able to get out. Swole cannot find the dash to get the kill. Now they jump onto the Gragas. They get a second as they just decimate Impunity. Alliance going to take down Impunity in this amazing fashion. Rich almost gets gank onto Raven. They do manage to find the CC coming through. Raven has to flash away, might be able to use the lunge. Repulse comes through. The shield coming in as well. The Ignite taking down. He managed to find the fruits just in time, and Raven with a clutch survive against a 3-man gank into the mid lane. Scarlet Petal running for his life. Should be able to get away now. They trade back first blood over onto Impunity. Joining in, Codenfeet uses the Valkyrie, trying to get the kill back over onto Wild Ball. They manage to trade back. It's a 1-for-2 Spaghetti running for his life. Raven taking a lot of damage over from Swole, jumps back in with the lunge, loses his health as he gets picked up by Spaghetti. It's a double kill as IMP return the favor against Alliance. Impunity here to respond with a siege into the mid lane, trying to pick up that turret. Shinsekai does manage to pick up the second tier bot turret in exchange for his life. Raven almost gets a recall off, gets it cancelled away by Swole. Now trying to run out. Wild Ball gonna be in position to take him down. It's just going to be a quick chilling smite.
Bigger prize here. It's going to be Baron for Impunity Esports.
Baron start up coming in for Impunity. Shinsekai coming in from the side, flashes and steals the Baron for his team, and Alliance still holding on to this game. Impunity now on the chase. Look, this Elder Drake. Cote d'Ivoire flashes in over the wall, but he doesn't have information on how low the dragon is. Ends up losing his life, but does trade back for the kill onto the Darius. They move in. Shinsekai looking to pick up this Infernal Drake. They should be able to find this. But it's a very close fight. It's Impunity.
No, it was stolen by
Impunity. Oh my goodness. Life to pull away the enemy team from his AD carry, and now it's just going to be Rich running for his life. Raven is by the side. Not sure if he's going to stay for this. He doesn't. He's just going to leave Rich to his lonesome. Rich still running with the bonus movement speed. Can he get away? The flash coming in from Wild Boys. He looks for the collect onto this Janna. Janna still makes his way down to the bot side. Trying to use the tornado where he can. Dodges away from the body stab. Dodges away from the cast. Flashes over the wall. And survives a little longer just to go down in the collapsing coming in. Wild Ball looking for a return play. The end core will be able to connect onto one. Rich looking to go down right away. Wild Ball survives a little longer. Shinsekai focusing down the Nexus and Alliance with a 2-0 victory against IMP in a game that did not seem like it was ever going to end. I mean, just a great moment for Alliance here. Being able to pick up a 2-0 to continue undefeated in their run in the C Icon series in Singapore. Really good showing for them, especially as they are expecting to move into the C Summer Cup. They definitely want to be at this level. That being said, if you guys back at home saw some amazing plays such as, you know, a nice Baron steal, some nice Dragon steals, feel free to clip that to join in for our giveaway to stand a chance to win a Secretlab Titan 2020 League of Legends collection share and all the designs. Well, you get to pick one of the designs, but it comes in all the League of Legends designs.
Yeah, you can just pick whichever one strikes your fancy, and if you want to learn more about this giveaway, head over to facebook.com/versusasia. We have all the rules there. Remember, it is a random pick, so you just submit the clip. But I think there were quite a few choices to select from in that second game between Alliance and Impunity Esports. So, you know, choose your moment that stood out to you and enter the giveaway right now.
Yeah, we've had a lot, actually. Thinking back at it, you know, I think we're just missing the penta kill so far. I think we've already seen a quadra, so we're just one away from seeing that penta. Otherwise, we've seen things come in. The backdoor victories have come back a couple of times. We've already seen a few Dragon Baron steals, some that were absolutely phenomenal. I mean, this guy had some good moments there, but we saw an amazing one yesterday as well. That being said, that's going to be our first... finalists.
Upper bracket semi-final.
Yeah, upper bracket semi-finals completed and moving into the finals. It's going to be Alliance. It's been an interesting ride for them. They have been incredibly dominant. Impunity looked to be the closest team against them, being able to almost take away the second game from their side, but Alliance are just having such a good read on the current meta and such a good understanding of how to play the game. It just seemed like it was really within their ballpark.
Fun fact, that's the only game that Alliance hasn't ended in 13 minutes, by the way. They've speed ran their entire qualifiers in less than 13 minutes. Sometimes, you know, maximum I give it to like 15 minutes, but for the most part, the Alliance have been stomping the qualifiers. That's the only game so far that's gone past 20 minutes, right? And Impunity seems to be the team that stands toe-to-toe with the Alliance, although falling short in certain marks. It remains to be seen whether they can improve now that they're in the lower bracket. They're clinging on for survival, because if they lose any BO1 from here on out, they will be eliminated from the Icon Series playoffs. Alliance, however, will be playing the winner of Celestials and Noblesse, which is going to be our next best of 3 for today. For now, guys, we will be going for a short break. When we come back, we'll have Celestials going up against Noblesse in our best of 3. Do go anyway, we'll be right back.
No one is promised tomorrow.
Playtime's over. They're mine now. Fear the assassin with no master.
Time to strike!
You think you can outshoot me?
Captain Chemo on duty! Let's do it!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Isn't it a track question? So that enemy will know, oh shit, this team will actually ban this champion. We don't have to ban anymore.
Nami? I think you say Nami.
Oh yeah.
Why you leak our friend?
Yeah. BGD, Fizzy Fish Nami, #1. The best. She's the best Nami I've seen.
Really?
Yeah, so good. You fight her, you sure lose.
No lah.
Cannot fight. No, really. we always ban, cannot win.
Huh? You say her?
Yeah, Nami good, right? Rich.
Her?
Yeah.
She's woman?
Yeah. You don't know?
Never.
Yeah. How I know?
Now you know.
Diana. Kasi maraming stun tsaka yung passive niya gamit na gamit.
Siguro para sa akin si Camille. Kasi maganda siya pang team fight eh.
More towards Diana, Camille. Yeah, it depends on the meta lah.
To continue from what Roy has to say, like generally, like the top band that I would actually usually look out for is usually the Akali. I wouldn't say number one, but more like because that champion itself is like so. If it's played well, it can be very, very impactful.
Yeah, and I think pretty much all the OP heroes we do have our own players who have like proficiencies on it as well. So, Aatrox.
But if you really had to pick a champion to ban, I would say it's probably Lux, because from my experience and looking at all the overseas tournaments, right, Lux is like it's a very favorite ban for everyone. It's always the first ban for a lot of teams. And we can understand why, because I think she's a champion that has just a lot of different kind of tools, like a huge shield, a very short two-man snare, all these kind of things. So if we had to pick a champion, it would be Lux for sure.
Galio and Camille, because these two are what you call flex hero champions, so they could be in the in the case of Camille, it could be a Baron lane or a jungle. And if it's a first pick, it's very hard for you to decide where they're going to. And therefore it's very hard to counter. Same for Galio, it could be mid, it could be support. Unlikely it'll be Baron, but sometimes we do see that. And the thing about them is that they are very mobile. Either that or they have a global ulti with a hard CC. And it's just, those are champions where it doesn't matter whether they fall behind in the early game, because they can come back and they can still contribute to the team fight even though they are behind. So we would be a little bit more wary of that, especially if we shut them down early. We don't really want to give them the chance of coming back into the game or helping out the team. Yeah, as compared to other champions like Darius, for example, if you shut down a Darius early game, there's not much he can do in the late game when everybody is so far ahead. Yeah.
In my opinion, it'll be something like Braum. I just find him very annoying, especially as an ADC, because of his oppressive early game. But it's just annoyance to me, basically.
I think for me would be Gragas, because he overall is just like very solid. And it's very hard to play against.
I need to ban the Alex Lee Sin. He bullied me in rank game. Shin Shakai, I got you.
Yeah, I think Lee Sin. Good Lee Sin is very scary.
Your weakness is revealed.
Welcome back all of our second semi-finals match. It's going to be Celestials SG versus Noblesse Gaming, as we look to see who's going to face off against Alliance in the upper brackets finals going on tomorrow, and who's going to drop down to the lower brackets. As always, I'm Kim Innocent. With me is Hungry Cast, and we're taking a look at the second BO3 of the day between two teams that have been a little bit underrated. Noblesse definitely, and Celestials up in our top 4. So let's see how things pan out here.
Chickens Can Fly are going to be looking very closely at this BO3 just to see who their potential opponent is going to be. Maybe find some weaknesses, prod and poke, and expose, ways they can win the game. That being said, this BO3 between Noblesse and Celestials rather, I've seen a lot of improvement from Celestials. Noblesse has always been a very standard, solid team. They label themselves as like a team of rejects. I feel like they're not giving themselves enough credit, because pound for pound, they are pretty solid mechanically, especially against the likes of Impunity and the Alliance. It just comes down to the macro, whether they can display superior macro play like we've seen from Alliance in that series.
Yeah, that's definitely something that comes about with a lot of experience. Thankfully, I do feel like they have enough players on their side with that developed experience over the time playing competitive titles to really be able to start to understand a little bit. Now it just comes down to the understanding of this particular meta and where things kind of fall into place. So far, we haven't really seen teams come in with the Rengar apart from Alliance, and it kind of just shows Alliance has the means to respond quickly enough to shifts in meta to introduce new champions and the like. And as always, this whole broadcast brought to you guys by our wonderful sponsors, Secretlab as well as 100+. And so if you're looking to up your hydration game, and for the teams that are going to be able to win this competition, the top 3 get 3 months worth of 100+. That is a lot of 100+, Hungry.
Yeah, that is a lot of 100+. I could use some for myself because the weather has been pretty hot recently. I don't know if you realize, but dude, it's been sweltering out in Singapore. So nothing beats a cool, refreshing 100+.
How do I not realize? Am I not in the same country as you anymore? Is this why?
I don't know, man. Maybe you live in perpetual luxury. You're one of those guys that like just turn on the aircon everywhere, right?
Wow. Nah. I gotta spend all my. I literally have an entire carton of 100+ in my fridge right now. That is how I stay. That is how I stay hydrated. That's how I stay cool.
Yeah, two sides of the coin. One side of the coin, you just turn on the AC everywhere. The other side is you just buy 100+ and keep hydrated.
That's the true luxury. Yeah, so let's take a look at some of our teams coming in here. Noblesse. This is a team that was consisted of a set that they like to call rejects, but we actually think that they have had a pretty good picking for themselves too, because you know you have guys like Ares really strong on that Akali. You know, you have guys like HYHY.
Kong rather.
Kong, just being able to have that kind of long experience bringing that into the team, you know, having some level of structure and support even off the rift has really shown how well Noblesse can kind of grow as a team.
And not to mention Dai as the support. Like, some people remember him if you're like an old school boomer gamer like me, and if you've been watching, you know, League of Legends PC and competitive esports in Singapore long enough, this guy would be a name you recognize. He used to be known as Godwin and then Daimi Dollar. Played on a little team called Nyan Zone in 2015 for the Legends circuit. Now joining Noblesse Gaming, bringing his expertise into the Rift 2. They have 3 very established, experienced players in the sense that, like, you look at them, they are kind of like esports veterans in Singapore, right? So not to mention being able to port over their knowledge from League PC into Wild Rift helps a lot too.
Absolutely. So bringing in that little bit of experience to try and take out the win. Of course, Noblesse are going to be facing up against some very tough opponents. For now, we're going to actually be taking a look at their opponents in their current game. In our second semifinals is Celestials SG, a team that has kind of been built up from the ground up. Coming in here with some pretty interesting picks and a little bit of a change in that jungle pick.
Yep, the jungler has been substituted out, I believe. Francois is the new jungler, and we saw him play super aggressively yesterday, really paying dividends and leading his team in terms of aggression. I do like that they play similar to Alliance in the sense that they know when they're ahead, they know when to pull the trigger and force fights on their opponents, right? Nico as a Baron laner has been quite standout too. He's been fixing a lot of the mistakes that we saw early in the qualifiers. I think one of the big things was when we saw him play Fiora. He's like, tends to be a bit over aggressive, getting punished, doesn't have the proper setups before he commits, and now I think the Celestial squad on a whole have rectified a lot of their old issues.
And you know, this team, Celestials, are so incredibly coordinated for a team that is relatively new. They've had some incredible moments playing with some synergistic combos and having ultimates that are generally much harder to find maximum value from. If you saw their games yesterday up against TLJ, you actually saw an amazing Dragon Steel coming in from their AD carry there. It's kind of just an indication that, you know, this is not a team that you can kind of ignore, and you have to be very careful when you're drafting against them. You can't really give them these high priority targets away. You saw how well they're able to play with things like the Ori, sorry, not the Ori, but rather the Ori and the Jinx and the like.
Yes, I think those are the picks that we'll be looking towards, and the Lee Sin 2 for Francois or the Jarvan will be highly contested here, you have to think. For the most part, Celestials, you kind of touched on it. I want to go in a bit deeper. They're a team without the esports pedigree, right? I mean, say pedigree from a sense that, like, you know, you have this years of lineage and experience. They come together, they put on a good show, and they learn. Their biggest point of power is that they learn and they adapt very quickly. As we see the Jinx Fiora being banned out away from Nico and Lewin. On the side of Celestials, they'll be banning out the Ziggs and the Gragas. So first pick here, you could go Lee Sin, you could go Camille. The Camille, of course, as we know, is a flex pick between Nico and probably Francois. So I do like this early pickup, but the response here from Noblesse, instant Galio. Now you could do Galio Akali if you wanted to. I think Ares prioritizes the Akali quite heavily too. So Noblesse, if they open with Galio Akali, you have a strong solo laner and you have a flex pick that could go mid, could go support.
I mean, we've seen how good Dai is on Galio as well, right? So having these incredible moments, denying these choke points, pulling the taunts on the opponents. So Celestials kind of have to respond in a little bit of a different way. And this is a really good response to that. Playing for the Seraphine and the Ezreal gives them a lot more range and safety compared to if they were playing something a little bit more frontline-ish, especially in the support role. We'll have to see Celestials are looking to play that Seraphine alongside something like the Lux, going into the mid lane after. For now, it's down to Noblesse. They come in with the Akali, so really are going to commit for that pick, and Kaisa might just come in as well, and Noblesse looking like a pretty scary call for, overall.
Akali into Camille, assuming it's Camille Baron lane, is a skill matchup of the highest order because depending on who uses what first, it could go either way, right? If you use Hextech Ultimatum and Akali responds with the Shroud, that is a wasted ultimate. You can't kill him inside that AoE. But if you can time the Hextech Ultimatum during the moment of the perfect execution, it actually disables a lot of damage from the Akali. So I do like this ego challenge coming in from Ares. He, like I rated, 10 out of 10 in terms of Akali mechanics, very solid. Raven is also another solid 10 out of 10. So look at this matchup. It's going to be predicated on who can find their individual leads. The draft is going to be rounded off here from Celestials with the Orianna and the Garen. So they needed the Garen in the front line here. In fact, it's going to be the Baron lane Garen, the jungle Camille. Completely disregarded what I said, but overall Celestials draft, strong front line, good impactful teamfight ultimates, and the Seraphine as well as Ezreal are good answers in chokes, right? You think about Galio, I always talk about this, Galio, Diana, and Camille all love to fight in chokes where in the jungle opponents have to like kind of bunch up. In these tight, narrow corridors, the Ezreal True Shot Barrage and the on-call from the Seraphine actually does a lot of work in terms of counter-engaging and putting damage down.
Yeah, so Dai actually does end up picking the Galio, and so you should be seeing a lot more priority around that bottom side choke points, and so difficult for Celestials to move into that position, so it's a nice little adaptation to bring Seraphine into the bottom side instead of sending it to the mid lane like you could have otherwise expected. Now this Orianna versus Diana matchup, Orianna of course being a range champion has a little bit of an advantage against the Diana to try and shove that one out, so hopefully they make full use of this to get the pressure that they need and shove in the waist, prevent Dai from rotating, prevent Kong from being able to start scaling up, because we know what he can do once he gets the Diana hit. Now the question mark really comes in, what's going to happen top side? Nico has had a lot of strong moments playing aggressive Baron laners, whereas Ares has had phenomenal moments on this Akali. This Akali could just carry the game and take it all home for this team Noblesse here.
I'm expecting to see a lot of jungle pressure from Shingy towards the top side. The Baron lane is definitely going to be the focus for the Vi, just to get him some early leads so you can start snowballing in Ares. Once he gets that, you know, small snowball, he actually pops off so much, and you don't really have to worry too much about Cryonics. You don't have to worry too much about the bottom side of the map either, because they are generally quite stable. Cryonics, the way he likes to play these games, even though he's on the Diana this time, he's a very stable, he's a very you know, reliable mid laner. Normally he plays the Orianna, normally he plays the Corki. This time on the Diana, it has to be kind of similar, right? Don't fall behind. Come in for the big team fight ultimates and look to impact the game that way.
Okay, so looking to see how the Diana can make impact in the next phases of the game. For now, we should be getting into the Rift pretty shortly. Looking at the way things have panned out, Noblesse are definitely looking to try and set a good tone for themselves, especially when they set their sights to take down Impunity and Alliance. They have to win this game in dominating fashion to prove that they are at a level and capability to face them. The winner of this will go right up against Alliance, and so that's going to be a difficult task to go for. You will, depending on how that game goes, then you drop into the lower brackets and then into the ultimate grand finals. Noblesse want to pick up this win. Celestials are not going to give this one up for free either. They have drafted into a composition that fits well into their playstyle. Have a lot of combo and synergy that works well for them. Let's see how things pan out.
Keep your eyes on the Gallo, keep your eyes on the Diana. The synergy between those two will be game-changing. It's gonna be predicated on that if they can hit those combos, and I fully expect Dai to be one of those supports that bases early, picks up the Righteous Enchant, starts walking mid, you know, tries to get the pressure down like we saw so many times yesterday with Alistar players, with Galio players. It has to be done that way to exert pressure onto the opponent Orianna.
Here we are, moving into the Rift. Noblesse moving together down towards the bottom side. Let's see what they want to try and get done here. Might just be trying to get a little bit of vision control, but otherwise Elwin just going to start stacking up a little. Drops the ward and just going to back off. Okay, so both sides are going to go for a pretty conventional start. Noblesse going to get both sides going to start towards the top side from from bot side to top side.
Yeah. So they want to be arriving at the Baron lane at the same time, right? This goes back to our fundamental idea of discussing why this is such. Ares and Nico will need that pressure. If Ares gets a snowball going, this lane is going to be tough for the Garen. Whereas for Pain and Lewin, you expect this lane to be pretty stable. Like, yes, Noblesse can find those kills if they hit the proper marks, but with the summoner spells that they're bringing to the table, it's not the case. It's barrier and heal. There's no all-in here. There's no ignite. There's not an opportunity for them to really punish their opponents.
Yeah, so taking away a lot of the aggressiveness they could have had in lane otherwise, but you know, just going for their safety, being aware that it could be targeted and ganked down towards the bot side, especially since they lack a lot of mobility compared to what the Camille can lock you down with. So for now, just playing it safe, opting for the double safe summoner spells. We do see a little bit of a skirmish, or rather both the junglers looking to collapse in the river now. Francois looks like he has to give up the Scuttle Crab, cannot contest against the Vine, who finds the jump on this Camille.
What should have happened there was the Orianna should have rotated up the river because he had the mid prio against Kung. So he misplayed that. If he arrived to help the Camille take the Scuttle Crab, now they get control of the top side and now they can punish. But Ares is still getting shoved away from the spin to win portion of this matchup from Nico.
And you do see, it looks like Kong actually went to go and start out the Scuttle Crab for the Vi again as well. Francois going to be by the side, gets the stun over onto the enemy team. The Vi taking down a lot of damage. Has to flash over the wall, jumping in. It's going to be Ezreal. One more hit might be enough. Could look to flash ball with the last auto attack. It's going to be Ori that moves in instead. They do manage to find this with the first auto attack. Blue team gets the first blood. Now looking for a second. They try and jump forward onto Kong. Kong has to flash away. They manage to get the hook shot onto the Diana. It's 2 quick kills over the Celestials, who punish Noblesse with their over-aggression.
Good early aggression. The problem there was Dai wasn't in a position together with his ADC and the rest of his team to set up for that. They were sitting inside the brush, but it's not where you want to be when this early in the game, especially because you don't have the levels yet. The Galio is a support, remember. Doesn't bring all that much to the table outside of crowd control. Noblesse, they are behind in terms of gold. 1k Celestials, they're hitting the stride pretty well. A lot of the gold is going towards the jungle, it's going towards the mid, it's going to give them control in these fights. Xiao Hu is moving to tier and haunting guys. I do like this though, like it's a late game scaling build, it's not the Ludens of early power. It allows you to get into the late game with no mana issues, it gives you decent damage too once Liandry's is completed. So all in all, pretty decent stuff coming from Celestials.
I also want to highlight, you know, Elwin's discipline to not flash in for the last auto attack to try and take down Chingy. Instead, holds it because he knows that his team is going to be able to collapse towards the Vine anyway. So waits out for their opportunity. Xiao Wu going to get collapsed on by the mid laner and the jungler on the side. Noblesse does use a shockwave in time, but it will not be enough. Loses out on his life without the flash available. Cannot survive this engage.
That's the play you need to make. The Diana needs to be fed, needs to have a couple of items in order to really duel and fight in the mid game. The combo we talked about, Galio, Diana, only works if the Diana has items. Now Ares, he's hit level 6, so the ultimate is available for him to try and get the damage down, possibly get the kill, but Nico's sustain is pretty nutty too.
Very nice dodging out the 5-point strike, so just gonna use the silence to dish out as much damage as he can and then reset. Nico just constantly shoving the wave in against the Akali, but of course Akali not gonna be too upset about that, you know, with waves and gold and EXP being handed to you effectively. Definitely can't be upset about that. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, Dragon's going to be spawning up, so Mystical makes his way over to the mid side to look to try and give a little bit of support. Noblesse now collapsing into the top lane, looking to try and pick up this first turret. They should be trying to trade this for the Dragon right now, Celestials respawn in turn.
Bit of a taunt on Nico, but yeah, like you said, top Baron tier 1 should go the way of Noblesse here. The wave clear is actually pretty decent from Nico. They need to focus hitting this one down.
It's actually this. Shield comes through, Ares loses a lot of health, the Ignite going to be used as well, but the wave is going to start crashing back up towards the Baron lane turret. Now they're looking to dive his 3 members onto Nico. Nico has to flash away. We also saw Kong making his way up towards the Baron lane as well, so we just see Nico back off with his life here.
A lot of teams will do this when the first dragon is like Cloud or hold on, Ares has to flash out.
Francois jumps over onto Ares, gets decent damage off. Now the heroic entrance is going to be used from Dai to try and provide some support over to his Baron lane. The Baron lane is going to get away though. Ares gets back to the safety under his turret. Shockwave would not come through. Instead, it's just Celestial looking for an engage up to the top side. Cannot quite find it now. Maybe looking for this turret as well. Bot lane looking for the jump onto the Ezreal. They are able to find the Seraphine first. Now Alwyn running for his life, but they don't quite have the means to try and catch up to him. Chasing under the turret. We do see the Diana tanking up for a little bit longer. Alwyn survives with a single auto attack with her HP left. Diana Diana Vine looking for this last kill. Cannot quite find it there.
Managed to capitalize on the bottom side, but they lose top in response, and we saw the interaction there between the Camille and Akali, right? This is kind of what I talked about. If it was a Camille Baron lane into Akali, the Hextech Ultimatum can be dodged away from the moment the Shroud is popped. So it's quite a tricky matchup, and Ares is holding his own as Nico, he doesn't want to be here.
He wants to go in there, jumps into the enemy side on call, does not manage to connect over onto the enemy team. Noblesse walks out that relatively unscathed, almost managed to punish Nico for trying to deny the recall timing there. Rift Herald will be started
the damage
up.
has been done.
Yep, damage has been done, so this gives Celeste the space to start up this Rift Herald to try and pick up this objective. Might be able to use this mid lane.
To be honest, even if he dies there, I feel like it's still a worthwhile trade because getting the Rift Herald again allows you to open up mid tier 1. Most of the outer structures have been taken down by Noblesse, so you need to open up the map a little bit more if you're Celestials to try and find these angles to flank, try to find these angles in the jungle, pull wards down, and contest the next dragon. I was about to say earlier, you know, a lot of times you see when the first dragon is like Ocean or Cloud, teams will just immediately sack it and go towards the top side to take top tier 1.
I think that has been the case actually, but I wouldn't say most teams. We've only really been seeing Alliance as well as to some extent Impunity as well.
Okay, most good teams, that's the
caveat. Yeah, most good teams. Yeah, so let's see how Noblesse and Celestials want to play this one. Definitely seen some adaptation compared to their first few games. Now they finally met a good match. Both sides very evenly stacked here. Gold looking about even. Turrets one down for Celestials, but they got the Dragon in exchange. So overall, things looking very even.
Look at the items, can we pull it up? Because we'll see that Pain actually opted for a very early Zhonya's upgrade, right? So this is the item path that you go on as Kai'Sa because you're allowed an early Q evolve with those full AD pickups. You go BS Sword into Longsword into Vamp Scepter. This case he is the Executioner's Calling. You have Q evolve and then you have the leftover gold to pick up anything you want. In this case, defensive items because he knows his damage is there with Evolved Decathian Rain. He doesn't need a full completed item. All he has to do is be present in fights and hit the Decathian Rain to do damage.
Right, Gold headed over to the right units on the side of Noblesse. You can see, wow, the collapse coming in over at the call. Let's see how they play this one out with a great return kill. Turning things around. Francois almost got the kill onto Diana. Ends up losing his life instead. Now Nico looking to jump in. Does not quite have the means to do so. Kong going to start regenerating quite a bit there, so they're just going to give that one up.
That solo kill actually propels him so far ahead. He's got boots, he's got an early death cap and Oblivion Orb, so they know that the healing is going to be a potential problem. They immediately cut it off. They don't want to have Mystical supplying the reinforcements in terms of health and regeneration. Now this Ocean Dragon, because there's nothing left on the map, both teams will want to contest this. Alternatively, if you're Celestials here, you can just opt to not fight, move towards the top side of mid tier 1 and push for it. Good chunk of damage onto Dai, as Noblesse drag the Ocean Dragon towards the bottom half of the map. They need to focus down something here. They can't just sit around and wait for the objective to go down.
Dragon is down to about 1,000. MBL picked this one up quite quickly, and now so CSG won't be able to find anything here. They used the Rift Herald. Seems a little bit late. Could have maybe used this and then rotated over to the Dragon right away. Instead, they wait till they manage to pick up this outer tier turret. Now looking to try and siege up onto the second one. Not sure how much they're going to be able to get done here. Nice engage coming in as they try and jump in onto Mystical. CSG taking a lot of damage. The Encore managed to connect on the 3 members. The Shockwave coming in. They are able to target down 1. Almost able to take down Pain right away. Running away is going to be Dai. He does not manage to survive here. And MBL forced to run away after an engage coming in from Shingi. Instead, a great siege coming in from CSG, who are managing to capitalize off of that single play.
It could be game, goodness. This could be game because the heal was coming in from the Seraphine. If they wanted to push in with the Rift Herald, they definitely could, but they decide to back off because the Baron is spawning in 10 seconds. They didn't really want to put the finishing touches on that one. It would have been quite greedy, granted, because most members of Noblesse were respawning, so I was like, yeah, you know, if you wanted to grieve for this, you could finish the game here.
Yeah.
But again, I think the call from Vi was the big issue there. Noblesse, they didn't recognize that they had to deal with the Rift Herald first before engaging on that fight, especially when you fight into these, like, small choke corners and people have to fall up behind Vi. You leave yourself vulnerable to Shockwave and Encore.
Absolutely. I mean, the Encore managing to connect on the 3 members there really turned the tide of battle. Nico going to walk into multiple members on the side of MBL. Just going to be able to walk out that one. Mystical over on the other end, getting soloed out by Kong. They will be able to find that one. Shockwave not able to connect as Kong repositions onto Xiao. Now they have to try and find a return back as Baron is within the sights of MBL. Noblesse have a good angle around it. Nico just going to make his way back into the mid lane, trying to clear out the ways and force them to respond.
I wonder who has TP and Chan on the side of both teams, because this is going to be important. Contesting blue buff here. Should be able to get this one. Smited away by Shingi. I don't think CSG look to re-engage here. Like, they don't have the
no
position
Shockwave
around this
available.
Baron.
They do manage to find some decent damage over onto the Vi. Just procs the gargoyles to give him a little bit of safety. But they're just going to back off there.
If there's a lull, hopefully we can pull up the items, because I want to see who has TP and enchant at this point. Seems like absolutely no one. They're going for defensive enchants instead. Eventually Ares should pick it up though. You see he hasn't committed to anything just yet. So that is going to be the choice. Okay, they have one. They have a TP enchant on Nico.
Right,
so Noblesse needs to get it real quick.
A little bit different kind of game compared to some of the other one, compared to the previous one that we just saw between Alliance and Impunity, because between Celestials and Noblesse, both teams are stacking together, moving together as a group. Very different from like that split push, send Raven to a side lane, and provide Shinsekai for support kind of situation where you need multiple teleports. And so now Nico, the only one on his team running a teleport, Ares still holding out on buying an enchantment. Baron being pressured out by Noblesse. Nico is going to start crashing down this bot side. Let's see what he can get done.
Let's pick the Dragon Tier 1 now. The question is, are Celestials going to just push up mid and then get prio on the Baron, or do they want to set up to collapse on Ares? Doesn't seem like Nico is going to be the choice though, because the Garen has TP. He could be left alone to his own devices in the Dragon lane while the rest of the team set up towards Baron. In fact, I think that is the optimal play, being able to push up and then move towards Baron. And then if Noblesse decides to collapse, you can just pull off and let Nico solo the Dragon himself.
CSG is just going to make a quick reset while Francois as well as Nico pressure around the top side to deny Baron's start from MBL. Dragon going to be spawning up as well. The Inferno. It's a nice little addition to either side here for sure. Let's see if either team is willing to make this trade Baron for Dragon just to keep going in this game.
Noblesse might want this Dragon a bit more than Celestials, but they're setting this pick up onto Luit. The taunt!
Almost gets the catch onto Elway, not quite able to do so. Encore barely manages to find his mark over onto Call. Hero entrance going to be used for Die to get out of this fight. They do manage to jump back onto the Diana, but Diana goes golden, goes into stasis. Now they're looking for his fight, catching onto the enemy team. It's a big moonfall into the backline. Ares dishing out a ton of damage. Elway, the target of focus, he should go down as Pain flashes forward, looking for this engage. He gets the kill, and they take down the primary members on the side of CSG. NBL have found the fight that they wanted. Celestials are still in this position though. They're still ready to fight this one out. They hold on to Xiao, Hefrenqua, and Nico. Can look to try and trade this one as a 2-for-2 across the board.
Yeah, if they got a Xiao there, it would have been the perfect fight for Noblesse, but there's only so many chances to jump in onto the backline, especially when multiple members of Celestials has already picked up the Zhonya's enchantment. So that's the problem here in dealing with playing the Akali, right? If you're piloting the Akali right now, who is your main priority? Like, how many members can you feasibly kill before they all pop their Zhonya's? It's a big issue right now. He's got the TP, so he knows his job is to... Oh, hold on, he's actually meant for the Zhonya's enchantment himself. Interesting.
Yeah, actually wants to go for a bit more survivability once he dives into the backline. One could say it's a bit greedy, but at the same time, you know, with how often they're fighting, you could make an argument for why you would want to go for that and just group together, especially if Baron is one of the big win conditions for NBL right now. 5,000 gold lead for Celestials. They're now positioning around the Baron. Not much else around the map to be found for them. So they could just look to try and shove out the Baron and mid lanes and then start making their way over to the Baron themselves.
The Zhonya's pickup from Ares kind of indicates that he doesn't feel confident dueling against Nico. And fair enough, you know, it might just be like he doesn't want to go hit-to-hit and have to play the side lane all too much. Another cheeky thing you can do with Akali is your Shuriken Flip allows you to piggyback onto the teleporting member on the Celestial side. So if Nico decides to use the TP and Ares hits the Shuriken Flip, he can follow him across the map. So that's another cheeky way to not buy TP and just use the Zhonyas for combat effectiveness.
Not sure how consistent you can rely on flying cross map with the Shuriken Flip, I mean, but you know, I get what you mean. I get what you mean.
It's like a crappy Uber, basically.
Optimistic, but like 2 stars would not ride again. Let's see how Celestials play out for this Baron, because it's definitely going to be the make or break factor for the team. Elwin is quite vulnerable at this point. You look at his boots and you realize that he still does not have an active enchantment, so doesn't have the Hourglass to give him a little bit more safety. Also doesn't have the Guardian's Angel, so he could just end up being the priority target, because we saw what Pain and Ares did. They dive for him right in the backline, and Mystical tried his best to give him a little bit of space to work with. Elwin still went down in the end, couldn't do very much. The two of them died and they lost a lot of their damage. Thankfully, Celestial still picked up the dragon off that fight, but we'll have to see what happens the next time around.
I think more importantly in these fights, it has to be Shingy that hits like the Assault and Battery onto Elwin, and then you have Kung just following up with the Moonfall, right? A lot of times they lost these fights is because the Vi goes in alone, there's no backup, and then everyone is forced to just like kind of walk in after him and get caught by the Shockwave.
Good damage onto Ares. Nico is just going to pressure this lane. Meanwhile, the rest of his team, not sure Celestials are starting off the Baron. Yes, they are. 6,000 or so HP left on this Baron. They're just going to back off, not willing to take this fight. Nico caught in a bad position, but is able to find a solo kill onto Ares almost. Flashes over the wall. Nico gets back to safety. Not sure he had to do that. Now Celestials could look to try and jump in onto this Baron.
Yep, it's Summoner spells traded on both sides for the Baron laners. Baron is being started up right now. Celestial is actually burning this very quickly. Look at how quickly it goes down. It's already down 7k. A good shockwave on the Chingy. And Kung might stop them from coming in. The steal, though, is going to be the question for Noblesse.
Nice on call to get the charm over on the Chingy. Chingy looking to go down very low right now. Might be able to find this pick up right away. They are able to find this. CSG pick up the Baron. Now looking to fight over onto the back ends. Elwin kites away from the enemy team. Ares dishing out damage, but gets exhausted. Ghost Golden stays alive for a little bit longer. Francois in position to pick up this kill as well. One more hit should be enough. The 5-point strike is not able to do it. A quadra kill for this Camille, and they pick up this game against Noblesse.
A bit of a misfortunate journey into the jungle in the top side. I'm just in shock at how Noblesse, you know, they lost control of the game so quickly. If you think about the sequence of events, right, Brandon, it was like Ares taking the 1v1 against Nico. Then you look at it, it's like, okay, cool. No problems there. He walks inside the jungle, almost dies, and you're like, wait, what's going on? And then the room gradually like starts catching fire, and you're like, okay, this is horrible, because now he has the base, they get the Baron, and then they have to come in and try to steal this, but it's a little too late, and they overcommit. Noblesse, they just lose control of the game in 10 seconds flat.
I mean, at that point, once you lost Ares, it almost seemed like a clear decision to just give up the Baron and just try and turtle and wait things out, because it's down to the next Dragon anyway. Next Dragon is going to be Mountain. You could try and play for that, or you could just try and hold on, because in all honesty, NBL, they lost a lot of turrets in the mid lane, but apart from that, they still had the inner tier turrets in the Baron lane and the Dragon lane to try and play for, and could stall out the game long enough. Instead, they went for a desperation play to go deep in. Didn't quite pan out in their favor. Overall, you know, they had some good moments, but with how far Nico was scaling up, it became very difficult for Ares to find any good target.
And all credit where credit is due, the new jungler for Celestials, this new pickup, has been working out really well for them. The new dynamic that he brings to the composition and to the roster. He's been playing these aggressive junglers, like I said. Camille, Lee Sin, likes to go early, you know, damage items, sometimes GA, sometimes Triforce, and he's the one that's calling the shots for his team. You can tell almost like instinctively whenever Francois goes in as the leading man, everyone else follows behind him.
Yeah, he does set up really well for his team. Gets a Quadra for himself. One away from a Penta. And for you guys back at home, if you guys didn't know, if you see a Penta kill and you clip it, you guys stand a chance to win a Secretlab 2020 Titan Edition League of Legends chair. That's a really nice little thing to get away from this. You know, when you're stuck at home, which you should be, by the way. You know, you need to live a little bit in comfort, right? What better way than to sit in a nice Secretlab chair? Good for your posture and all. Get that lumbar pillow in there.
There you go. Although the lumbar pillow is not pictured in the photo, I'm very much
I'm
sure
pretty
that
sure
it
you
will
could
come.
get the lumbar pillow regardless, right? You know, if you want to, maybe get you could put the lumbar pillow on your bed. I don't know. What do you want to do?
Yeah, if you really wanted to, right? Oh, okay, so we were just receiving word from production that apparently the Titans themselves have lumbar support built in. So like maybe that's a small bonus that you don't even need the pillow. You just like you sit.
So you can just turn the chair into your bed. You don't even need a bed anymore.
Okay. Fun fact, I actually do that sometimes. Like, you know, in between games when I get a bit tired, I pull my Secretlab chair down to like 45 degrees. I take a little nap.
Yeah, because you're tilted, right? As tilted as your chair.
Yeah, sometimes I get that tilted, right? But I think this game, there's nothing much to really... I mean, there was one point I got a bit tilted towards the end where, like, I'm not particularly sure why Ares decided to fight Nico. I think this is when things go alright. You don't need to be dueling against the Garen. His job is to keep you in position. Your job as the Akali is to be jumping the backline, right?
Yeah, it seemed a little bit off the fact that they were constantly looking for these fights from front to back when they really should be looking to just assassinate the backline and work kind of from there. Honestly, looking at the composition from NBL, I didn't really see any big flaws. I felt like they had a good pickup. It just seemed like overall CSG scaled better once they hit into that late game, because once Nico became a threat that Ares just couldn't deal with, it was very problematic. We've also been seeing quite a bit of vulnerability with the Vi pickup in a lot of these matches so far. These teams going for Vi have invested themselves in this engage tool, whereas like you've mentioned, Vi should have become more of a peel as a little bit of protection for the Kai'Sa, but then they lack a little bit of primary engage. And we even saw Dai having to use his heroic entrance to run away from a few instances.
You know what the next best pickup is if you think you want to play Vi? Like, the moment you're hovering Vi, think to yourself, like, what does this bring to my team? And more often than not, you'll find out the answer is like Jarvan is the better pick. In terms of lockdown, in terms of value, yes, Vi gives you guaranteed crowd control, but Jarvan is a bit more dynamic. It allows your team to follow up better, and it has a stronger early game presence too. Like Vi is so, a lot of her damage is set on Vault Breaker. If you realize that you dodge Vault Breaker, like majority of Vi's damage is gone, then you realize that Vi is actually not a very good pick. So I think Jarvan is the better choice here for most teams that want to play Vi instead. Like Cataclysm is just infinitely better. If you get 2 or 3 members inside a Cataclysm, chances are you probably win the fight.
Yeah, it really does change the way things go about, because not every champion has mobility spells that can get over the walls that the Cataclysm kind of sets up. And not to mention, I mean, it's not that much, but the Master Standard gives you a little bit additional attack speed, and that can be the difference in a few moments between whether or not you win or lose a team fight. Not to mention, it gives you extra vision, right? That's something that Vi does not give you, because when you have to go and face check in as a Vi, you oftentimes run the risk of getting caught out and just outright dying. It's the difficult position to play as a Vi, because you're kind of relegated to a lot less agency compared to something like the Jarvan.
It's also very predictable, because when you charge up Vault Breaker, like, people expect you to jump for it. But with Flag and Drag, it's almost instantaneous, right? You throw down the Demacian Standard, and then you decide whether you want to jump into the fight. So in most cases, I do like Jarvan better, as we see the bans come through. In this second game of a best of 3, Noblesse are down on Game Celestials, leading the charge. They will be banning out the Gragas and Ziggs on the Celestial side. Noblesse will be banning away the Camille and the Fiora. Now the Camille seems like a respect ban here, but they will get the Akali in response.
Does seem like they prioritize Akali quite a bit. I mean, he does have pretty solid mechanics, so now it's a matter of being able to execute that well. Celestials coming in with this Diana now. A little bit of a repeat coming in against something like the Orianna, perhaps. Diana has been showing some pretty good matchups, but overall, I do like the Orianna a little bit more, considering how well it can set up for these pretty big team fights.
I mean, Crownix has always been someone that plays Orianna very well, so I think if he picks it up in the mid lane here, it shouldn't be a big issue. There you go, the Jarvan is going to be removed, and the tricky thing here is Francois has only really shown Camille Jarvan in his champion pool, right? Where Shingy, I think he's a bit limited too. You definitely do want something with a bit more flexibility. So Jarvan's a good example. Lee Sin is also a really good example. In this case, they're going to pick it up for themselves. The Galio being open though, they were like debating it for a while. Do we really want the Galio? But if we pick up the Galio here, it might also end up, giving the Jarvan away.
Yeah, giving the Jarvan away, and not to mention, if you do end up going for the Galio, you're kind of funneled into a specific idea. We saw how Dai was kind of limited when he was playing Galio. He didn't have the kind of engage he was kind of looking for. At the same time, he also didn't have the cross-map mobility that he was looking for. So I feel like Celestials don't really want to commit to that before they have a clearer idea of what Noblesse are trying to get as well. Going to stick to the Vi pickup as well as the Seraphine here.
Okay, this is a big issue now because it's Jarvan into Vi, right? So what happens here is, imagine both junglers decide to like trade ultimates almost to at the same time, right? So Vi uses the Fall Breaker and the Southern Battery into the backline, she's stranded, and then Jarvan uses the Cataclysm to lock out the opponent's backline. Who do you think comes out ahead? Is it the Jarvan?
I'm gonna say Jarvan, yeah.
Yeah. The Jarvan just locks up the backline, he uses the flag and drag to get out, and then the Vi is stuck in no man's land, instantly dies. Now that he has Wild Growth, it's even worse. I think Celestials might have just won draft here.
I love the Lulu pickup here. Didn't even think about it, if I'm going to be honest here, but Lulu goes into this composition so well. Akali and Vi diving into the backline can just get polymorphed. The Wild Growth provides some survivability to Elwyn, so you can go for an aggressive AD carry like Jinx. Gives him so much space to work with. Let's see what Noblesse have in response. Ahri and Tristana, an assassin to perhaps deal with the Lulu and Jinx threat. Tristana just going to skill up well, be able to siege up against all these turrets, and of course Celeste is going to work with what they know does best against the Akali. It's likely going to be the Garen pickup once again. Was very tanky in the last game.
We saw Cryonix play Ahri yesterday. He hit pretty much like 90% of his charms, right? So he was able to find the picks that his team needed. This is what you need to do against Celestials. If you can find those picks on Jinx, Lulu, Diana, or Jarvan, you should be able to deal with the threats Celestials have, but their 5-on-5 composition for the Noblesse side, not very good. Celestials, they have Moonfall into Cataclysm, into Wild Growth, into Super Mega Death Rocket. Like, all those ultimates layer so well on top of each other. There's so much synergy too for the Jinx to get a reset, for her to just start snowballing in fights, that I'm actually very concerned for Noblesse here.
And Celestials had a very impressive game on Jinx against TLG as well. So we already started to see a little bit of an insight towards how Elwyn plays Jinx Lulu bot side. It does very well. They were able to provide a lot of pressure down to the bot side, even against dominant matchups like Xayah Braum. Had a lot of aggression, were able to push them back. You could really start to see how Celestials have got an idea of how to play this Lulu, especially well in the bot side.
Yeah, that's the main key of this overall composition, right? As long as Jinx doesn't fall behind, as long as she's able to hit one item, join the fight, and start making an impact, then she's going to be collecting kills left, right, and center because her team sets up for that. She is like the janitor with the broom and the mop and ready to clean up fights. Celestials just need to set her up so that she can get those kills. Whereas for Noblesse, they're looking for picks. It's like Eris on Akali 1v1 side lanes against Nico. Good luck with that. You're not going to solo kill Garen. Cryonix needs to be able to hit some charms to find the squishies. If he can do that, maybe they buy some bandwidth. Maybe they get some space to get the leads that they need to equalize the series.
And talking about this series, we are going into game number 2 of this best of 3 between Celestials SG and Noblesse Gaming. So far, Celestial SG have picked up the first game, making them a contender to move into the finals to play against Alliance. Loser of this matchup will drop down to the lower brackets, where they'll likely face BDG to go into the lower bracket finals tomorrow, as we to come out to find the ultimate winner and the champions of the Wild Rift C Icon Series Singapore. We should be jumping into game pretty shortly. I have to say, looking at Celestial so far, I've liked the way they've drafted since we saw them in qualifiers too. I know they had a little bit of a switch out right before the qualifiers. And now coming into the playoffs, looking even stronger than what we saw from them before. They look like they have a very good read on how to play things out. But Noblesse, a team that said they are looking to take down Alliance Impunity, the headhunters of this pack. Let's see what they have in store for us as we get into the game.
Yep, and just to talk about the brackets a little bit before we jump in, right? Alliance already secured a spot in the upper bracket finals. If Celestials win this, they'll be going up against Alliance in that finals, right? So the winner of those, the upper bracket finals, is guaranteed a spot in Super Summer Cup just by virtue of the bracket. So they're only 2 BO3s away from, well, not 2 BO3s, 1 BO3 and 1 game away from securing a spot in the Super Summer Cup.
That's always going to be nice to see some additional teams, some more Singaporean teams make their way into the Super Summer Cup, getting some experience to play against very dominant teams in the region. Elwin as well as Mystical making their way down to the bot side. I feel like we've seen this before in a slightly different form, but we've definitely seen this before. Wow,
They need
know.
to hit the root. Okay, yeah. It's tough to actually get the cheese off because you don't have any hard CC, right? The last time this happened was with Seraphine and Jinx. So Seraphine hit the double slow into a root, and then they got the kill on the Kai'Sa. This time it's what? A glitter lance, and ideally you hit 2, but in that case you don't really have the opportunity to punish your opponents.
Yeah, so not going to be able to find too much there. Let's take a quick look at the junglers. This time around, flipping things on the other side. Both teams going to start... Well, actually, no. We're going to actually see a full clear on the bot side from the Vine. So it is going to be mirrored. That's an interesting one for me. Jiao going to position down his down towards the Dragon lane. Could be a good indication that they're looking to try and push Elwin ahead, gank the Noblesse Dragon laners a little bit more to really kind of accelerate the pace of the game.
I think that Sweeper was good because he wants to be first to arrive to the Scuttle Crab, and because they're bot lane priority, something we see in League PC that translates over to Wild Rift. If your bot lane is pushing you, come up and help your jungle, ensure that he's able to get the Scuttle Crab and potentially move up first so he can get the double Scuttle. Yep, the driver now, he's looking around, he's like, what do I have left to take? Because I'm late to my top Scuttle because mid has prio. I have to either go back to take Gromp or go and force something in the bot side or base and look for an early buy. Instead, he makes the decision to go into the Tribush and wait for the Vi in case she comes down. There's nothing left for him to take. He's been out jungled. He loses 3 camps.
Yeah, so painful to see here. I mean, the fact that Vi was just able to walk in, grab Scuttle Crabs, and you see Noblesse with a proactive ward to prevent Java from being able to dive the bot side. Just goes to show that Noblesse are not willing to give up this second game. They've come back into it, found their footing, now are looking pretty solid in this early game, finding himself a decent 400 gold lead, and a lot of that is going to be in that jungle.
And I say he loses 3 camps because all the time he spent doing Grom was spent, he could have been doing Grom, was spent walking around the bottom jungle, right? So he didn't find anything, he could have been taking 1 camp there and backing off. And now the Vi takes two Scuttles, his blood buff, as well as his own Grom. So now he's level 5, he's coming in, whereas Francois is only level 4. There's a big difference in terms of the junglers right now.
So being able to skill up a little bit earlier, hits that ultimate, is just waiting in position. We've seen a little bit of this before. Nico is really tantalizing for Chingy right now. He really wants to go for this gank, but just so difficult to justify waiting even longer. So actually kind of delays his recall a little bit. We do see Francois hovering up towards the top side, unlikely to get the gank on the area, so just going to go for his red buff instead. Dragon going to be spawning up. It's the Inferno, so difficult for these teams to let this one go. Both sides making the call to recall early. I like this decision, but now Celestials, they're staying.
I think they needed to recall there to pick up items to set up for the Dragon. It might just be that they are missing the timing here. Yeah, they might be missing the timing here. It's another, 30 seconds? Yeah, so they might just be able to make it in time actually. They get a small gold lead in terms of what they can buy here. It's 2.9k to the 2.6 of Pain. To talk a little bit more about why the Vi was sitting in the top brush, it was because the wave was being pushed up, so he wanted to make sure that Ares wasn't getting ganked. He was able to push the wave out and recall and get a timing better than the Garen. So now he's gonna, because he got the timing ahead of the Garen, he pushes out the wave and he makes the rotation down to contest this Inferno Dragon.
Inferno Dragon comes up, Celestials a little bit out of position to try and contest for this. You can see that Nico is still on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, Noblesse are in position to try and start this one away. Francois does not manage to find the engage over onto Ares. They do start up the Dragon, so Noblesse now in position to pick this one up. Swagger Devrock cannot able to connect. Now they're jumping in over the Xiao. Xiao comes in with a Moonfall on the 3. First blood heads over the Garen. They're chasing in over the Pain. Pain takes a lot of damage coming in from Nico. Having to dash away. Die is almost dead. They jump back in over onto Alwyn. Alwyn might be able to find a return kill on the Ares. Ares gets silenced. Francois returns the kill. And so Celestials go 2-2. Dragon does not head over to either side. Celestials and Noblesse at a stalemate once again. Both teams evenly matched here.
Charm actually missing Nico there if he connects her, and the root though in the back, it stops the recall. That one definitely hurts. Now, at least both the mid and the ADC are back in this fight, and this Dragon though might be going the way
back up because Xiao is joining back into the fight. He's jumping over on the Kong, takes a lot of damage, might just get taken down. Alwyn joining in as well. Mystical so very low, has to back away from this one. Surely Ares coming in from the flank now, looking to collapse onto the enemy side. Alwyn walks away, but Nico is here to provide support, and Xiao going a little bit over aggressive now. Not sure what's going on. Flashes forward, gets a solo kill onto the Tristana. Ares just going to continue pressuring down Celestials, and Dragon now looks to be in the sights of MBL. Celestials could just reset. Francois is full now, so going to make his way back over to the Dragon. Let's see what they have in store for us.
I don't think Noblesse sticks around. They still don't have the ultimate on the Akali. It has a very long cooldown, even in Wild Rift. So we saw that most of the players on Celestials got out of the second time. Ares, however, still waiting on his.
Nico joining in, and they get the flag and drag the kill onto Ares, and they stay for the Dragon. They get punished, and Celestials collapse in onto this. Inferno heads away to Celestials. They pocket that one along with the kills. 2 and 5. Celestials off to a good start.
Only now has his ultimate come back up. Akali is not a full champion without the flawless execution. That's the big problem, right? It takes too long for you to get the ult again in a second skirmish, and when cooldowns and respawn timers are so low in Wild Rift across the board, not having the ultimate hurts a lot. And Noblesse, they get punished there. They're behind in terms of gold. 2,500 Celestials. Inferno is so important. We can see why teams will sack the mountain, will sack the Cloud Drake, will sack the Ocean Drake, but they will never sacrifice the Inferno.
Of course, Inferno is just too much to give up for, especially on a composition that is relatively squishy. If they see it land in the hands of Ares, even in die as the support, it could still become a real threat for them to deal with. They also managed to find first target off of this. Good damage over on the Pain. Let's see if they can follow up for more Super Mega Death Rocket. Not going to come out just yet. Pain not in execute range. Let's see what they want to get done. We do see Xiao moving in from the flanks. Rift Herald going to be started up by the enemy team for now. Celestials continue to put pressure down into this bot side turret. Ares coming in for the other end. Elwyn might just be the target as he does manage to find the shuriken flip.
They commit a lot, but I thought Noblesse was going to be able to pick up the Rift Herald. They're taking, they took a bit too long to finish that off, and now it's Celestials that comes in to say thank you for the leash.
Yeah.
They'll get the objective.
Hands it over to Celestials, who rotate over from the other side of the map. Now Engage coming in onto the enemy team. Mystical goes down right away, but nice collapse coming in for the side of Celestials. They take down one. Now looking for a second. Xiao does get chomped out by the Encore, but won't be able to find much more off of that. Chomp managed to connect onto Nico, but he's so very tanky. They cannot take him down just yet. The root is going to come through though. Pain jumps forward, looking to try and take down this Garen. They are able to find it. Not able to use the reset to go for the kill onto Elwyn, but they're still content with the 2-for-1.
2-for-1, but Celestials take the Rift Herald, and you know what that means, Grandin? It's mid-tier 1, open season. Celestials, all they have to do is group up, and because you have Jinx, you take that mid-tier 1 so very quickly. Of course, they're going to reassign their lanes here. They're going to send Xiao towards the Baron lane and allow him to get some pressure, keep farming that up, but the focus here for Celestials has to be on the mid-tier 1.
So with that Rift Herald, like you mentioned, the mid-tier 1 could be picked up for now. We're already starting to see some decent scaling coming in from Elwyn as he picks up a couple of his critical items. You know, we talked a little bit earlier about how they almost missed out a recall window. Francois goes a bit aggressive, gonna get chomped, gonna get rooted up, now gonna get knocked back by Chingy. Let's see what he has in store. Just gonna walk away. I think he has the gargoyles at this point.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of extra tankiness.
Stoneplay is pretty insane, especially when there's 3 members nearby. He's completely fine with the extra help from that item, or the enchant rather. Should note that the moment they saw the Akali in the Baron lane, Xiao was like, nope, I don't want to stick around there. He just walks down to the Dragon lane instead.
Yeah, decides that that's not worthwhile. Dragon is going to be spawning up in about a minute now, and what looked like a fight that we just had to deal with around the Inferno looks to be a repeat with the next Dragon coming in pretty soon as well. Celestial's going to be playing this one pretty slow for now. Baron is going to come up, but I don't think they have the means to pick up Baron just yet, even with the Blade of the Rune King on the Jinx.
Doesn't matter. Baron's not a factor here. It's the Dragon that's going to be contested as Smite from Chingy secures the blue buff. Now, keep your eyes onto Ares. Every time he uses the Flawless Execution, it's going to be on cooldown. If he doesn't have the ultimate up for the fight, it's open season for Lewin to just want
to die, even diving in between multiple members of the enemy team. Francois does not go down. The Super Mega Devron comes in for the execute. Pinpoint precision on these rockets.
So easy to execute. Once you have them inside the Cataclysm, you always force the flash, and after they flash out, there's nothing to really get away from those big ultimates. You can see why the Jarvan is so flexible, so dynamic, right? This is why I prioritize it higher than the Vi. It can do nonsense like that your opponent have very little recourse to deal with.
And Francois, the fact that he can just dive in between multiple members to go for the catch onto the support there is devastating as Noblesse. What can you do? You have to use the Buster Shot to push away the Jarvan just because he's walking in range to one-shot your support.
We saw a Charm and an Orb of Deception actually not do a lot of damage to Elwin, so I think the window might have closed for Noblesse. They need to really chain the Charm into a lockdown from the Vi if they want to find a kill, otherwise they don't get anything. They're late to this Dragon, they shouldn't even be walking in here.
Dragon started up on this side of Celestials. Rift Herald is going to be used in the mid lane. Nico going to be flanking things from this side. Decent damage on the Pain. Ignite taking down. Super Mega Never connects again. And now they're just going to walk in through the mid lane. Cataclysm does manage to lock down onto Die. We do see a dash coming in from Kong to try and reposition. Spirit Dash still has one more charge. Let's see what he wants to do with this. Jess has to use it to get back to safety on the turret as CSG collapse in through the mid side.
They're looking for another pick here. You can see they're raring to go with the Vi recalling. He's just getting caught here. Has to back off with the Vault Breaker. Another charge from the Rift Herald. Remember, this is Jinx. And Structures will go down very, very quickly as long as he's standing in front of it.
Charm connects onto Xiao, but they aren't able to find much more. One more hit. They managed to find this inhibitor turret. And Celestials giving no space to breathe over to NBL. Francois, an absolute monster this game.
Ares doesn't have a flawless execution. For them to walk out here, it's like there's no fight to be taken. I don't think you get anything. Even if you get Francois here, it's still a non-issue. You can't take the Baron, you can't fight afterwards if Akali does not have the flawless execution.
That's not what they think. They're looking to try and start up the Baron right now. NBL with a desperation play trying to claw their way back into the game. Starts up the Baron. We do see the members coming to collapse in. So Mega Death connects once again. They get the dunk, trying to get the kill onto the Vi right away. Chingy runs for his life, does get a shield in time. Encore connects onto three members. Elwood has to try and flash away. Now they're repositioning over onto Kong. Pain jumps in, but not sure if that's where you want to be right now. Selwood coming in from the side, so they know that they have to back off. NBL gets away relatively unscathed there, but an over-ambitious attempt to start the Baron.
It was super lucky that Xiao didn't have the Moonfall. It was like on cooldown for another 3 to 5 seconds. If the Diana was able to get into the fight and start it off with the Moonfall, you can imagine how badly it goes for Noblesse. And this is why they can't fight without the Akali ultimate. It has to be up. It has to be used onto the backline. It has to be used on Elwin if Noblesse wants any chance of equalizing this series.
Dai managed to hit a pretty substantial charm there. If he wasn't able to hit that 3-man encore, it could have been a very different fight. Celestials could have kept on with the aggression. Of course, playing in his choke points is something that feeds in well for Noblesse, relatively well at least. So let's see what they want to try and get done. Should just look to keep farming up because they aren't able to really go for these fights around the choke points or otherwise.
Celestials love choke points like the T-junctions here where teams don't really have a good way to get out of, especially if you hit them with a Cataclysm, whereas Noblesse likes choke points that are linear. They are like a single path, right? So it's super easy to hit Charm, super easy to hit Encore. As I don't think Kong wants to be here, buddy.
Wow, is just going to have to use a Spirit Dash to move away. Engage coming in from Ares. They do look to get a lot of damage over the Francois, but Francois jumps in with the Cataclysm. Should be able to trade back onto the enemy team. Chingy goes down. They trade back with the Jabba, but now they're jumping in onto the remaining members of NBL. Good damage coming in from Elwin, but it gets pushed back by the Buster Shot. 2 for 1 on the side of Celestials. Now they're moving over to the Baron.
Both junglers are dead. This is a free Baron here. Xiaohu is going to hit the Honey Fruit, immediately go back up to half health, and because Luwin has the Ardent Sensor and Powered Lulu, they're going to be shredding this so quick. Look at how quickly this dies. It's down to 4k, and members of Noblesse are only now leaving their base.
We see across the board, Ardent Sensor completed. 3 items on this Jinx. Elwin has hit the power spikes that he's looking for, is going to be an absolute menace to deal with. Noblesse on their side, you see how far behind they are. Tristana being the only member that can match the gold on the enemy team. Ares, 8,000 gold. Even if you look at Kong, 9,500. Not much completed, nothing substantial just yet, and so they can't even deal with one Jarvan effectively.
I'll go one further as to say, like, yes, they might be even in gold for the mid laners, but the value of the Diana is so much easier to execute, right? You dash in, hit the Moonfall. If you get 1 or 2, yay, your job is done. Whereas Ari has to consistently hit charms, consistently find these picks if you want to maximize your gold, which I feel is very tough when there's a Garen and the Jarvan just sitting in the front and anchoring the defense.
Dragon started up, Dai looks for this perhaps. They do manage to get a charm over onto Francois, but not able to do much more off of that. Ares misses away the shuriken flip, so now they're just gonna have to back off. Kong jumps back in onto Chingy. Chingy should go down with the Moonfall, collecting onto 2 Super Mega Death Rocket comes in over the Ares. Ares has to flash away, but the damage comes out and the Cataclysm to slam dunk on this on Ares.
I think this game is over. You can see in the Baron lane they're pushing into with Nico. He's already taking down this inhibitor turret. Remember, mid went down earlier, and now the top is dead. So the last bastion of hope for Noblesse is going to be in the Dragon lane. But Celestials, they don't want to siege. They want to close out the game.
Escorting the wave onto the Nexus. They find an easy, and Celestials with a 2-0 take down Noblesse, putting them down in the lower brackets. Noblesse will be facing Alliance in that upper bracket finals. What a game, Daryl.
Honestly, Celestials improved so quickly from draft to execution. You can see this team just jumping forward, leaps and bounds. Every time they play an opponent, they learn something new, the way they execute, right? And I think we hit the nail right on the head when we talked about the addition of the new jungler. How aggressive they play now that Francois has been part of this roster.
He just had so much impact. The fact that he was able to single-handedly dive against the enemy team, kill, dive, if not force away a number of their massive spells is so game-changing.
Can we look at the damage done, by the way? Because I saw a number that is so janky, right? I think Cryonics did 22,000 total damage, okay? That's a good number, by all means, that's a great number. But how much of that damage actually mattered? How much of it actually meant conversion into kills?
Well, considering...
Maybe half? A quarter?
I mean, you look at Java taking 19,000 damage, I think that we know where most of the damage ended up. Because you look at Elwin, he's only taken 6,000 damage throughout this entire game. The priority targets are obviously not being hit.
And this is the problem with the RE picks, right? Every time I see a RE pick or something like a Fiora, yes, you might do a lot of damage because you're doing a lot of poke, a lot of what I call collateral damage. You don't mean to target the person, it just, damages them through some skill shot. On Xiaohu's side, he's only averaging 13k total damage, but every time he jumps in a fight, every time he does a point of damage with the Moonfall, it sticks and it converts into a kill.
Yeah, so much more impact with these large AoE spells. Trying to go for the assassination on some of these picks might have worked out, but then the fact that you already have an Akali which kind of wants to fulfill that role, and so you're kind of splitting resources there. Not sure how that pans out. We'll have to see what Noblesse want to bring to the table next time around as they go back to the drawing board, because they still have another game to play later on.
Yep, they will be playing Chickens Can Fly in the final BO1. But for now, we will have the highlights of their best of 3 series between Noblesse and Celestials. Let's take a look at how it all went down.
Nice engage coming in to try and jump in onto Mystical CSG, taking a lot of damage. The Encore managed to connect on the 3 members. The Shockwave coming in, they are able to target down 1. Almost able to take down Pain right away. Running away is going to be Dai. He does not manage to survive here. And MBL forced to run away after an engage coming in from Shingi. Instead, a great siege coming in from CSG, who are managing to capitalize off of that battle. He manages to find his mark over onto Call. Hero entrance is going to be used for Dai to get out of this fight. They do manage to jump back onto the Diana, but Diana goes golden, goes into stasis. Now they're looking for his fight, catching onto the enemy team. It's a big Moonfall into the backline. Ares dishing out a ton of damage. Elwin, the target of focus, he should go down as Pain flashes forward, looking for this engage. He gets the kill, and they take down the primary members on the side of CSG. NBL have found the fight that they wanted. Celestials are still in this position though. This kill.
Good shockwave on the Chingy, and Kung might stop them from coming in. The steal though is going to be the question for Noblesse.
Nice on call to get the charm over on the Chingy. Chingy looking to go down very low right now. Might be able to find his pick up right away. They are able to find this. CSG pick up the Baron. Now looking to fight over onto the back ends. Elwin kites away from the enemy team. Ares dishing out damage but gets exhausted. Goes golden, stays alive for a little bit longer. Francois in position to pick up this kill as well. One more hit should be enough. The 5-point strike is not able to do it. A quadra kill for this Camille, and they pick up this game against Noblesse. They do start up the Dragons, so Noblesse now in position to pick this one up. So Mega Death Rocket not able to connect. Now they're jumping in over the Xiao. Xiao comes in with a Moonfall on the 3. First blood heads with the Garrett. They're chasing in over the Pain. Pain takes a lot of damage coming in from Nico. Having to dash away. Dai is almost dead. They jump back in over onto Elwin. Elwin might be able to find a return kill on the Ares. Ares gets silenced. Francois returns the kill. And so Celestials go 2-2. Dragon does not head over to either side. Celestials and Noblesse at a stalemate once
Six around. They still don't have the ultimate on the Akali. It has a very long cooldown, even in Wild Rift. So we saw that most of the players on Celestials got out of the second time. Ares, however, still waiting on his.
Nico joining in, and they get the flag and drag the kill onto Ares, and they stay for the Dragon. They get punished, and Celestials collapse in onto this. Inferno heads the way to Celestials. They take pocket.
If he doesn't have the ultimate up for the fight, it's open season for Lewin to just
Cataclysm
want
on
it.
to die, even diving in between multiple members of the enemy team. Francois does not go down. The Super Mega Devron comes in for the execute. Pinpoint precision on these rockets. Celestials Rift Herald is going to be used in the mid lane. Nico going to be flanking things from this side. Decent damage on the Pain. Ignite taking down. Super Mega Devron connects again. And now they're just gonna walk in through the mid lane. Cataclysm does manage to lock down onto Die. We do see the dash coming in from Kong to try and reposition. Spirit Dash still has one more charge. Let's see what he wants. His business away. The Shuriken flips, so now they're just gonna have to back off. Kong jumps back in onto Chingy. Chingy should go down with the Moonfall, collecting onto 2. And Super Mega Death Rocket comes in over on the Ares. Ares has to flash away, but the damage comes out, and the Cataclysm to slam dunk on this on Ares. A nice set coming in from Noblesse, as well as our eventual victor Celestials SG, who managed to take the 2-0. So going into the upper bracket finals against Alliance. For now, we're going to be going into a quick little break before our next match in the lower bracket, round 2, which is going to be between BDG and Noblesse. And after that, it's going to be between Chicken Can't Fly versus Impunity. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Change of range.
Time to strike!
You think you can outshoot me?
Captain Chemo on duty!
Sierra at 12 o'clock.
Dust up picks.
Now that a little gunpowder won't fix.
I like monkey game.
What is monkey game? Tell us more.
It's like keep fighting and fighting.
Ooh, like in zoo?
Yeah.
No
Huh?
brain? Like in zoo, no brain, only fight, only use sound like.
That's just better mechanic win, no?
Yeah. Rich always like monkey game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every time we have a every time we have a screen where we keep fighting each other, then he will just say monkey game. Then we all laugh about it. I prefer like the games are like totally opposite of a monkey game where like there are no kills, just objective based, see who are better at controlling around the map, moving around the map. Yeah lah, but there are some times where I enjoy monkey game because my teammate loves monkey game. So I also
No, sometimes you just be the monkey leader.
yeah, sometimes I just be the monkey leader. That's why I ask them to come down, we have to play for objective. Yeah, but mostly I like to play for objective instead lah.
Solo kills. Solo kills my favorite.
I think our team all very bloodthirsty, like Levi and XCP. So I think they will prefer the solo kills. But I will always go and scold them after they die, like questionably.
My favorite matches is when in team fight we kill who is in our kill zone.
For me, my favorite type of gameplay will be more towards team fighting style. As I mentioned last interview as well, yeah, I'm more of a team fight orientated player rather than a solo player.
I think we all agree that the kind of matches that are the most fun to us is when people start throwing their bodies at us and killing themselves. I mean, everyone enjoys times like that, right? Like just 3 kills left, right, and center. Yeah. How about you guys, Jervis and Marty?
I think I'll prefer team fight, like more of the team fight kind, cause that's where it gets the game started. To be honest, where all the intense team fight come into play.
For me, it's more of the objective kind of games, where both teams are trying the hardest to contest for all the objectives, and this kind of games ultimately boils down to which is the better team. So I like this kind of games better.
So
same
in
for
other
me.
words, in other words, Jervis just said like he loved to play ARAM. ARAM and objectives.
For me, I'm also more interested in the objective taking because it really does show which team is better. I mean, team fights are good for those teams with more mechanical ability, but I feel that if you have the macro skills to do all the split pushing, I think that will be the team that will come out in the end, come out as the victor. So yeah.
I think we are more based on team fights, kind of like objective based instead of the split pushes. Our lineup works well basically because we usually take all the team fighting champions. I think mainly because most of our players are mechanically good in terms of team fighting. Yeah, so for us actually we do focus a lot on the macro in terms of objective taking as well as like doing both our trades. So in that case, the laning phase is probably going to be pretty stable, pretty normal. Then where we actually bring out our strengths is in the team fights. So that is the kind of gameplay that we generally look at. Yeah, but I mean, of course, sometimes we have to change it up a little bit because you have to answer to the other team's strategies and stuff like that, as well as the draft. Yep.
Solo queues are actually really nice, but I feel that just focusing on the basics. After all, queues don't win your games, towers win your games. So I feel like a macro-oriented game will be the best.
Yeah, I think macro is overall quite fun, but I feel like being able to have intensive team fights and like good solo queue moments will be nice as well.
I have to say, Hungry, I myself love monkey games, so I have to agree with Rich.
Same. I love the fiestas.
I can't say whether or not that's because I am one of them, but you know, definitely enjoy
Just
watching them,
remember,
enjoy playing them. You know, we played in a monkey region. Where monkey games are everything.
If the players want to play monkey games and the casters enjoy it, just remember the saying, Brendan, apes together strong,
Apes
everyone.
together strong. And as always, welcome guys back to the Wild Rift C Icon Series
What a way to
Singapore
open
summer
the
season. we are into our final 2 matches in the lower brackets. It's going to be BDG versus Noblesse Gaming, Chicken Can Fly, and Impunity Esports to determine who will be moving into our games coming in tomorrow. As always, I'm Gamenism. With me is Hungry. We're getting ready to jump into our picks and bans between the next 2 teams. I have to say, we've had a lot of action come to this point. So far, nothing too far out of expectation. Perhaps the game versus Celestial and Noblesse is the one that really stands out to me the most, because I didn't expect Noblesse to drop it to 0.
Yeah, I think Celestials, like I've been saying time and time again, have improved so much. Every time they play, every time they go up against opponents that are like equal skill level, I'll say. They always take something away from the match and they always finesse their draft. And a lot of this has been on the backs of the new jungler coming in, right? I think having a decisive voice, an aggressive voice, and someone that fits that role really enabled them to play that way. So it's the Jarvan picks that come in, it's the Camille picks that set things up for the rest of the team to really pop off. Like, Elwin doesn't get to do his thing unless there's a front line jumping in for him and setting up the play, providing a buffer.
Absolutely. But let's take a quick look at how our teams got to this point before we jump into our picks and bans, making their way into the lower bracket rounds at this point. You know, it's been a long journey for a couple of these teams. Chicken Can Fly, for example, have come in all the way through the lower brackets. Now it's BDG versus Noblesse Gaming. BDG managed to take down their opponent's team last minute earlier today to make their way into the next set in the lower brackets. Now they're facing up against Noblesse.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. I think whatever the result is, some hearts are going to be broken because both teams were kind of favored coming in. BDG from qualifiers 1, Noblesse from qualifiers 1 as well. They were the teams that qualified alongside Impunity Esports as well as the Alliance. So for them both to end up in the lower bracket is an unfortunate situation, but they do need to play their hearts out in order to continue their journey in the Icon Series playoffs.
And on the other end, we have TLJ and Chicken Can Fly, where Chicken Can Fly picked up their win against TLJ to now move in to play Impunity Esports, and this is going to be a tough one. I mean, Impunity Esports have been looking pretty strong. They did drop their games to 0 against Alliance, but honestly, that is not that surprising.
Not too surprised.
Yeah, so it's only going into the grand finals where we expect to see Impunity playing with all their cards laid on the table. For now, they're still playing relatively conservative. I understand that, you know, going into this, only playing the best of 1, definitely a bit more risky, but still looking pretty okay for them overall. Let's take a look at what these teams have in store for us. For now, it's going to be the game for Noblesse as well as BDG.
Yep.
Hard to say, honestly, between these 2 teams, who's going to make their way through. I feel like I want to hedge my bets towards Noblesse a little bit, but at the same time, BDG have been playing a very impressive composition, and they've been evolving a lot. You know, we talked about how they've defaulted to the Yasuo composition throughout their qualifiers, but this time around, they've come in and they've changed things up, and they've evolved and showcased that they can play more than one type of strategy that could just be the edge they need to take down Noblesse here.
I think being able to diversify your strategies is a key in order to progress further into the tournament. So enough of us talking. I believe we are ready to go into game soon. It should be BDG going up against Noblesse here, and we will have the pick banner on your screen right now.
Well, can you see the future?
Yes, I mean, I'm the prophet for a reason. You know, I call them like I see him. I know the pick ban. It's like, you know, that it's a bit of an old meme, but it probably checks out. Doctor Strange in the first Avengers, where he's like using the time stone and he sees all the future. I see all the possibilities, Brandon.
Can I tell you the truth, Hungry? I actually haven't been watching all the Marvel movies. I feel like I'm missing out on a lot of pop culture. Yeah, I feel like I actually am kind of like a heretic to pop culture at this point, right? I feel like maybe I should just do a binge on all the Marvel movies. I feel like I want to, but you know, it's a lot of effort and all. I'd rather just watch some Wild Rift. Yeah, there's a lot of leagues going on. You know, the Philippines are playing, Thailand's playing, even Hong Kong's playing at this point. I don't think I have much time. Yeah, who has time for that stuff? For now, let's focus on the game. Galio going to be the first ban for BDG. Very standard staple ban. Might want to consider banning out Akali if you're going up against Ares. Instead, they ban it themselves.
I think the Akali being banned by Noblesse, they probably know that there's a threat of BG picking that up and countering it and preventing Noblesse from playing that. I do like the Camille here. That is both a target ban to Shingy as well as Eris. So BDG have done their homework. They've been watching the matches, they know what's up. And now the last ban coming in, I think you go Gragas here or Diana. Either one or the other is probably decent. BDG's first pick, you might want to move to securing a strong mid laner for yourself.
We have
so maybe
seen
Orianna
BDG,
here, not bad.
Yeah, we have seen BDG playing Ziggs as well in the mid lane, so could potentially be an option for them. But of course, it would be a little bit weaker than a straightforward pick like the Orianna. Instead, prioritizing for Gragas. Gragas could flank in a lot of positions as we've seen. Now it's up to Noblesse, who want to respond in turn. It looks like they might just go with the Ziggs pick up early on, but that could actually be susceptible to an Orianna play.
Yeah, that's why I say Orianna on the BDG side left open is pretty good, because it answers the Ziggs pretty well. Early on, yes, you get shoved a little bit, but when it comes to team fights, you contribute a lot more. Noblesse now have the option. They can pivot into picking up things like the Jinx, the Tristana, anything that helps Siege, right? Or they can just set up for team fighting. And by set up for team fighting, I mean Jarvan, I mean Alistar, I mean big ticket ultimates that group people up and then keep them in the AoE of the Ziggs ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, that Cataclysm into the Ziggs ultimate is a devastating combo, but at the same time, it can also be very bad for Noblesse to end up being clustered for the Orianna ultimate. So it's kind of a double-edged sword to see the Java come in here, but better on your side than on the enemy side for Noblesse right now. BDG defaulting back towards the Ezreal. We saw them play Ezreal in their game against TLM as well. They went for a little bit more of a utility build with the Ezreal in that game. Not really going for the high damage output version that we see otherwise. So you can kind of get an idea how they want to go for this.
Fizzy Fish here probably is looking for the support pick. Janna, Sona, Seraphine, Nami, all the proper choices that BDG have leaned to in the past. I think that is probably the choice. And they don't really have to review too much of the support if they want to just lock in a mid here, because they know it's going to be up against Ziggs. So you have two choices. Do I want support or do I want mid here? BDG will have to decide as the timer ticks down. There you go. It's going to be the support, the Nami coming in. And now what they're considering is, okay, how are we going to flex this about? Because Gragas can go mid-top jungle. Ostensibly, not support because Nami's already been picked up, so they can still flex this Gragas around into the mid lane just by virtue of seeing what Noblesse picks up in the third and fourth pick.
I mean, BDG kind of get their prime choice for support. Fizzy Fish is so prevalent on the Nami. Definitely going to look forward to see how that pans out in the bot lane. Whereas Noblesse, you know, we've seen a variety come in from this bot side, from anywhere from Kai'Sa, Galio, to Tristana, Seraphine. All these different options have become available to them before. Yeah, looking like they might want to go for Tristana. Fiora definitely going to be locked in here, so might see a bit of a change. Instead of the Garen coming in, they might put something else instead. I know BG had played Darius before, so could go for something like a Darius Fiora matchup.
It's funny because the Fiora this is one of those games where I actually do like Fiora, because you have Tristana and Ziggs, right? So what happens is you play a 1-4 composition. Fiora's going to be split pushing in the side lane, and then you have Ziggs, Tristana +2 running down another lane. And because you have insane siege with Ziggs and Tristana, it forces the opponents to either answer the Fiora, who's probably going to be winning the side lane if they do it properly, or answering the push coming in from Ziggs Tristana. So Noblesse actually drafting pretty well here. I wish I saw this a bit more in the earlier games, but now they are picking it up because they're in the lower bracket. There you go, the Garen towards the Fiora. We saw this matchup go very well for Alliance, but the onus is on Noblesse to snowball the Fiora. The way Alliance got the Fiora hit was they sent the Rengar jungle. Shinsekai was shadowing Raven non-stop. There's no one really in this game to really shadow the Fiora, so she's mostly looking for 1v1s in this situation.
Of course, Jingy could still look for the engage opportunities with the Jarvan against the Garen. It's a little bit more difficult to lock him down. In the form of the Rengar, of course, it was just a lot more damage output, which made it pretty easy to kill the Garen. This time around, it's a bit more CC-wise, so it's a little bit more difficult there. Let's see what else BDG have in store for us. I'm quite curious as to the last pick for Noblesse to kind of round off the composition, because so far we've kind of seen most of it is just down to the support. Oh yeah, this is what happens. Teemo, right? If you're late for your picks, you're gonna end up with Teemo instead. They get a chance. I'm pretty sure they still get to go with the Yasuo. Picks up the Yasuo composition in the end. I'm not sure exactly how this one's gonna pan out. It feels like the Yasuo is kind of just slot into the last second.
No, there's a strategy for the Yasuo here, right? So because you have set up from Nami and Gragas, there are enablers for the Yasuo. You don't have to set up your own last breath. Sure. And because you have Wind Wall, the way Tristana sieges is she puts the bomb down, she auto attacks like 3-4 times to eventually proc it, right? If you win wall the auto attacks, it doesn't get the max damage of the Tristana bomb. So your sieging actually becomes much slower, and the Yasuo here is a response. If they overcommit to sieging, then you can force the engage with Nami and Gragas. So I do like this here, as long as the Garen is able to hold his own against the Fiora. They've already answered the Ziggs Tristana siege, and they will have the opportunity to jump on them if they overextend.
Yeah, actually, yeah,
okay,
fair point. Coming in, Yasuo does have those that wind wall as an additional utility to prevent the siege coming in from the Ziggs, especially the satchel charge.
Yes.
Coming in for Noblesse, it's the Braum to round off the composition, looking to see where. Well, this is interesting. So getting the Braum here, yeah, it gives it the Unbreakable, which makes it much more difficult for BDG to get any harass off, to even look for an engage. Being able to deny the Nami tidal wave with the Unbreakable itself is very, very high value in this game.
Also denies the explosive cast because that's a projectile. So if you throw it onto Braum and he throws up the Unbreakable, he will get knocked back. No one else gets knocked forward by the explosive cast. So it's a very good draft coming in here for Noblesse. In this lower bracket, they actually pick it up a little bit more, and they're outdrafting their opponents, I would say.
So looking like a pretty solid draft coming in from Noblesse in their match against BDG. BDG defaulting back a little bit to their comfort choices at the end of the day. Now that they've dropped into the lower bracket, not much more left to lose, it looks like. So they're going to go back. We talked about how they have been going for these Yasuo compositions. Now back to their roots and looking to try and make this one work. BDG versus Noblesse. Yeah.
The focus from Ewash here in the mid lane. So you have very good crowd control from Gragas Yasuo at level 5. What you do is you just body slam flash right into the Ziggs, and then you can't get the satchel charge off. And then you just instantly set up the play for the Yasuo, the snowball. I think that's what I've been looking forward to for BDG in this game, as we should be jumping the game here.
I mean, even if we take a look at our current match, right, between BDG and Noblesse, the winner of this one goes into the next lower bracket finals, and it's
lower bracket semis, I think?
Yeah, lower bracket semis, because they still have to end up playing the winner of the next match, and so they actually have quite a bit of a long journey going for them. I wonder if this is going to be a sign for BDG if they do end up winning this game to continue pressing on with that Yasuo. And I always like the idea of teams kind of creating and forming their own read on the game and pushing for a certain type of style that they're good at. And if this Yasuo happens to work out well, I mean, by all means go for it, but at the same time I feel like it kind of distracts a little bit away from what we've seen been most effective, which is your ability to go and pick up these turrets early on. Being able to apply pressure on the side, even if it means giving up the dragon early and being able to pick up first turret, I feel like that has been able to translate for these teams much better so far. And so the siege composition from Noblesse seems a little bit more intuitive towards that end state goal that they're looking for, which is, like one of the players mentioned in the interviews, the game doesn't end when you get kills, the game ends when you pick up all the turrets and all the objectives.
I mean, that is true. Like, fundamentally, that is tactically true, but we also want to see, like, some, monkey business running around, just running at each other, getting the kills. I want to see that, man. Like, just running at each other, getting kills is always more fun to cast, because as much as I enjoy, like, the analytical side where it's, the macro play, we don't fight, we just take turrets and then we control the map without shedding any blood. That's cool and all, but at the end of it, the action is where it's at, as we are onto the Wild Rift. It's going to be big dirty golems on the blue side, Noblesse on the red side. This is the last chance for survival here for both teams. If you lose, you are out of the playoffs. If you win, your journey continues.
The action never really ends with these two teams. Both very aggressive, both looking for any opportunity they can, and you can start to see a little bit of vision control from both sides as they look to try and set up in this game. A bit of a opposite start, so both teams going to end up mirroring each other.
Ewash actually getting the early push because he had the shield against Kung, so he's okay soaking the autos in, right? That's the thing about Yasuo and Wild Rift. You have to note that you get level 2 on the first wave very quickly. You don't have to wait for a wave and 1 minion like you do in League of Legends PC. So once he gets the dash, he's going to be pressuring Kung out. You can see now immediately down onto the Ziggs, dodging away from all the skill shots. It's so difficult to deal with, and this is kind of why we saw that as the last pick. It also shields away most of the poke with the wind wall, but you still have to be careful. You can't walk up like that.
Engage coming in on the Fizzy Fish. Good damage overall. They do manage to get the bomb off. Not able to find the returning auto attacks to get the kill. Instead, are able to force Fizzy Fish back to grab the honey fruit. Takes that one away, and Yasuo makes a quick recall as well.
He had the lane push, so he's able to get a cheater recall. He doesn't lose anything here. Will be able to get back into mid and pick up all that CS. They spot out the ward here. Feeder picks it up. If it was level 3 in the bot side, I think Pain and Dai actually get the 2v2 kill because they're missing the rapid fire. They need the attack speed steroid to prop the Braum stun if they want to find a kill there.
Ares gets 2 damage on the Feeder, and Feeder coming back into lane after grabbing the Honey Fruit is immediately sent back. And so Ares looks to keep trying to farm up. So if this matchup keeps going this way, you know, we could just see Ares scale up to that strong point organically without requiring the assistance of Chingy on this Jarvan. As we take a look towards the bot side, a little bit of pressure from the Jarvan just to look to try and deny any opportune ganks that might come in from Yon, as they have pretty little information on where the Gragas is right now.
If Noblesse is watching this, you need to optimize your jungle pathing. He keeps leaving these side camps up, and he's taking like 4 camps instead of 6. The ideal pathing here is you clear 3 camps on one side, and then you path towards the Scuttle Crab for your laners, and then you clear the other side, because it's more efficient, right? When you clear the camps that respawn with higher levels, more EXP, and it allows you to level up quicker. It also lets you hit level 5 faster. So I think Noblesse right now, in terms of jungling, Chingy doesn't have the best grasp of efficiency in the jungle.
Jumping in once again, Pain maybe looking for an engage. They do get the flash away from Yul, so they just take that exchange. Gragas makes his way down to the bot side, but it's also going to be Chingy here to respond as well. Gragas walking in, looking like they might just want to fight this 3v3. Let's take a look what happens here. Bubble not able to command the Cactus comes up as they are able to find it, but a big cast does disrupt the 3 members on this side of NBL. Pain dashes away, flash out from Yon, but the engage coming in for Chingy with the follow-up flash glitch. So Fisher gets a knockup. It's a double kill for this Jarvan as Noblesse find a huge pick in the bot side.
Noblesse read them like a book. Chingy was waiting already with the Cataclysm, and the thing is, when you open up with Cataclysm first, you have the Flag and Drag to chase down. Most of the time, the combo is Flag and Drag into... Oh, you watch.
Losing a lot of health here, still has the barrier. The Satchel Charge is going to be used to push him back. Now dashing back on over to call. One more auto attack should find it, flashing away. Ewash gets out alive, but whew, was sweating here.
Yeah, a bit of a monkey business now in the mid lane. I love it. BDG, they take the fight to Noblesse. You kind of have to try for these 1v1s and try to get the solo kills, especially when your lanes are falling apart, right? We talked about how in the Baron lane, Garen isn't having a good go at it. The bot side, we just saw them die. Ewash is pressured to make the plays. He's pressured to make something happen for his team. Otherwise, they just keep falling behind. They're behind in terms of gold, 1.3k now. It's only going to get worse as this Mountain Dragon spawns. Looks like they do want this. They're not going to sack this and move towards the top side.
Actually, a pretty okay exchange to get rid of Kong's ult. Unfortunately, did expend a bit more with the flash as well from Yasuo. But at least without the Ziggs ultimate, this dragon fight becomes significantly easier.
I was about to say, that's probably the reason why BDG are sticking around for this. Without the Mega Inferno Bomb, they should be able to take this without any issues. Smite is up for Yon 2. Now, do they want to turn for the fight is the question.
Doesn't look like it. I think they've taken a page of Alliance's book. They're willing to give up that first dragon. In exchange, you see Ares able to keep farming up at the top side, getting a good CS lead, as well as likely picking up first turret here.
Running low on mana, so he's probably going to have to base after this Baron tier 1 goes down. One more hit should do it. He's going to shove the wave in and pick this one up here. Yep. So he's going to base and reset. And what happens here is that Pain and Dai will go to the Baron lane. He's going to go to the Dragon lane. They'll set up for the Rift Herald, and they'll be able to control that once the objective has spawned.
3,000 gold lead on the side of Noblesse, and you can see that Ares is able to pick up 1,000 gold lead for himself, so that's going to be a full component of his counterpart. Yep, there we go, the lane swap is coming through, but actually Dai looking to rotate down towards the Dragon lane as well, to maybe just get a little bit of control around there. Okay, yeah, we're going to move
walking mid to get some vision first, yeah. So this usually happens with supports, like even in League PC. After your first base, you always want to be able to walk mid to apply pressure just in case the mid laner overstays. It doesn't matter what the situation is, you want to shove and get control of mid first, so you can make the rotation into the jungle and put wards down. Feeder is just gonna get wrecked here. Like Triforce into Sunfire Cape is always better for the Fiora.
And without Bramblevest, it's gonna be pretty difficult for him to deal with this. Ares is just going to have to deal with the wave though. Now fight breaking out. Ewash over the backline, looking to try to take down Kong. One more attack should find it, gets a 1-for-1 exchange. Overall, not too bad for this Yasuo being able to dive in and still pick up 1 kill. But now Rift Herald should be within the sights of Noblesse if they want to rotate
the power
first
point, The power point of Noblesse is actually in Ares, and it's probably in the ADC as well. So Pain and Ares have most of the gold. Actually, good rotation here. I think a bit late to catch the mid wave. Not sure what the jungler is doing. Again, Chingy, not the most efficient pathing. I think there's a lot of questions to be asked about this jungler for Noblesse right now.
A bit curious what the intention was to go away from the mid lane that moment. A lot of damage on the Fizzifizz. One more auto attack should be enough. The Buster Shot comes out from Pain to secure the kill. Now looking to try and rotate over into the river. Maybe want to go for the Rift Herald. Could look to try and use that to trade back against mid tower. But yeah, like you mentioned, I'm pretty curious why they went back up top side, considering there was no tower to be had. They couldn't trade objectives. Could have probably just went to defend mid lane instead.
Ziggs definitely wants the mid tier 1 to be alive. That's the problem, right? As this Rift Herald is going to be claimed. Ziggs needs the safety of mid tier 1 to consistently push up against the Yasuo. Now Ewash is going to have free reign of this mid portion of the map. They will drop the Rift Herald here and hope to claim mid tier 1 of their own.
Flag and Drag wasn't able to connect onto Yo. Now they're looking to use the Rift Herald in the mid lane. Decent damage over onto Ewash. Might be able to jump in to get this kill. They do manage to find the mid lane turret. Yon over on the side lane. Over on the side looking to try and flank this. Second charge coming in from the Rift Herald. The wind wall, like you mentioned, is going to just provide them the safety they need. Could not find the kill onto Yul, but getting pretty close there. Feeder now walking in. Not sure he wants to be in that position. Greg is over on the side by the Raptor camp. Could look to try and jump in.
They get what they came for. They get mid tier 1, and now the action will move over to bot side, right? It's a process of elimination. Top tier 1, or Baron tier 1 goes down, mid tier 1 goes down. The next is Dragon tier 1. And if BDG overstay, this dive is going to kill Feeder.
Feeder might just get taken down right now. A lot of damage coming in overall. Satchel Charge could be used at any point now. They do manage to find that turret. Dragon will be coming up in 30 seconds. So Noblesse want to make a quick recall and join back in. Try and pick this one up. Good lead overall. 5,000 gold for Noblesse as they manage to continue scaling up.
Love that our observers brought up the items. I was just about to ask for it. Right now you can see full tank Jarvan, and even though he hasn't been optimized in terms of pathing, all he needs to do is be a frontliner for his team, jump in with the Cataclysm, set things up for Kung and Pain. The main DPS, like I said, is going to be this Fiora, it's going to be the Tristana. As long as they have the items, they should be feeling good. Early static shift pickup for Pain. This is very reminiscent of League of Legends PC. It's because you can proc the explosive charges quicker.
Oh my goodness. Fight breaking out in the bot side. Once again, Cataclysm on 3 over into the back. Now they should be able to take down the Garen. Good damage coming in for the Ezreal. You'll look to try and do the best that he can to provide the team some support. Feeder does get away with his life, but has to base now. Ares still up in the top side. Dragon gonna be started up by Noblesse in this time. Let's see if they can try to contest this. They're stuck and behind the wall. Ewash gonna make his way forward, looking to try and dish out some damage to the Dragon. Actually being able to push Noblesse away. Tornado does not manage to connect. Feeder losing a lot of health here, should go down right away, even with the shield jumping in. Ewash is able to get the knockout onto one. Now looking to try and get the kill onto Carl. But going Godo, he survives a little bit longer. That's the kill over on the Pain. He gets a reset, the Buster Shot comes through. And it's a double kill, and he jumps in, isn't quite able to steal the Dragon away, but still is able to get the kill. Now looking for this catch over onto Yon as well. Gets a reset off Snow, not able to connect, but he's still able to find a lot of damage. The flash away from Yon. The flash follow up from Pain is not enough, but a triple kill nonetheless.
Now they get the Baron tier 2 as well. Remember we were saying in draft, what is the lane assignments for Noblesse? 1-4 is going to be the name of the game, right? You have Ares just split pushing, doesn't want to join in because he's a Fiora. Like, what is he going to do ostensibly if he joins in? Absolutely nothing, right? All you have to do is just kite the fight out, let Ares take the side wave. BDG overextended that even after they were focusing down the Dragon, even after they pushed Noblesse away, they decide to handshake the fight, and that is not what you want. You can't commit to the objective and take the fight afterwards. You kind of have to decide, do I want to fight? Do I want to take the objective and back off? It's if you overreach and you get too greedy and you end up stretching yourself too thin, and Noblesse will punish you for that.
I mean, it looked good for a second for BDG. You know, they had a lot more health. It looked like they had a lot of dispels available, and so they pushed Noblesse into the corner, and for a second it looked like it was the right decision to make. But like you mentioned, we know that they should be holding out on these plays. Cataclysm gets a lockdown over on the Feeder. He's stuck in a bad spot, but we do see the tidal wave coming in for the Nami. They do manage to get a lot of these damage onto the Garen. Takes him down right away. And now BDG should be rotating over towards the Baron side. See if they can get some vision control around that. Try and bait BDG to go towards them. Now they get a catch on the Fizzifizz, who looks to get some vision for her team.
2 members dead. I think this is Baron here, especially because Infinity Edge and Crochet Shard and Static Shift have been completed for Pain. Once he pops the Rapid Fire, this goes down super quick. Should note that Ares, he was a bit disciplined to push out bot, but eventually still gets caught by the rotation from BDG. So a sacrifice is a sacrifice. That's completely fine if you pick up a counter kill and you.
Oh my goodness, the Q comes out.
too.
Baron is used as well. Die almost goes down now. Feeder making his way up towards the Baron pit, but should not get there in time. Die has to try and run for his life here. This entire team has left him. And Feeder is not willing to give up this kill, just chasing for this one. Still gets slow, decides it's not gonna be worth it, and that was an intense moment.
I can't explain how hard I clenched when I saw that True Shot Barrage came in. Luckily, I'm sitting on a comfortable Secretlab chair, otherwise it feels a lot worse. Not gonna lie.
MBL able to pick up the Baron at about 11 minutes into the game. Ares does not have the Baron buff in the side lane though, so gonna make things a little bit more difficult, but like you mentioned, Noblesse have a very easy composition. It's a 4-1 siege comp. You send the rest of the members of Noblesse to the mid lane, and you just send Ares either to the Dragon lane or to the Baron lane and let him do some quick work with the turrets there.
And Chingy needs to be mid now. There's no reason for him to be pushing bot. Like, he can set the wave, but he doesn't stay. As long as the wave is semi-pushed up, he just needs the group of his team and carry on sieging. Look at the Tristana and Ziggs combination, right? A couple more autos and a Satchel Charge. This thing goes down right here.
Yeah, just need a little bit of front line to find this. Ares is going to take is actually going to be able to get out after taking some attention away from the mid lane.
Satchel Charge? Where is it? Just take it down. Just throw it onto the tier 2.
Just waiting for this one. Able to find it even without the Satchel Charge. Do damage over on the Ewash. Ewash has to flash. Satchel Charge already used, so let's see what they have in store here. Now moving their way down to the bot side. Feeder is going to be here as well. Should be able to get this catch onto the Garen. Garen taking a bit of damage. Should get stunned up, but actually walks away with that one relatively unscathed. Gonna use the Inferno Bomb from the Ziggs. Almost gets the kill onto Yo. Now they lock down onto Ewash. The Flag and Drag gonna be used as well. The Wind Wall not able to connect on the right spot. It's a big 3-man knockup. They find this damage coming through. Should be able to get the kill. Going golden. Kong survives a little bit longer. One more hit from the Garen should be enough. It's gonna be Ezreal flashing in for the kill instead. And now they're chasing after Pain. They're chasing after Die. It's down to Feeder. They want this, but they have to be disciplined. Let this one go. Stay back. Defend the base. Ewash with a great play to keep BG in the game.
What a last breath into True Shot Barrage. I think Noblesse a bit too overconfident there might be the word. If you want to be direct, just fooling around, right? They're careless, they overextend. When they engage on the Yasuo, they don't burn him down quick enough, and that's the big problem, right? You need to kill the Yasuo if you lock him down. This is going to be another dragon in the pocket of BDG. They've collected all of them. Now the last one to come up is going to be that very tasty Inferno Soul.
Not sure the game is even going to get to that point, Hungry. I think that Noblesse should be able to end out the game before that.
They keep getting caught.
With Baron coming up in about 45 seconds, I think there's a pretty good chance that with the Baron push, could end off the game. So let's see how they want to play this one out. Hopefully they don't get caught again. 12,000 gold on the Yasuo though.
I'm trying to be impartial. You have to remember that this is the team that lost to a backdoor against Impunity Esports. And also, like, a couple of weeks back, I was talking to Shinsekai on Twitter, and he's like, yeah, sometimes Noblesse is a bit of a fiesta team. Like, they can be quite clowny.
Well, I mean, that's what makes them fun, and that's what makes them unpredictable. You know, we talk about the X factor. Sometimes they have it.
Yeah,
so
true.
let's see how they want to try and play this. Baron is going to come up in about 5 seconds. So moving over for that one right away. Ewash going down to the bot side kind of indicates they're not looking to try and contest this.
This is the right move. This is the right move. Ares has the TP and Chant. He's just extending on the bot side. They see the Ezreal, they see the Yasuo, and they're like, okay, I more or less know how this is going to play out, right? Noblesse, however, need to be on the Baron when Ares is pushing out. Not sure why they turned off it, especially when they have so much damage from the Tristana. Might have misplayed that a little bit. I think Ares just needs to sit bot, push the wave out, and then his team baits the Baron.
Trying to bait the Baron out indeed. They do manage to get a catch over onto you. You already expend most of his utility spells. So and going to end up getting taken down by Kong. So now they move over into the backline looking to try and take down the Gragas. Aren't quite able to find him, but they go instead for this Yasuo. Yasuo's GA is going to be proc. Feeder gets away with the rest of his team. Yasuo dashing back and forth into the Baron pit, trying to survive a little bit longer.
Yeah, he's dead
Looks
here.
Like I think they let him live. They're just going to go for the Baron. Yeah, stay disciplined. Don't chase after the kills. Go for the Baron instead. Noblesse should be able to pick this one up quite quickly. Ewash trying to make his way back in, looking to try and trade against Ares. Good damage actually coming out from his Yasuo, dodging away from the tornado. They should be able to find this. The Baron empowered auto attacks. Getting that little bit of a boost from the Baron gives them the means to go and take down the Yasuo. And so now they're chasing after the kill from Fizzy Fish. They have the mid wave collapsing in. Already took down their turret. 36 seconds left on the death timers from Yon and Ewash.
I think there should be a game here with 30 seconds left on the clock and the Baron pushing down. You can see that they've got a
Jumping on
super
the Fizzy
power
Fish,
wave.
even with the exhaust, finds a lot of damage coming in. The teleport going to be used as well. Feeder trying his best to prevent the enemy team Unbreakable going to be able to stop the True Shot Barrage. And now Yo luckily get taken down as well. One more crit should be able to find it. They aren't able to stop the push coming in from Noblesse. And they take down BDG. After a hard-fought battle, we're able to take the win in the end off the second Baron. Getting a good fight and denying the Ewash Yasuo strategy.
A bit of a touch and go moment towards the bottom side where they got caught by Ewash. You could see the strategy of Big Dirty Golems, but again, Yasuo compositions really only excel at one thing. It's very one-dimensional, which is why I called them out early in the playoffs. It's like, yes, if you set up for the Yasuo, you get the full wombo combo off. It looks perfect. It always looks good if you get the setup. But to even prepare for it, to even get to that point, it's so difficult because first you have to stay competitive in lanes, and then you need to make sure all your ultimates connected in a prime moment. It's very tough to play Yasuo compositions unless your team has really drilled and practice around it. So that composition didn't work out against Noblesse. Noblesse themselves understood what they needed to do. Ares playing on the side lane, 4 members of Noblesse grouping up, they're able to siege, and they get the second Baron to close out the game.
They got ahead pretty organically. It was a very different situation from what we saw from Alliance, which this guy was the one that was artificially inflating Raven on the Fiora. Yep. This time around, Ares went for a more organic route, was able to accumulate a lead in the side lane by himself. And so overall, Noblesse, they played out the composition well, went for the 4-1 strategy that we expected. Of course, there were some moments I felt like there was a little bit of disconnect because they were trying to set up the wave in the other lanes, and then they didn't have necessarily the kind of tempo they should have on the push otherwise. But overall, the idea is there, the concept is there. It looks pretty decent. Let's see if this is going to be one of the tools they use as they move forward into the next set of lower bracket games.
These are the things you need to fix now, though. If you're going up against, say, against Impunity, for example, if they win their next BO1, just foreshadowing, by the way, if they go up against Impunity and they win the next BO1, you think Impunity are going to let you just mistime the waves and walk in and not punish you? I don't think you get away with that.
No, for sure not. It's going to be difficult if you don't exactly time it down, right? So you have to be very careful when you make these kind of plays, but at least now they've had a little bit more experience with it. It could be something they can review, especially when you get to see it in the full picture like this. Moving into our next game, it's actually going to be between Chicken Can Fly and Impunity, and Impunity dropped their games against Alliance. But as we've already regarded Impunity as kind of the second best team in the Singapore Icon series, it's not unexpected to see them pick up the win against Chicken Can Fly. So now it's up to CCF to prove they still have something in the tank to pick up the win against maybe the second best team in this competition.
Yeah, for Impunity, the journey starts here. They need to claw their way back up into the grand finals, and that's difficult, right? Because it's all BO1s from here on out. And if they even drop a single game, that is their journey over. Some surprise cheese, a composition that they don't know how to deal with, anything along those lines, a curveball even, just smacks them along the side of the head a bit awkwardly, and you could see Impunity taking an early dismissal from playoffs.
Chicken Can Fly have been a team that's been pretty impressive in their shot calling and the decisiveness, and overall just good understanding of how to play the game. Even in their previous matches, it was pretty close, and you can see they somehow always managed to find a buff in the lower brackets, having clawed their way through the qualifiers from the lower brackets before, now moving into this competition as well. They managed to win their first game in the lower brackets, now moving into the second. Impunity, definitely not an easy target, but if there's any team that might be able to pick up the 1-game win off their opponent, it might just be Chicken Can Fly.
Brandon, I once knew a team that had lower bracket buffs all the way through, and they were called G2. Do you believe? No, I'm just kidding, man. It's a bit of a stretch. I'm not actually calling them G2.
CCF is G2 confirmed from the Prophet himself?
I'm just kidding. The idea though is that in best of ones, you kind of have to pull out all your full strats. You can't really keep anything hidden anymore. So if CCF has anything, prepared for this particular situation, now is the perfect time to do so, especially against Impunity, who admittedly could be somewhat tilted after their matches against Alliance. Like, you play against Alliance like that and you get swept 2-0. Mentally, you need to reset. If they haven't reset properly, this is like the perfect storm,
At the same time, I could definitely see from Impunity's side that they were willing to give away the 2 games anyway, because it was going to be, if ideally they would end up in the grand finals together, they would have to meet them anyway. So rather than showing all their cards now, they rather hold on to it until they reach the very end. Because you can see that Alliance didn't have the same concept. You know, they were already playing things like the Vanguard. They were showing off a few of the new tools that they have already adapted and assimilated to their kit when it came to the new addition with the new patches. You take a look at Impunity. They're still holding on. They're still going with very traditional, very standard meta and not really showing off what they have planned yet.
That hurts their chances a lot, right? They're still playing like the release version of Wild Rift, where they're like, oh yes, Vi is open, let's play Vi. And like everyone else Vi is so, 1 year ago or so 6 months ago. Let's play like Jarvan, let's play Lee Sin, let's abuse these junglers like Rengar right now, which is super OP. They need to catch up. They need to be able to refine their draft and keep themselves updated, because if they don't, it's going to be super punishing against the tier 1, tier 2 teams. And in this case, like even Celestials are starting to catch up. Like what's OP, what's not. They're starting to get a beat on things.
We did see a little interesting development in the first game against Lions, where they picked up Olaf to go up against the Rengar, though. And that's something that we haven't really seen all too much of. Olaf as
also,
a pick.
Olaf is like a release Wild Rift OP now. It's like, Olaf.
Yeah,
sure, whatever, man.
It is something that is different, though. So I could see, Alliance, rather Impunity, have been developing some different strategies, and they might be showcasing bits and pieces of it. But I feel like at this point, it's time to kind of release the floodgates, showcase exactly what you have. And Scarlet Petal, honestly, has been so impactful on the Alistar. I felt like he was incredibly deterred off the first game against Alliance, but I feel like he could make it work again. He just has to be a little bit more confident, because they were honestly just lacking a little bit of damage. It could have gone either side in a lot of the early engages.
To be fair, it's very hard not to be thrown off your game against Rich. That guy is just like psychologically and mechanically flexing on people, right? We saw what he did on the Janna that game, and sometimes when you're outclassed, it's hard not to look bad. So I think he needs to take a moment to mentally reset. Yes, you're completely right on the Alistar, on the Galio, on the Gragas. He's been setting up very good plays. He needs to repeat that performance this time against Chickens Can Fly to continue their journey in the lower bracket.
It just feels like, he has had the tools that he needs to succeed, and he went into it a little bit overly cautious, switching out to the Seraphine in the second game, trying to change out their playstyle dramatically. Not sure if that's exactly what they wanted, especially since it's kind of inconsistent with your team identity overall, right? You play this consistent composition this entire time up until this point, and then you suddenly go, oh wow, we can't beat Alliance here, let's just change everything. You don't have to do that. You can just stick to what you know already works, and just refine that for now. Hopefully we get to see more of that coming into this next set between Chicken Can Fly and Impunity Esports, as we should be getting into the picks and bans pretty soon.
Yep. I think the players are being queued up right now. It is the final best of one for today, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you so much for tuning in. Tomorrow is going to be another banger as we approach the final day of playoffs. That's going to be when we find out who represents Singapore in the Super Summer Cup later on in June, I believe. So Singapore, a lot of strong teams, a lot of strong talent. I think Alliance, Impunity, even Celestial was making a good case for themselves. But with Impunity now dropping the lower brackets, it's tough. It's a fight, but it's tough.
And for all you guys that are still watching right now and have been watching throughout the day, in case you guys aren't aware, you guys can stand a chance to go and win a Secretlab Titan chair in the League of Legends edition just by clipping any of the major plays that we've seen today, whether that's a backdoor victory, a Dragon Steal, a Baron Steal, or a Pentakill. We haven't quite seen the Penta just yet. We've seen a couple of Quadras getting really close, but we're just a little bit away. For more information, you guys can check out facebook.com/versus Asia. And as always, this has been brought to you guys by our sponsors, Secretlab and 100+. We made all of this possible. When you're gaming, you game in comfort. Otherwise, you're gonna be like Daryl, and you're going to cringe at the plays, and you're gonna hurt yourself because you're not sitting in a gaming chair with lumbar inbuilt support.
And also, if you are, getting a bit sweaty at the outcome of the games, you do need to continue to hydrate, especially when the weather is a bit warm. 100+, probably the best way to do so. Thank you again to our sponsors for making all this happen. Granted, in this time of COVID, stay home notice 2.0 lockdown, whatever you want to call it, it's tough, right? So for them to continuously support esports and make all this happen, we are very, very grateful to our sponsors for allowing the Icon series to carry on running.
And it's a little bit of a Bane moment, you know. You can run the 100+ in your Bane equipment. Yeah. It's a good idea, right?
Well, it's like you get super jacked, you press the button, and
Yeah,
you can
the
play.
100+ goes in.
Hydrated now. You are no match for me, Batman. And it's just 100+.
Let's get into the game. Let's get the picks and pans. Chicken Can Fly on the blue side versus Impunity on the red side. So a bit of a priority pick for Chicken Can Fly. We'll have to see what they want to go for early on. Impunity have such a wide champion pool. It's quite hard to narrow them down and ban them out with only the 2 bans that you have. That being said, though,
a bit of a error on the screen. It's not 2 Scarlet Petals like WTF 2 Scarlet Petals. It's actually Spaghetti in the marksman position and Scarlet Petal in the support position. There we go.
No, I mean, if Scarlet Petal is going like,
he's that good.
Yeah,
He's plays on 2 phones,
like,
right?
you know, people have been playing with the claw hand, right? So you know, if he does 2 claw hands and 2 different like things, would that be allowed?
You know what I've seen recently?
What?
I've seen recently, like Elon Musk has taught like monkeys how to play video games, right? So in the future, because monkeys have opposable toes,
yeah,
they could actually play like two accounts at the same time with their hands and their feet.
Oh my goodness.
And then the meme about, you know, monkeying around, you know, these monkey games, no longer relevant.
Wasn't that video, I think I saw it too, wasn't the video something about how he was able to train the monkey to play video games with its brain?
Yep. It's Neuralink, so the monkey plays Pong with his brain.
So now you can play video games with your brain and your hands, because I know that my teammates don't play their brains already. Let's take a look at the first ban. It's Fiora coming in for CCF. Impunity are looking to see what they want to get rid of as well. Quite interesting to get rid of Fiora early on. We have seen a little bit of interest towards things like the Darius, like Fiora, like Garen from both of these teams, so could look to try and go for something along those lines. Akali being removed as well.
Camille Galio being open is a question mark here. Again, you know, it's the idea of having only 2 bans. Either Camille Galio or Gragas is definitely gonna slip through the cracks, and it depends on what the teams prioritize more. In this case, Chickens Can Fly are prioritizing Eris's. Fiora being banned out, they're starting to put some pressure on Swirl 2 by banning out the Ziggs. Now, final ban for Impunity Esports. Camille, Gragas, and Galio. It has to be one of them.
Yeah, so looking to see what the final ban is going to be. We've seen a little bit of a pickup from even Lee Sin on the side of CCF before, so I'm looking to see what they want to try and go for. Chicken have had a relatively large jungle pool, going for some different pickups, not always defaulting back to the same Vi, Wukong, and Jiao pickups that have been so popular in the current pickup. Not going for the Gragas, instead the Camille early on.
I think you do Gragas Galio here because they can be double flexed. Cote d'Ivoire does play the Gragas in the Baron lane, and you could send it Scarlet Petal's way. Sword also does play the Galio, so you lock those down, right? You get Galio, Gragas here, and then you can consider doing Jarvan if you really need to for Wild Boar, and suddenly you have this insane setup, insane control around objectives.
Very similar to some of the builds that, or rather compositions that we've seen from Impunity before.
No, don't do it.
Getting pulled into the bait. This is the bait.
Not like this.
They want to go for the Vi, and they lock it in. Vi going to be the jungle of choice for CCF. Not sure whether that was really necessary considering how early on it is. You know, you kind of show your hands, and the Camille having gone from a flex pick is now a single directional kind of pick for the team.
Remember on release, Camille was like, oh, this is just a better version of Vi. Like, she has a lockdown, so does Camille, but Camille doesn't make herself doesn't sort of stun and lock herself out during the lockdown animation, right? So this is a big problem here. They have so much lockdown, but they don't have enough damage, and they might not have a way to snowball their solo lanes. I am a bit concerned for Chickens Can Fly, whereas Lee Sin here is going to be the pick for Wild Boar. Thumbs up, you know, it's not something that he's played traditionally. It's good practice. I think Impunity are having a little bit of fun with this one as Spaghetti hovers the Xayah. Yep, you could do Xayah, Galio here if you're worried about getting controlled in the backline by Vi, Camille. So the idea is if they target you, you pop Featherstorm, Galio instantly throws down the hero entrance on top of the Xayah and you create space.
That's exactly it. You don't want to run Vi so early on because you give intel over to the enemy team. Xayah is an easy pickup. Now you have so much survivability against the Vi. And even with the Lee Sin pickup, you see how they're able to disengage from fights they don't really want to against somebody who's engaging hard. Instead, CCF have now kind of adapted the composition, going with the Lux, going with the Ezreal. And so now they have a little bit more leeway to work with. Bigger disengage.
A little bit, I think.
Yeah, a little bit more damage, a little bit more space. base, and so it's going to be a major response from Impunity. But now I'm a bit concerned. CCF looking a little bit squishy. They look kind of like
man.
Yeah, you know, it's a little jello. You know, they can stretch. They're getting kind of stretched thin right now. You know, it could just end up being torn up to pieces.
What's going to happen in these fights is you'll probably expect XCP and Chicken to just kind of fly in into the backline and use their respective lockdowns, but then surprise, Gragas is going to split up the fight, knock Camille outside of a Hextech Ultimatum, separate the backline and frontline, and then the rest of Impunity just pick them off, right? So the composition from Chickens Can Fly is very it's something that they're very comfortable with, but has no place in the meta right now.
So it's a little interesting that CCF have gone for this composition, considering the stakes on the line here. It's the is a possible last game for them in this competition. Of course, you know, judging from the way the CCF have kind of gone about the competition, they've been preparing in a lot of different ways. I feel like they're one of the teams that have put in a bit more effort in when it comes to figuring out different kind of compositions.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to totally count them out just yet, considering Haki has a very large champion pool. We've seen him play everything from Ari to Oriana, now even to Corki. So could potentially make it work. But we saw in the same game with Ari that it does seem to do well as it's on itself, but when it came down to having impact for the rest of the team was a little bit faltering there.
As long as the RE manages to isolate, like there are three very good targets for the RE to kill off here. It's the Corki, it's the Lux, and the Ezreal, right? You hit a charm, the rest of your team are certain to collapse on top of them, so there is some decent value in the RE here. Also, not to mention, 3 charges of Spirit Rush is more than enough to get away from the initial engage from CCF. So whatever the first wave of engage is from Chickens Can Fly, Impunity should be safe. Like their backline should be more or less okay to just brush off the aggression and re-engage on top of that afterwards.
Looking like a pretty good comp from IMP here, so now they're looking to see if they can pick up this game and move into the next step, which is going to be the lower bracket.
Noblesse?
Yeah, I think it's the lower bracket semifinals against Noblesse if they win this one, and then we'll have the upper bracket finals again tomorrow, and all those games coming in before we get into our grand finals. So we're kind of in the home stretch, but there's still a lot to go through.
Yep. I mean, it's kind of interesting to see that Noblesse might actually get their rematch against Impunity. The last time, you know, this played out, Impunity stole the game away with their backdoor. You can see Noblesse still feeling a bit salty regarding that defeat. So tomorrow, in that best of one, by the way, it's only a BO1. They have their chance to take revenge if Impunity manage to win this game. If somehow Chickens Can Fly manage to pull the rug from under Impunity Esports, well, that is a whole other story that we'll talk about if that ends up being the result.
Yeah, it's definitely something surprising to see. You know, Chicken Can Fly are a pretty big underdog in this one. I wouldn't go as far as saying they're a huge underdog, but definitely...
I'll give you like 1 to 10 odds as a bookmaker.
To be very honest. Those are some pretty big odds. Unfortunately, I am not a gambling man. I'm a wholesome man. I'm
not a gambling man either. I'm just saying, you know, wink, wink. And
but
nudge, nudge.
I'm just kidding. I'm all in. 1 to 10 odds, that's good enough for me. Chicken Can Fly, let's go. Let's win this game out.
You guys clearly haven't seen Grander when he plays poker.
Hey, I make good percentage plays.
Yeah, that's true.
I just lose.
Sometimes you just get beat with a quads or something.
Well, let's go. Chicken Can Fly up against Impunity in this game. It's our last match of the day. Impunity looking to try and win this one out. Both teams have had a pretty long day. I think that Chicken Can Fly had to actually start the game the day off actually, with their lower bracket match. And so now, a few hours later, they're back into the action, looking to try and pick up the win here. A little bit of an exchange on both sides. Oh, look at that. The adaptive shield was actually on magic damage, so it didn't even prevent damage.
Right. I was about to point that out. Because the adaptive shield judges based on like what stat your opponent has more of. Is it AP or is it AD? If it's AP, then it switches the shield to magic damage. And because of that, all the auto attacks from Court of War actually deal decent and pretty significant damage in the trade. So all he has to do is hit the body slam auto once or twice and back off.
Yeah, it just went right through the adaptive shield, and so now a pretty good position for Court of War up in the top lane. You can see, especially since he has that passive earlier than when Camille can get the precision strike, the sweeping strike rather. Now down to the bot side, forces the flash away from the Xayah. Vine does manage to find a little bit of presence down to the bot side, but Wild Boar is in position in the mid lane as well. Let's see if they can hit the charm to get the catch onto Haki. Good damage coming in.
See,
Chop
this
does
is
manage
the
to connect,
clear-
and oh my goodness! Might just be first blood. They're dashing right onto Hockey. He tries to go for the fruit, but it won't be enough. And first blood heads over to Impunity.
Pretty nice stuff coming in from Wild Boar there. You notice that he did that 2 camp clear that we talked about. Traditionally, it would be a 3 camp clear into instant gank, but he wanted to skip the timing, right? And because of that, Hockey had no idea that Lee Sin would be there. Normally, it'd be like another 20 seconds before he makes his way down. So, a smart move from Wild Boar. The adaptation was made. They get the pressure down. Good stuff all around from Impunity.
Gotta be unpredictable as he makes his way to the mid to try and pick that one up. Now looking at the rotation coming in from Impunity to get control around the Rift Herald side. You see they're looking for a potential catch onto Hockey. This is a 3-man stack moving forward here. Hockey does not have his flash available. Only has his Valkyrie Strike. It's going to get charmed up. The flash engage out from Scarlet Petal as they find yet another kill in this mid lane.
Granted, this kind of content is like for Wild Rift after dark, right? 3-man consistently dogpiling on top of Hockey, who had no summoners, by the way. It's too early in the day to be showing this. Impunity just punishing him, and Swirl, because of these leads, you know, we're starting to see him get a hit. His job, like we talked about, is to find the isolated pickoffs on both on all Hockey, Ego, as well as Reverse. If he can find those kills, they'll be good to go. And he's getting to a point now where it's starting to matter. Already picked up the Lost Chapter, has the mana, going to be pushing up consistently as the taunt comes in, forces the flash away from Ego. Impunity,
Up
you have
to
to
the
be careful
top
on the top
side
side.
is looking for a trade back kill onto the Gragas. Gragas will flash away, gets the Honey Fruits and survives this exchange. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Wild Ball makes his way in over once again. Gets the kill onto Hockey. Hockey in a really tough position. Now just barely able to find his first component.
You know, the prices of HDBs are rising in Singapore, but Wild Boar is living in mid lane rent-free. He's just helping snowball him and make sure that his mid laner is having a good game.
Definitely feeling a lot of the pressure in the mid lane right now. Even when they tried to respond up to the top side, couldn't find much there. It's going to be difficult. We see Wild Ball already being able to pick up a couple of critical items. This could be the difference when it comes down to the Vi and Lee Sin skirmish when it comes around the objectives. Dragon going to come up in about 25 seconds, so Impunity, as we've seen, are going to look to try and stack for this objective and play to control this. Righteous Glory already completed on the Galio.
Yeah, I was about to say, Righteous Glory enchantment already completed. That's the pop quiz, man. You get a A+. The first base, he picks up the item, and he also gets the level 5. So now he has the heroic entrance, right? Any fight that Impunity decides to start is 100% in their favor. It doesn't matter if they handshake it a bit weird. Short of just running into their opponents and dying, they should be able to control the pace of all these fights.
Fuse Band, man, gets the Raptors stolen away from them as well, you know. It's a loss and then some. They got the Raptors, you lose the game. Reverse looking to lose his life as well as XCP gets taunted up by Scarlet Petal, and now they move over to the Dragon, getting ready for this engage. They get the chop over onto the Vi. Vi almost loses his life as well. Laser's gonna come out as Wild Ball loses a lot of his health. Jumps back in, looking to try and pick this one up quite quickly. He shouldn't be able to find this. The Smite is able to connect in time. Hockey uses his barrier, tries to survive a little bit longer. Nice knockback coming in from Chicken, but cannot get the disengage in time. Hockey survives through the Ignite, and now Scarlet Petal on the chase for a little bit more. They do manage to get the bind over onto the Ahri. Hookshot gonna be able to connect. That's the Hextech ultimatum, and he goes to aggressive, ends up losing his life, but Wild Ball looking to trade back in his place. They do manage to get a taunt back onto the Camille, but the lockdown onto the Lee Sin is going to be too much to deal with. And they send him back to the summoning platform. Wild Ball finally has to make the recall.
Do you hear it, Grandin? The cries, the cries of the monkeys just running down this fiesta. Impunity. Why? They got the dragon already. They got the dragon. There's no reason to be in the jungle there. They're just greeting for those pickoffs. And you think about it from a strategic standpoint, right? Let's take off. Let's put the bananas down for a second. What more do you get from getting kills there? Absolutely nothing. You just reset and get the waves instead.
Yeah, someone needs to call the enclosure because I think the monkeys got out. Do see decent damage on the Spaghetti. He's just gonna have to flash away to get out this one. 4 members stacking up for the Rift Tower right now. Impunity in good fashion, looking to try and pick this one up as they also break open the mid lane organically.
Don't need no, hold on. Yeah? They don't need really much of any cover here because they are able to narrow down the Lux, and he should be dead here. The kick actually on the Vi pushes him away. The laser does absolutely nothing from the Lux, rather.
Hockey does have good awareness to use the package to kind of disengage from the rest of his team, but in the meantime, they do manage to get the catch onto the Lux once again, so Ego goes down. XP is also dead. Wei is also dead. Interesting. happenings
They
going
were
on right now.
overextended inside the top half of the map, right? So because Impunity had the mid tier 1 taken down, it opens up the rest of the
diving
jungle.
up to the top side. The taunt is able to connect, and the charm just lands and follows suit. Damage stacks on top of CC. It's an equals to a kill. Quartervoid just going to trade out against XCP. Isn't too concerned about this right now. Might just be looking to try and fight back. Decent damage overall. Does not have to cast using the barrier right now. The shield is going to come through. The boy slam. One more hit and it's going to be enough. And he goes on a killing spree. Takes down the Camille, and the last hope of CCF to try and find these solo kills in the side lanes diminishes greatly.
Note that XCP did not have the barrier there, whereas Cote d'Ivoire did. That gives him the edge to take that 1v1. And again, it's the idea of the magic adaptive shield. It does not stop any of the autos coming. It doesn't stop the empowered auto either from the Gragas. And that is the big problem in this matchup. The moment Cote d'Ivoire pops that adaptive shield, I don't think XCP can really stand toe-to-toe against him. Now Impunity, with this 8k goal lead 7 minutes in, they have the Rift Herald. They're looking for a kill onto XCP. They could kick him into range of Cote d'Ivoire again, but he has the barrier, he has the flash. Might be a bit too greedy to try and make that happen, especially if Eagle coming in. I think Wildboard needs to be a bit more respectful here.
We do see Vine moving into position as well, so could look to try perhaps collapse onto the Lee Sin, but Wildboard just moves out of the way. Repositions there. Dragon coming up in about a minute. They have mid turret already collected, so could just use the Rift Herald to try maybe even pick up the tier 2. Bot side going to be picked up as well. Meanwhile, a 2-man collapse onto Quartervar. Quartervar is going to get locked up. That's going to be the heroic entrance being used. Nice dodge away from XCP with the Hextech ultimatum, but they're dashing in, trying to look for his kill. Wildboard joins in the fight, gets the kick. Over onto the Lux, holds on to it for a little bit longer, is able to use the Resonating Strike a second time, but decides to hold on to it, not going to dash into 4 members on the side of CCF. Chicken now looking for the aggression, Hockey pushing them off.
Yep. Look at the minimap right now. Sword is just sieging Dragon Tier 2. Like, for all that was said and done on the Baron lane, it's still Impunity that comes out ahead because they're able to punish and take the structures, deny farm, push the waves up. And yes, it might look like a fiesta. Yes, it's a bit messy, but Impunity, they still keep one eye on the objective, right? Which is pushing for turrets, knowing that turrets win them the game, getting priority on the Dragon, understanding that these are the things that allow them to snowball to victory. Now, what you do as Impunity here is you pull out the Dragon, you force CCF to check into you because you have Ari, you have Galio. If they walk up into Fog of War, they instantly die.
Let's see what happens here. They do manage to find an engage on a Scarlet Petal, but they move their way onto the Ari instead. A lot of damage going over onto Chicken and diving into the backline is going to be Cote d'Ivoire. XCP looking to do the best that he can, but he gets knocked back. Hockey almost gets taken down. Wildboard on the pursuit. Looks for the kill. It hands over to the Ari instead. Ari gets the charm onto the support. The Lux going to go down. Blue team does manage to find a trade back onto the Lee Sin. It's a double kill for the Ezreal so far. On to both sides. Chicken is trying to fight and get away. They do manage to take down the Ezreal. If they can get this last bit of damage off, the knockback coming out, Reverse running for his life now. It's a difficult position to be in. Quartervar looking for this chase, isn't quite able to figure out what the Ezreal is. He's just gonna leave him be.
3-on-2, I think Reverse is gonna get
no,
spotted.
He flashes the mastery, but he spotted out! He spotted out! The taunt comes through, the Winds of War. He does manage to dodge away from a little bit more, but the last auto attack should be enough, and it was a little bit too soon to flash the mastery, my friend.
Who needs rediscovery vouchers when the zoo is right in front of us on the Wild Rift? I love it, Granite. I love it so much. 10k goal lead for Impunity. You don't have to go to the zoo right now. The Ocean Dragon is going to be the objective for Impunity. It was a back and forth. Good start on the fight that we saw that the Vi was able to jump onto the Ari, get the punish down and pressure him as we see another member overextended. A bit ambitious. He manages to steal away the Ocean, but he goes down. So that's good moves being made by CCF at least to get something.
It's a high risk, decent reward kind of play. I mean, at the end of the day, Ocean Drake isn't going to be the most impactful thing. Instead, we do see Rift Herald going to be used right now. Flag coming in, release in. Great kick to push that towards each other. Eagle goes down as well. It's a double kill coming in. The Charm managed to connect out at maximum range. Sword looking to get the kill onto Hockey. A few more auto attacks should find its mark. 8-9 taking down as well. It's a killing spree as Ari takes down this Corki once again.
I think Impunity have been, hold on.
Scarlet Petal now just gonna make his way over to take down Reverse. Swole gonna be able to pick up the credit for that one. As you just see Reverse making a beeline for the Honey Fruit, but wasn't able to get there on time. The Ignite takes him down. Now over to the Baron. Surely doesn't steal this away. Does not, and it's going to be the red team securing the Baron and securing the kill onto the Vi.
Tried to make the hero play. He stole the early Ocean Dragon, but not gonna happen for the Baron. Now this time Impunity, they're sieging with the Rift Herald in mid tier 2. They get the structure and now they're regrouping. You can see the base coming too. I believe it was Spaghetti that went back to pick up his rip buff. Now everyone needs to buy their items and they should be looking to close out this game. 15k, 11 minutes in. Cote d'Ivoire is just finishing up the rest of the structures on the map. I was about to say before that the catch in the mid lane on reverse, it feels like Impunity has had this Lee Sin pocket pick all along, but they kind of refuse to show it early on, right? It's an ace in the hole that they want to keep close to their chest. And now because they're in the lower bracket, they have no choice but to really show that pick off. And Wild Boar is just making plays left, right, and center on the Wild Rift.
Yeah, it could also be that they were a little bit uncomfortable with the Lee Sin earlier, but they decided that this is a good time to pick up some experience with it. We won't really know until we get to ask them, perhaps. For now, though, Impunity looking to try and maybe X out the position right now. They do manage to get the kill onto the Vi right away. Now looking for the catch onto XCP. XCP does dash away with the Hawk Shot, but look at that right, just going chasing after the kill. A few more auto tanks should be enough. Does have the adaptive shield to give him a little bit of safety. Moving forward, the Galio comes in, hits him with the fist, punches him in the face, and he takes him down. Now into the mid lane, they pick up the turret as well. They get the binding over onto Cote d'Ivoire, but it's not going to be able to do all too much. Reverse has to dash away. Bot side now the target of focus. The Baron lane looks to be open, and this looks like the victory push for Impunity as they get the taunt on the reverse. They get the chop down. God. Not enough wave clear, not enough damage to stop Impunity as they come back to take this game. As they look to move in, they want to fight Alliance. They want to go all the way. They are not willing to give this one up. They do manage to take down one more kill. Now moving their sights over onto Vi. Gets one more onto Eagle, but they end things off. It's a great game for Impunity as they control it from start to finish.
It looks like Noblesse is going to get their rematch against Impunity Esports in the lower bracket semi-finals here. Whether they can win that one remains to be seen, but it feels like Impunity, a bit of a fiesta here, but a lot of calculated aggression. Yes, they overstepped their boundaries a couple of times in the jungle, but they still kept their eyes on the objectives. They understood what they needed to do to win the game, and mad respect to them. You know, it's all bans, it's all jokes, but still, Impunity, very impressive. I want to see more of Wild Boar Lee Sin in the future.
Yeah, definitely a great pickup and a great addition to the strategy pool that's available to Impunity, because, you know, we've seen the Olaf, we've seen the Vi. I felt like those haven't stuck as well. You know, the Lee Sin just seems like a much better pick overall. I feel like, I really have to go and crunch the stats, but looking at all games so far, has Vi even won a game at this point?
I mean, even if she has,
it's
it was
barely,
probably
right?
off the back of like the rest of the team, right? She hasn't been impactful is the point. Like, maybe you win games, but how much of that victory did Vi contribute to? Probably very little. So I feel like this is an outdated pick right now. There's a reason you don't see it in Summer's Rift anymore. Even more so reason you don't see it in Wild Rift, because the game is such high tempo that the ultimates, the big ticket ultimates, especially like Vi, like Akali, are very high risk, high reward. If you don't get anything off that ultimate, then you're pretty much not a champion for the next 1 minute until it cools down.
But still a great set coming in from Impunity, being able to adapt and bringing a couple of new choices to the table here. Also bringing in the Ahri, which is an interesting adaptation. You know, we've seen Ahri work out in a few games, and we've also seen Ahri fall off in a few games.
Yep. They could have picked any mage in this matchup. It would have worked. Like, I remember calling, like, just pick any mage here, because against the Corki, you just outscale with your composition. Orianna, Ahri, and Annie, whatever. It doesn't matter. As long as you have some sort of damage, magic damage, and crowd control, you'll be able to run over the composition, because they drafted better with the Galio, Gragas, and Xayah against the Vi. So our observer hovering over this score screen, I do want to point out that Wild Boar did go for a very aggressive Trinity Force into Yomu's Ghostblade. He's the MVP of that game. But also because the changes to She now no longer give any mana, it's actually a very effective and cost-efficient pickup for a lot of junglers, like the Lee Sin, like the Rengar.
Yeah, so being able to kind of itemize a little bit more efficiently has kind of skyrocketed these kind of picks. You know, the Lee Sin, like the Rengar, and it could come to become one of the primary counter picks when it comes down to Rengar pickups. You know, strong jungler pickups. That being said, you know, we've come to about the end of all matches so far. We've also had some incredible matches from some of these teams. Before we call it a day, let's take a quick look at some of the highlights for our past 2 matches in the lower brackets before we move anywhere. Let's take a look what happens here. Bubble not able to connect the cactus with Compass up as they are able to find it, but a big cast does disrupt the 3 members on this side of NBL. Pain dashes away. Flash out from Yon, but the engage coming in from Chingy with the follow-up flash. Glacial Vision gets a knockup. It's a double kill for this Jiao, and as Noblesse find a huge pick in the bot side. Actually being able to push Noblesse away. Tornado does not manage to connect. Feeder losing a lot of health here, should go down right away, even with the shield jumping in. Ewatch is able to get the knockup onto one, now looking to try and get the kill onto Carl. But going Godo, he survives a little bit longer. That's the kill over on the Pink. He gets a reset, the Buster Shot comes through. And it's a double kill, and he jumps in, isn't quite able to steal the dragon away, but still is able to get the kill. Now looking for this catch over onto Yon as well, gets a reset off Snow, not able to connect, but he's still able to find a lot of damage. The flash away from Yon. The flash follow up from Peen is not enough, but from the Ziggs almost gets the kill onto Yon. Now they lock down onto Ewatch, the flag and drag gonna be used as well. The wind wall not able to connect on the right spot. It's a big 3-man knockup. They find this damage coming through. Should be able to get the kill. Going golden. Kong survives a little bit longer. One more hit from the Garen should be enough. It's going to be Ezreal flashing in for the kill instead. And now they're chasing after Pain. They're chasing after Die.
It's a game here with 30 seconds left on the clock and the Baron pushing down. You can see that they've got a
Jumping
super
on the
power wave.
even with the exhaust, finds a lot of damage coming in. The teleport going to be used as well. Feeder tries his best to prevent the enemy team unbreakable. Big going to be able to stop the True Shot barrage. And now Yo luckily get taken down as well. One more crit should be able to find it. They aren't able to stop the push coming in from Noblesse. And they take down BDG. After to the Ahri, Hookshot gonna be able to connect. That's the Hextech ultimatum, and he goes to aggressive, ends up losing his life, but Wildbot looking to trade back in his place. They do manage to get a taunt back onto the Camille, but the lockdown onto the Lee Sin is going to be too much to deal with. And they send him back to the summoning platform. Wildbot finally has to make the recall.
The Lux, and he should be dead here. The kick actually on the Vibe pushes him away. The laser does absolutely nothing from the Lux, rather.
Hockey does have good awareness to use the package to kind of disengage from the rest of his team, but in the meantime, they do manage to get the catch onto the Lux once again, so Eagle goes down. XP is also dead. Waze also dead. Knocked back, Hockey almost gets taken down. Wildball on the pursuit, looks for the kill. It hands over to the Ahri instead. Ahri gets a charm onto the support. The Lux going to go down. Blue team does manage to find a trade back onto the Lee Sin. It's a double kill for the Ezreal so far. On to both sides. Chicken is trying to fight and get away. They do manage to take down the Ezreal if they can get this last bit of damage off. The knockback coming out, reverse. He spotted out! The taunt comes through! The Winds of War! He does manage to dodge away from a little bit more, but the last auto attack should be enough, and it was a little bit too soon to flash the mastery, my friend. Not enough damage to stop Impunity as they come back to take this game, as they look to move in. They want to fight Alliance. They want to go all the way. They are not willing to give this one up. They do manage to take down one more kill. Now moving their sights over onto Vi. Gets one more onto Eagle, but they end things off. It's a great game for Impunity as they control it from start to finish. And we've come to the end of a long day of matches, with Impunity being our final winners in that lower bracket finals game. Well, lower bracket round game, not the lower bracket finals.
Yeah.
Lower bracket finals are going on tomorrow.
I love how Grenad's like, yes, I know how this storyline is going.
Yes,
They handed me the script, so
I figured it
can't spill
out.
anything.
I'm no prophet,
It's not
but you
scripted, by
know,
the way.
I can make an educated guess. I play by percentages, and I usually get burned, but you know, that's just beside the case. We've come a long way to get to this point, you know, from the upper brackets, from both qualifiers. We're going to take a quick look at the brackets to kind of review exactly where things have ended off so far. Honestly, not too much unexpected here. We still see Alliance kind of sitting at the top of all that. We do have the lower brackets on up first. So Noblesse is going to be going up against Impunity Esports in the lower bracket finals before we move into the grand finals.
This is the lower bracket semi-finals. I think the winner of this goes to the lower bracket finals, which is the last two boxes, and they'll be playing the loser of Alliance versus Celestial. So again, it's still a tough road, right? It's still 2 more BO1s before you can make it into the grand finals, whereas the Alliance and Celestials, whoever wins this BO3 is guaranteed a spot in the grand finals and guaranteed a spot in the Super Summer Cup. So that's the big one you have to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, so just being able to get into that competition is a nice prize, but not good enough, I would think, because we still have a lot of nice little things for our top 3 teams. First place with $12,000, 5 Secretlab shares. Second place with 8K. Third place with 2K, and of course, all 3 teams get 3 months worth of 100+ beverages. I'm pretty sure you get to pick whether you want the sugar or non-sugar variation. Of course, you know, for me, it has to be with sugar.
Partial to the non-sugar version.
It has to be with sugar. It has to be with sugar. If you're drinking without without sugar, you know, then that's the real.
No taste. We have no taste buds. That's why. And again, you know, we alluded to this, but again, thank you to our sponsors, Secretlab, as well as 100 Plus, and our organizers, Elephant, for making all this happen. If you guys tuned in to the broadcast today, if you're watching the VOD right now, remember to clip one epic playoffs moment and stand a chance to win a Secretlab Titan 2020 League of Legends collection share. And of course, you get your chance to take your pick of the litter of the 5 on your screen. You get to choose one if you are one of the lucky winners. The players that qualify, granted, can you explain which 3 types of plays qualify for these epic moments?
Of course I can, Hungry. You know what? The 3 types of plays that qualify are either a Baron or Dragon Steal, a backdoor win, or a pentakill. We haven't quite seen a pentakill just yet, but we have had plenty of incredible Dragon and Baron steals and a couple of backdoor wins. So if you guys are out for the hunt for those, you know, feel free to go and clip those. Of course, if for more information, you guys check out facebook.com/versusasia. It's we're looking forward to see who manages to win the C Icon series overall. And you know, I think part of the prize is also having a nice little beverage with you for the next 3 months. I have a current back at home, and it's been doing good. You know, the heat has been manageable with my
100 plus, please send some. why does Granite only get the 100 plus? Where's mine?
Well, you know, the Prophet doesn't need 100 plus. I don't know. I don't know. You know, that I didn't make the rules. I didn't make the rules.
Just build different, right? I just run on just like only water, only water.
No. The 100 plus goes into your veins instead. Like you go Bane mode.
Get jacked up, right?
Yeah, get
when
jacked
up. Looking, I just turn it like I jabbed the 100 plus into my legs.
Like right now, you know, you haven't hit your full capacity. Once you hit full, you know, you're gonna swell up. Your brain's gonna swell up once you get that 100 plus in your system.
True.
But apart from that, I think, you know, we've come to the end of our second day of the C Icon series broadcast for the playoff stage. We still have one more day coming in tomorrow. A few of these teams, our top 4 competitors, will be playing it out all the way from the semifinals and the lower brackets to the very end and the grand finals to determine who will be taking home the victory. And if you guys are unaware, the grand finals is going to be a best of 5, so look forward to a full series, hopefully, if we get to see that come about.
Yeah, that's going to be happening tomorrow, and if you guys tuned in today, it's going to be the same time, 1 p.m. GMT +8 on this very channel, be it on Facebook or Twitch. Again, I've been HungryCast, alongside me has been Gamerism. Remember to stay safe, guys, obey all social distancing rules, and wear a mask if you do need to go, but do try to stay home if unnecessary. But for the most part, that's going to be it for today. We'll see you guys tomorrow at the same time. Have a great Saturday weekend.
Outshoot me?
Captain Chemo on duty!
that a little gunpowder won't fix.